don't like to brag that we are the toughest sports network in Detroit, but we do have a guy named Darren McCarty on our side. Woodward Sports.
What up, though, everybody? It's Chris Platte, and we are here for a Pistons watch party. Kool-Aid will be joining us shortly. I'm Chris Platte, a.k.a. Platte Pods, with my dog Jeff in the TD booth holding it down.
What up?
Shout out to Jeff. Brendan will not be here, but it will be a three-man weave tonight as me, Kool-Aid, and Jeff tackle the Pistons versus the Milwaukee Bucks. The first of a kind of baseball series, Jeff, because we play the Bucks today in Milwaukee, and then we play them again Saturday in Detroit, which I will be there. So if you're in the area, shout out, come check me out. If you're at the game, come say what up. I'll be there. I'll drop my ticket. I'll drop my ticket info so that y'all can meet me. But man, this is gonna be a great game. On the eve of Giannis trade rumors, we happen to be playing a potential future Piston, dare I say, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, man.
How we feeling, chat? How we feel about that, chat?
How you feeling about it?
Me personally, it's tough because you don't want to pass up on a player like Giannis, but at the same time, if the price to do it is gutting your team in the process, then obviously from the Pistons standpoint, you can't do that because we've been in situations before where we've tried to make the big splash, especially for the Pistons, and we go out and do that, and then it doesn't work out, and then you're completely screwed with no picks. And if you're doing that move for Giannis, then you have to win a championship. And if you're gutting your whole team to do that, that is going to be something that obviously hurts your chances to win that championship because you don't have the depth pieces, you don't have the guys around you. Like we see New York Knicks struggle because they didn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been both sides of that though in history, right? Like, ideally, you'd want to be the Thunder, the Warriors, the Spurs, right? The team that just happened to draft a bunch of Hall of Famers. They all stuck together, grew together, and became champions. And while those teams will count for, including projected into the future here, the OKC Thunder, will account for the majority of titles and championships during these last couple decades. At the end of the day, you see those teams that go out there and make that move. Milwaukee tonight, who we're facing, they went out and they made a big-time move for Jrue Holiday. Now, he is not Giannis, but he was at the time a hefty, hefty price, and that ended up getting them a championship. And at the end of the day, I'm here for championships. We saw all over the city of Detroit, we saw a sustained success approach, and that hasn't resulted in championships. Not for the Red Wings, not for the Tigers, not for the Lions, unfortunately, so far. So for me, I am in the camp of risk it all if the player is worth it. We talked about Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr. Those were players I wasn't exactly all the way sold on. It depended on what the price was. Giannis, to me, you do that move because, at the end of the day, as talented as these young guys are, as well as they fit together, I truly don't believe that any of these guys are going to be the caliber of Giannis Antetokounmpo. And you pair that with Cade Cunningham and the player that I know Cade Cunningham to be, I think you are instantly a contender. You are instantly a favorite, and that gives you the real firepower. And the reason you do it, because at the end of the day, we're about to tip off here, but at the end of the day, basketball is a sport where one player tips the scales the most. Basketball, the player can play both sides of the ball, and they are so much more impactful, so much more weight than a typical, a football player that only plays one side, or a pitcher that only pitches once every other game or multiple games. Like, there's just levels to it where you get a guy like Giannis and Cade, man. I mean, that's easily the best duo in the NBA right there, right then and there, and no questions asked. And then you give yourself a fighting chance against a deep team like OKC. The game has started. A missed corner three for Rollins in Milwaukee, and the Pistons have the ball after losing the tip. Asar taking it to the basket, dishing out to Tobias for three, and he hits. Pistons up 3-0, first to score, first to strike. You need a big game from Tobias, Jeff. You need that. Him, Dennis, and Ivy combined 5 of 34 in their last game that they won. No Duncan Robinson tonight, by the way, again. I believe that's just nothing to worry about, just precautious. But you've seen this team struggle to shoot. And Dennis pulls a 3. That's no good. Would have loved to have seen that go through. But you need guys to play well in this game that aren't there for Duncan Robinson. You need shooters. So this is going to be a big-time play. Cade has the ball. Asar sets him a screen, fakes it. He gets the ball. He's looking at turnaround post fade. Banks off the glass. Almost went in, but no good. So Pistons are back on defense, 3-0. Haven't liked the offense. Cade Cunningham has not been entirely involved yet. He's kind of been deferring, but, we know what Cade is. We know that when it's crunch time, Cade steps up.
Smooth
saving up.
operator.
Yeah, talk to him, man. Listen, I'm looking at this situation for the Pistons, and on the road against Milwaukee, you just need the other guys to step up because Cade Cunningham will deliver. So to me, I'm looking at Tobias. I'm looking at Dennis Jenkins. I'm looking at Ivy. I'm looking at all of these guys outside of Duren, Cade, that I know will bring it. Giannis the line knocks down the first one. Chat, smash the like button if you haven't already, please. Let's get these likes up here. Come on, I gotta like it myself. Actually, I just did, so you should follow suit. Everybody, smash the like button, and let us know. John F. and Lord is here. Jay Moak is here. Ja Moak, I should say. Shout out to Ja Moak. Eric is here. Man, we got a whole crew here. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Let us know, do you want to make the move for Giannis, or do you want to keep the sustained success approach and roll the dice on these young guys? Cade Cunningham from 3. And the Pistons' first 2 field goals are 3s. You love that because they're going to get points in the paint on everybody. But that paint is going to be difficult tonight. I mean, Giannis, Miles Turner, it's going to be a tough paint to score. Dennis Jenkins with the ball in the fast break. Can't hold on to it, but neither can Milwaukee. It will go back to Detroit. Defense turning into offense. You need that. That's been a calling card for this team. TJ says, nah, we straight. On Giannis? A top 20, 25 player of all time? I disagree. I would trade the field for
You want to see. You want to see what the asking price is. You want to see what it is.
For sure.
You want to
And I'm
see
definitely gonna try and negotiate.
how much they are, asking of you before, we really go into, wanting him on this team. Yes, of course. But who are you giving away, and what are you giving away? Me personally, Chris, I don't care about the picks, but if we're gutting 4 players off this team, then those are 4 players you have to fill, and you're only filling one of those slots with Giannis. So you have to get some type of depth because, I mean, Cade and Giannis, yes, it's a great duo, but, we've seen, especially when you look at the 2 teams that made it to the NBA Finals, it was the Indiana Pacers and it was the Oklahoma City Thunder. And what do those teams have in common? They were, number one, they were most likely built from, the ground up with, a lot of homegrown talent.
Giannis is down. Hold on.
Hallie being traded.
Giannis is down, and he is sitting down.
Now, that would change things, Chris.
He doesn't look in pain. He's not screaming, but I think he's upset. I think he's pointing to him, and Doc Rivers are pointing to a wet spot where he may have slipped. Let's see here on the replay. Yeah, he just slipped, but
he's still down there.
He's still down there. The fall didn't look egregious, honestly. He is limping, though, right now, so hopefully he's okay.
And what was that injury he was dealing with beforehand?
Knee injury, actually.
So that comes into play here, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point.
And he's not he's what? This is his what game back after that?
Yeah.
I think he's been back for 2-3 games, I think, maybe.
Yeah, and you know what? He's a player that, look, the style of play, the argument I'd say to know Giannis, or that I wouldn't agree with, but I'd understand, is that the way he plays, his physicality, how many years do you really have of that? How much wear and tear is that on him? Yeah. But he's looked phenomenal when he's played this year, and I don't think that his injuries have been too severe. I think that, especially with the superstar like Giannis, They have chose a cautious approach all year. So I'm not too worried about it personally. And plus, I think, again, if you have a 1 to 2 year window, if you have a 2 to 3 year window with Giannis and Cade, I think you can cash in a championship in one of those years.
Now, a good question here, Chris. Is Giannis faking the injury because he does not want to play for the Bucks right now? Is it possible that Giannis is, actually out there and he's actually just saying, you know what, I think I'm good. I'm just going to, fake this little injury, and then I'm going to go to the locker room, chill, and get traded by next week.
I mean, look, make sure, shout out to you, Jeff. Shout out to you, man. I see you doing the elite work in the TD booth, brother. A shout out to you. I mean, look, it's possible. It's possible. This situation is so bad. I mean, Giannis has tried to do everything to not be the bad guy. Like, even if you listen to a quote today, Jeff, what was the quote today? It was this team, or they're gonna sit down and talk about their future, Milwaukee and Giannis.
Chris, he just wants to win, and that's always been Giannis's thing. He just wants to win, and I feel like right now it's getting to a point where he feels like the Bucks haven't done enough to make build this team around him a winner.
Yes.
Once they won that championship, then they start getting rid of the guys that got him there, and it seems like he hasn't been happy since. So it's getting to a point where, maybe it's just Giannis is just getting tired of, not winning. That plays a huge role for him. So if he's not winning, he's going to want out eventually. And it's not like Milwaukee's like, it's not like it's LA. It's not a huge city.
And he did what he needed to, Jeff. He brought them a championship.
He did.
He comes like...
He did what he was asked to do.
So never mind. I'm not going to use the example I was going to use, the hypothetical. But when a superstar wins them a championship, wins their city a championship, especially after staying with them all the years he has, he's earned that pass. Like, he's earned that pass to move on, to play somewhere else that he wants to play, whether it's because it's a big market, or it's he wants to win for or compete for a championship, whatever his reason is, he has earned it, and Milwaukee should do right by him. They shouldn't do like what the Clippers do with all of their franchise players, Blake Griffin, Chris Paul. They just toss them to the curb. That was ridiculous, by the way. Actually, let me ask you that. So Giannis is heading to the locker room right now. We shall see what's to come. He looks like it's a very minor limp. Again, I don't want to question an athlete. Who am I to judge? I'm sitting here watching. But hopefully he's okay. The Chris Paul stuff, getting cut, that was wild. Asar missed a free throw. Pistons are up 10-4, though. He's about to shoot a second free throw here. Chris Paul got cut. Would you be of the mindset of wanting to bring in Chris Paul to be a mentor to Cade Cunningham?
Chris, why would I not? We're talking about Chris Paul is a top 10 point guard in NBA history. Regardless of whether or not he won a championship, got a ring, or anything, he's top 10 point guard in NBA history.
Yes.
And look, I just want to say this. Look at what he did when he was with Oklahoma City Thunder. Look at, what Shea has done since being, under, Chris Paul for just that short, limited amount of time. He's one of those players that you can learn from.
Yep.
Because he's been through it all, and he's been one of the top players in the league, and now he's kind of fading away in the end of his career, but he has a lot of knowledge to give in the sport of basketball. He sees a lot.
Yes, I think he's a player that is a wealth of knowledge, like you said, and I think he's somebody that can just off the court, just to be talking to Cade Cunningham every single day for the next 6 months would be a glorious thing. And look, let's call it what it is.
He can run that second
championship.
And you know what? And you know what, Chris?
Come on.
He can run that second unit.
Oh, absolutely.
He can run that second unit. If we've ever seen Chris Paul do, Chris Paul knows how to run. He knows how to run every single person on the floor. When he's on there, he is 100% one of the best playmakers of all time.
I don't think. Yes, he is one of the greatest players of all time. I do not think he is contributed on the court these days. I don't.
It's a little old, but
Dennis with the foul.
If you ask him to go out there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes a game.
Right.
And just to
I hear you.
Give you a little bit of a break, he can do it.
I hear you, but look, we're deep at guard. We are deep at guard. We have Dennis. We have Levert. Like, we have these guys that Chris Paul has got to. I wouldn't see honest rotation minutes for him. And the one argument I made on heavyweights, which is kind of jokingly, but also maybe true right now, is that maybe you don't want Chris Paul here because he just gave his heart and soul to the Clippers. He went to the Clippers not to win a championship this year, to retire a Clipper. Yeah. That was what he wanted to do. And they cut him. So I don't want him in my superstar's ear being, hey, don't show any loyalty to these teams because these teams at the end of the day are only looking out for themselves. I don't want Cade getting that message at all.
That you do make a point there. I mean, I feel like the Clippers, number one, for him, I don't know why I'd want to go back there. You see the dumpster fire that they've already built upon themselves. I wouldn't touch the Clippers if I was any player in the NBA. I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole. I'm good on the Clippers. I don't want to go play there. You see what they got going. They got a lot of stuff, they're dealing with way over there. But when I first seen the Chris Paul news that he's being released, you know what I instantly thought, Chris?
What?
He's going back to Oklahoma City Thunder. He's going to go back to the Oklahoma City Thunder and win a championship.
Look, I'd love for Chris Paul to get a championship, truthfully. That's why I want him to come to Detroit. Shout out. Ivy is in now. Cade is in. We got Asar, Ivy, Cade, Tobias, and Duran. Ivy has to hoist a deep shot at the shot clock buzzer. Does not fall. Pistons are up, though, 15-4. Their defense has been great so far. Their offense has been hit or miss. Dennis Jenkins has missed a couple shots here. It hasn't really gotten a flow. Cade hasn't been too assertive so far. So you look for that to change. But right now, I mean, look, you're up 11. You're up 11 playing good defense. You take these situations. That's what makes this Piston team special is that, last season you felt like everything relied so heavily on Cade. And now this year, yes, you were good last year defensively, but you're even better this year. I mean, you're a top 3 defense in the NBA right now. Asar with the spin and the finish. Love to see that. Because Jeff, the stat that I put out there about Asar. You heard that stat?
What was it? I didn't see it.
I am monitoring Asar Thompson's finishing. Because from 0 to 3 feet, Asar Thompson's field goal percentage ranks 233rd in the NBA and 50th in attempts. So he is somebody that he needs to finish better at the rim because he does not give you 3-point. He does not give you free throw shooting. What he gives you is a lot of around the rim and the mid-range, which has improved statistically, but still it's nowhere near Chris Paul, who we just mentioned.
He doesn't shoot enough for it to even be at that level.
From the mid-range.
He doesn't shoot it enough for it to be at that level, the
right,
mid-range.
So,
and you know what, Chris? You brought up free throw, and I think it's fitting because I feel like one of the problems with Asar Thompson is he is afraid to go to the basket and get fouled because then he knows the kryptonite's going to show up with those free throws.
Look, man, there's just no planet that Asar Thompson should be a worse finisher at the rim than Duncan Robinson. That just should not happen. Asar, you are a one-of-one athlete, maybe one of two, counting your brother. Like, you should be able to start punching home these finishes or finishing a lot stronger because, honestly, as great as he is, as otherworldly as he is defensively, I love all the tools that he brings to this team. But if he is not at least a good finisher on offense, it is going to be very difficult for him to play real high-stakes minutes. And that's what scares me about Asar Thompson. I do think this is something correctable. He's down 12% at the rim from last year, down 7% from his rookie season. So history tells me he probably will fix this. This is just a bad trend. But we are 20 games into the season now. So, it's a good sample size. So I need to see Asar improve there. I think if you gave him Ron Holland's finishing right now, he'd be an all-star.
Chris, it's the one thing that it has me questioning on whether or not you remember when we seen it that, reportedly the Jazz were interested in Asar Thompson. That's what they would want in a package for Lauri Markkanen. I'm at the point now, Chris, where I've seen, especially these past few games of Asar Thompson, that I'm actually like, okay, we could do that. We could do it because he's not helping us at all when he's out there and he's not being aggressive. Because teams just know exactly how he's going to play. He's not going to be aggressive. He's not going to take it to the bucket. He's afraid to be fouled. And then what does he do on the defensive side, Chris? He's been getting into a lot of foul trouble recently. A lot of foul trouble that he doesn't need to get in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, right now, and you look at what Ron Holland's done over the past 2-3 games, he's been on fire, and he always brings the energy, something that Sard lacks. He lacks that energy, that spark. Especially as a defensive guy, he should be bringing that spark, intensity. That's what you want to see out of him, but he's not bringing it.
Yeah, he's got to improve, man, flat out. And I think Drake Bryant, 9945, said it best in the chat. Asar's hand literally touches the rim every time. Just need those dunks to be need those layups to be dunks. Look, that's what it is. Is like, I don't want to be ignorant, but it should be very easy for Asar to be a high level finisher at the rim, and I think statistics will show that, and I think the eye test shows that. Cade Cunningham with the baseline jumper, smooth operator. 19 points for the Detroit Pistons, 4 points for Milwaukee Bucks, 0 field goals in the last 3 minutes for Milwaukee. They have looked bad as they just turned the ball over. Stu gives it to Asar. Asar getting a lot of run at point, a lot of actions with the ball in his hand so far. Cade, step back 3 off the screen is short. Cade, I need to see more out of you from 3. That is something that I am watching too. Because honestly, a lot of those are short like that, and that shows legs to me. So, Cade, I need you to shoot better from 3. Pistons, though, up 19-4, looking good against Milwaukee, winning the turnover battle too, 3-5. That's another big key, Jeff. As we saw,
they've been turning the ball over a lot, Chris.
They turned the ball over the last couple games. The last couple games, they turned it over 20 times. And the last 7 games or 8 games before that, they did not reach the 20 mark.
They were winning the turnover battle.
Yeah, they were winning the turnover
and
battle.
Now it's it's either they're losing it or it's going to be even, and that's something that you just can't have, especially as a team that lacks this 3-point shooting, Chris. You can't have a team that goes out there and is not taking care of the
Ivy
ball.
for 3 off. Man, I would have loved to see that. Would have loved to have seen him get his shot going because I know he's still working on his legs, but the shot has looked good. Although the last couple games he has not shot the ball well. This has not been a great offensive outing for the Pistons. However, defense has fueled it. Milwaukee's inability to score post Giannis has been tough. I don't think they haven't scored since Giannis'
I don't think they
injury.
have. And
Portis,
Chris,
the Piston killer, misses the 3. Ivy with the rebound, decides to charge off of a screen, kicks it to Cade. Cade fires again from 3. It is off. Ivy fights for the rebound, does not get it. Milwaukee has the ball. Portis bringing it up. You gotta love what you're seeing out of this Piston defense, but man, can you get something from the offense? Milwaukee ice cold from 3. Even the looks they get that are good are just not going in. Portis on Stu. I like that matchup for the Pistons. And that's why, because that was just a miss.
You gotta get the rebound. It's something that we've seen truly get in their way of winning. When you really look at it, Chris, when we look at that game, how many offensive rebounds did they let up in a row? It was 3 to 4 offensive rebounds in a row. That's time off the clock. That's something that can't happen. You got to put a body on somebody and box out and then go find ball. It's fundamental basketball. Come on. It should be easy. It should be easy for this team that gives off that effort. They got to get back to it a little bit. We talk about defense to offense. I want to see more of it. I want to see more, of them creating turnovers and pushing the ball up the floor and getting easy buckets.
Cade, a wide open 3, no good, but Stu taps it in. Man, why? I mean, that's the easiest look you're going to get all night, Cade Cunningham. He is not shooting from 3 very well tonight. You hate to see that, but again,
Pistons are in
Pistons
control.
Offense
They're in control.
Is fueled by their defense. Shout out Isaiah Stewart. This is an interesting lineup. Cade, Ivy, LeVert, Stu, and Duran. 3 guards and 2 bigs. Interesting lineup as Ron Holland then came in for Cade to kind of even it out here. So you got a more traditional lineup here. Let's see what it does. Ron Holland will bring it up. The Pistons are up 21-9. Milwaukee has gotten a couple buckets here, but still looking to get their rhythm going. The Pistons looking to get a rhythm going offensively. Ivy almost loses the ball, finds Duren. Duren kicks it to the corner. Stu for three, and it is through. Shout out to Isaiah Stewart. Pistons up 24-9. Chat, how are you feeling about this game so far? Let me know. And if you haven't, thank you for joining us. Smash the like button. Ivy bringing the ball up. Looking to attack the basket and finishes and one. Jaden Ivey. What a great finish. Looks like he may have hurt his wrist a little bit on that, or his hand, something on his arm there, as he is grimacing in pain. But he will go to the line to shoot an extra point attempt. Look, this team, man, this team just works and works and works, and a lot of times it's sloppy, but it works.
And you know what, Chris? It's how they play, though. That's their identity. That's how they've gotten to this point where they are the number one seed in the East. It's because they are gritty. They do, sometimes it is sloppy, but somehow, some way, they have been able to pull it off. And especially in a game like this, where you see the defense it's active early, and that's something that you truly love to see, is when this defense is active early.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Stu with the block. Talk about activity,
easy.
Stu, man.
Nothing easy.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
it's different.
I'm not drawing the line at Stu in like a Giannis trade,
you see
but
where we
I'm
kind of
like,
get there.
do we have to give you him too? Like, come on, man. Like, come on.
You want too much.
Injury update. Giannis will not return. Calf.
Wow.
Calf is scary because
Hamstring?
that can be diagnosed as hamstring tied to Achilles. Very serious. He did not look like he was
in a lot of pain. Yeah.
So I'm praying to God, not just for the Pistons' sake, just for Giannis' sake and Giannis' sake only, that is not a serious, significant injury and that he is okay. Honestly, as much as it sucks to say, I hope best case scenario is that he is faking an injury because he just wants to be out of here. Like,
get me out of there. It's at home too. Get me out of Milwaukee. I'm ready to go.
I have to imagine he will not be there for the Pistons Saturday when they play Milwaukee, because if he got ruled out this early, I imagine they're gonna.
It's only a couple days.
They're gonna be cautious with him.
Yeah, it's only a couple days away. So I mean, it makes sense for the Bucks to be cautious with him, especially if he's wanting a trade. He has to be healthy in order for you to trade him. So I mean, it makes sense for them to be able to kind of keep Giannis out, especially for this duration. Chat. So far on the poll, you guys have said that we are good. 35 votes on the poll. We are good. We don't need the Greek Freak. The Greek Freak. Please tell us in chat, where do you draw the line? Where do you what do you draw the line at? Is it a certain player, or is it a certain amount of picks? Tell us in the chat where you draw the line on a Greek Freak trade.
Bobby Portis with the rebound. Ron Holland goes down a little slow to get up. AJ Green in the corner. Milwaukee has done a very good job working on the margins. They found guys like Pat Connaughton, Dante DiVincenzo back in the day. Today, AJ Green, Ryan Rollins, Gary Trent Jr. has given them some good moments, like Kevin Porter Jr. This Milwaukee team, man, look, it is not a title contender as currently constructed. I know they've been tied to Zach LaVine. They've been looking to see if that shakes, but I don't think that's going to be enough to give them a title contention in the Eastern Conference even, let alone overall. But they've done pretty well with some on the fringe moves. Yeah, Ron Holland and Bobby Portis are showing the collision right now. Shook up Ron Holland. Tobias with the free throw. Pistons with the lead, 30-12. This one's getting away fast. this might be a night where you won't see an MVP stat line from Cade Cunningham. This might be one of those nights where it gets away fast. And just as I say that, Milwaukee gets a dunk from Sims. Jericho Sims, I believe. I thought he was still on New York, honestly.
You get confused sometimes when you see some of those guys on different teams.
Ron Holland thought about the three, did not, gave it to Dennis. They are whipping the ball around the perimeter. Milwaukee doing a good job. Ron Holland shoots a three, air ball. Shot clock violation.
Chris, on that particular, possession, don't you want to see some Piston in that lineup try to initiate going to the basket?
Yes.
Getting into the paint, because that's where you create more open looks around the perimeter, is when you can get into the paint, and that's when, teams will, end up sending a crash or sending a double or something like that, where it, kind of leaves somebody open. And that time they just kind of pass it around the perimeter and just chucked one up.
Well, look, AJ Green has heard me talking shit, and he is trying to make this a game. He just hit another triple. This is ridiculous. LeVert directing traffic on offense. You're 100% right, though.
Now, Chris, if they are selling, if the Bucks end up trading Giannis, does that mean they're selling as a team?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely, because you're not making a win-now trade.
I would love a shooter like AJ Green.
Yeah.
That is another movement shooter that can be on this team. That can
really
benefit,
like that,
especially in three-point shooting.
I really, really like that. I'm honestly very hopeful about. Shout out to Stu with the great play to interrupt the alley-oop. Shout out to Stu there. That was a phenomenal. And then he closes out the three, but it is in. Count that baby in a foul, as George Blaha would say. Unfortunately for Milwaukee, they are going to the stripe for an extra as they look to make it a 10-point game. But going back to your question, yeah, that is a guy that I would really, really love for the Pistons to get if they're making a small on the fringe move. They need a movement shooter.
Because that's something where you don't have to give up a lot, but that will help you in an area that you really need improvement in. You don't have three-point shooting, especially at that level, besides Duncan Robinson. And if that's your only shooter, what happens if he gets injured, like he is now, taking a couple of days off? You need someone to step up in that role. And right now the Pistons don't have, another true shooter that can, shoot at that clip and make that percentage of shots. And there's no one else that's on this team that has proven to do that over, a long period of time. So I think if the Bucks are selling, AJ Green would be, one of those guys that the Pistons should be, like, hey, we want him. Even if it's a trade for Giannis, maybe you would give you something. You got to throw him in for us as well. Like, we got to get something else back in return.
Absolutely. They're showing the highlights. Pistons at the end of the first, lead by 9. So Milwaukee did hit a couple late threes to make it a game. Jeff, it has not pulled the starters yet as we start the second quarter here, but
they are you know what, Chris? They are winning the first quarter.
Yep, they are winning the first quarter, and that was something.
But while they were losing the first quarter, they were getting off very slow starts.
They've kind of righted that ship the last couple weeks now. It's been a pretty healthy trend now that the Pistons are actually coming out to leads rather than digging themselves a hole.
And that is important, because when you do go against these better teams and these good teams like the Oklahoma City Thunder, you don't want to build yourself that big of a hole if you're down big, because then it's just that much harder to come back. So if you can be efficient in the first quarter and have good first quarters and get off to a good start, that's going to help, that's going to help your offense, but especially your defense, because now you're asking your defense to go out there and, you could be consistent throughout the whole game, rather than when you're down big, now you need every single stop. Like, every single stop. You have to get every single, possession a stop, because if not, then you're not going to be able to come back. So it's important for them to get off to big starts, good starts.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Chat, if you are here, smash the like button if you haven't already. What are you doing? Look, we got more people watching than likes we have, so that means somebody
crazy,
in here
chat.
hasn't hit the hasn't hit the like button yet. So please do that. Pistons Watch Party. I'm Chris Platte, a.k.a. Platte Pods. My boy Jeff in the TD booth holding it down. Kool-Aid will be here very shortly. Roads are bad. Everyone that's driving, please be safe. Roads are bad. Made his journey a little bit longer, but he is almost here. So shout out to Kool-Aid, man. Most importantly, that he is getting here safe. So, first quarter takeaway. Who impressed you the most this quarter, Jeff?
I'd go with Isaiah Stewart. Just
Great
because he has had that energy. He's got that tip. Knocked down a three, but defensively as well, you've seen him make multiple plays that ended up in Milwaukee, getting a 0 in that possession. So, and that was really important for the Pistons to sustain, this lead. They up by 9 going into the second quarter. Well, it was a big part of Stu was why, the Milwaukee offense struggled for a majority of that first quarter.
Yeah, I like the answer. I like the answer, Stu. I think I'm agree with that one. I think he absolutely set the tone. He came in and he brought a whole lot of energy. Portis misses a 3 as we start the second quarter here after a Pistons miss.
It's the rebounds that you give up. You can't.
Javonte Green is in and quickly turns the ball over. There was a miscommunication between Cade and Ron Holland. Javonte Green made the outlet pass, and both of them were not expecting the ball. So that was a Piston turnover, unforced turnover. You can't have those, especially when you are a team that doesn't shoot a lot of threes. Kevin Porter kicks it out. There's a call on the floor. It looks like it's against Ron Holland, who is top 10 in steals.
Yeah, and better yet, Chris, a team that doesn't have, they're missing their best three-point shooter.
Yeah,
you're missing that piece. So you really can't, you really can't afford it. At this point, you really can't afford it.
Absolutely, and
it's another whistle.
Another whistle. Milwaukee doing their best to keep this game close. Kevin Porter has really kind of
3 in a row
stepped up. He's really stepped out. Yeah, Giannis again out for the remainder of the game. Bucks win percentage without Giannis is 47%. Not great. Pistons though, however, only up 7 after being up double digits in the first. Bucks on an 11-0 run in the last 2 minutes. Pistons got to get something shaken offensively here. Ron Holland way off the glass, a little too high. Duren finishes. I believe they are counting that bucket. Yes, they are. Count that baby in a foul, as the great George Blaha would say. Duren going to the line to shoot a free throw. Pistons, look, that's what they need. It started with Holland attacking the basket and just generate something. Look, that's what happens.
It all starts from attacking the basket, Chris. Everything.
Like that play you brought up.
That way.
They passed the ball around 3 times on the perimeter, the whole shot clock, and
just chucked one up.
And then just chucked one up. Dribble penetration is the key for this Pistons offense. It is. Sims with the dunk. Duren was lost on defense. Porter found him. Cade to Ivy. Ivy to Duren. Duren, I think he's going to shoot that. Good move in the post. Great footwork. Great footwork for Jalen Duren. Pistons are up 9 now as Duren got a couple of back-to-back buckets here. Kevin Porter shoots and makes it, man. He has taken over. He's a kid. Look, I like. I don't think he puts up a lot of good numbers on a winning team, but I mean, he's just a guy like night in, night out can have a night. He's one of those microwave artists. Shout out to my boy Microwave Nick. But Kevin Porter clearly taking this opportunity to take the game in his hands, loses the ball. Cade Cunningham bringing it up for the Pistons. Cade to the basket, dishes it to Duren. Duren finds Cade again. Cade hits it to Holland. Holland misses. That didn't even look like a serious take, Holland. What are you doing there, bud? Kevin Porter bringing the ball up. Kevin Porter Jr., that is. Bobby Portis tried to get the ball. Entry pass denied by Ron Holland. Ivy turns on the Jets, takes it to the basket, can't finish. Duren can't tap it home and grab the rebound. So Milwaukee is coming the other way. Portis backing down Javonte Green. Cade comes to help, and Gary Trent Jr. wide open for three. It is a miss. Pistons get the ball. Cade bringing it up, attacking.
That's gonna be
Looks like they're going to call a foul on the floor on A.J. Green. Cade Cunningham going to get the ball out on the sideline for the Detroit Pistons. Man, you'll love to see Cade get these calls.
Yeah, and you know what, Chris? You just, you know, it's finally that time where you see him receive these calls. You see him getting that superstar treatment.
Absolutely.
That's because he is a superstar. He is a superstar.
Swear the guy could pass as easy as brother. I think they were talking about you in the chat, Jeff. Shout out to you.
Chat,
You're never beating those allegations
about, like,
as easy as long lost, brother.
We cousins.
Pistons are third best in offensive rebounding team in the NBA, but they need to do better offensive rebounding. What? Who said that? Who said that? Detroit Hustle. Shout out Detroit Hustle and Business. Let us know who said that.
Ron, it looks good. It looks good. It's just not falling.
He in the trade now too?
No. Hell no. You see him?
I'm just checking.
Don't you see him attacking the basket now? Don't you see it, Chris?
A couple things don't go right, and all of a sudden these guys become available to Jeff. So just check it.
Ron Howland's been consistent.
Making sure. Asar taking it to the basket, loses the ball. Called the timeout. Yes, he did. He got the timeout before Milwaukee could tie him up. Sloppy play. He's got to be better, like I said, offensively. He absolutely has to be better. But shout out to Kool-Aid Man, who is in the building, who will be joining us in a second. Excited to get his thoughts on this game and all the news. I mean, look, even if the Pistons didn't play today, Kool-Aid, we still might be having to talk Pistons with all that's going on around the NBA and how the Pistons are now going to be the team in the franchise that you hear it. When a star becomes available, Detroit's name is going to get flirted out there because we have some of the best young assets in the game. We have just a bounty of assets to go and make that move. The chat so far, do you want the Pistons to make a trade for Giannis? 57% says, now we good.
They good,
43%
Chris?
says, yes, get me the Greek freak. Where's Giannis been? Giannis is out for the game with a calf injury. So, Keitho in the chat. Shout out to Keitho in the chat. Shout out to Terrell in the chat. Man, thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate you greatly. Please smash that like button. Help this channel grow. Let's get into Milwaukee's algorithm. I want these Bucks fans to see what these Pistons fans are talking about. I need them to see it. I need New York to see it.
There you
as
go,
always.
Chris.
If you got a friend in New York, share the stream.
Just call it we want the whole association to see us.
That's what
I want everyone to see us. This is the whole. I want the whole NBA to know that. Yeah, the Detroit Pistons have the best coverage in the world. That's it. That's what it is.
Absolutely, man, and it starts with our esteemed beat writer Kool-Aid. It starts with a whole bounty of people that we have here in Detroit and Woodward Sports, covering the team, talking about the team, giving you all the ins and outs that make this team great, that give you all the best stories. Because you go to the national media, and I've done it this past week. I've gone to national media, and they just can't dial in with the same level of intensity and focus. Shout out to my man Kool-Aid in the building. Kool-Aid, brother.
Snowing out there, man.
Yeah, I heard those roads are bad. Glad you made it safe. Pistons are up so far. Player of the month winners in Piston history. Oh, hold on here. Cade Cunningham has won it twice. Chauncey's won it twice. Ben once. Grant Hill once. And Dennis Rodman once.
Well, Cade won it once. He got the honors for the games played in October and November. This was actually his first Player of the Month honors.
So shout out to Cade Cunningham, man.
It's a great honor for him.
Boy, not a long list.
Hey, came dressed. Got the Cade Crusader shirt on.
Let's go. Talk
Shout
about
out
it.
Nick Leach. He designed this for Woodward Sports.
Shout out.
It is still in the Woodward Sports merch shop.
Shout out.
You got to get one. If you're a Cade enthusiast, come on, Jeff.
I do. Listen,
you got to get one.
Chris, to tell you, I came in the building. I was singing "Smooth Operator."
He was. He scared the hell out of me getting a massage chair. Shout out the massage chair house. Ivy hits a 3.
I still believe in Ivy.
Absolutely.
I believe in Ivy.
So let's get your take on it, Kool-Aid. Are you in on the Greek Freak trade or are you out? And if you are in, what does that trade look like for you? And if you're out, where do you stop at?
For me, I don't believe that it is a trade that's going to happen, but I'm hoping, and I talked about this earlier on the Braylon Edwards show, but let's have some fun, right?
Yeah.
If it was to happen, as long as you keep Jalen Duren, Cade Cunningham, and you get Giannis, then you're looking at arguably the best three-man tandem in the entire league. Now, we pondered, how does that compare to OKC, who can run out Jalen Williams, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and Chet Holmgren, or Lou Dort, or however you want to, because they got a lot of good players you can mix there. But if that is the only grouping that you can think of that would be able to battle that, I think that that's a good place to start. But intrinsically, I think about I think about how connected this team looks, how together they look, and the defense. Mm-hmm. What you send out to make this happen, I think you strip away at the core of what every Pistons winner has been, even though it will be a lot of talent. So it's like, part of me is like, man, we've never had this type of talent before. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, at what expense would it come? And I think you would really, really, really gut kind of a large portion of your identity to be able to make something like that happen. So it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. But ultimately, I think you pull the trigger.
I think you do too, man. I said it. It's no disrespect, but it's just none of these guys have realistically a ceiling that is Giannis. I would love to be proven wrong there. Yeah. But that ceiling of Giannis and Kool-Aid, where it's different versus like football, hockey, baseball.
Yeah. Hey, appreciate
is that
you.
One man can affect the game so much because you are playing both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
It is only 5 players on the court. So the way that Giannis can swing, because you're automatically already the best duo in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
Automatically.
Yeah.
And then from there, you are a deep team. Like, we've seen this team win a lot of games with a lot of players missing. And so I think it would have to depend the package, obviously, but you're still doing it because this is the reason you have depth and assets, is to make a move like this and still be an all-around good team.
Yeah, and my one thing that I brought up as if I was going to do this move, what would make me comfortable with it is that in Trajan Langdon's limited run with the Detroit Pistons, we've seen him go out there and find the budget pick, find the budgets, kind of secret at the trade deadline. We saw what he did. In the offseason of Pivot, we saw what he did. Going back to last offseason, we saw what he did. He's shown that he has the ability to go out there and identify these depth pieces that make a difference for this Detroit Pistons team. We're talking about the fact that right now they can realistically go all the way, all 13 players if they want to. That's because of who Trajan Langdon is. Now, underneath the Arn Tellem, Ed Stefanski, Troy Weaver, Tom Gores regime, and then eventually Dwayne Casey became an executive as well. Underneath that, they didn't really have this type of ability to put something together around those young players. That's where they failed. But if Trajan has the ability to go out there and find a Dennis Schroeder for basically free, he can go out there and convince the Malik Beasley types and the Tim Hardaways to come here. If he can then the next summer after get a Karis LeVert and get a Duncan Robinson, then I do believe that if you had to part with a large portion of your talent to get it here, I do believe he'd be able to navigate getting that type of talent and that type of depth back. Like, I trust his eye and his vision. And you talk about Michael Blackstone and the front office that they have assembled, they are equipped for something like this. If there was someone who would be able to come out successful in this, I believe it would be Trajan Langdon and his front office.
And it starts at the top, too. It starts with Tom Gores, a man who's been willing to make any and every swing to win.
I've written articles about that for the last 4 or 5 years. So to understand, like, this ain't no front runner stuff. We've had conversations about this. Tom Gores hasn't been the perfect owner, but he's been the owner who has steadily tried to give more and more control over to the basketball heads and just be more
Javonte Green, what a
just
three.
Cut the check and let the basketball minds do it. And that's what finally the Trajan Langdon hiring and saying, one voice, one vision, I'm trusting him. That's what that represented. And cut the check for Monty and then give your front office all of the power, and that's what it was. They haven't had a president of basketball operations proper in how long? You got to go back what? How long? Think about it.
I think it's been since Tom Gorse has been owner, right?
It's been some time.
Because it's been what? Was it the SVG era?
I was definitely
SVG.
Before that.
I think SVG was president.
Yeah.
I was down there.
And who was
you
Jeff Bauer?
You were a little tight.
I was about knee high somewhere.
That's what I'm saying. So now all of a sudden they finally are like, okay, this is where we are. And it's a guy who's dedicated to this. SVG wasn't dedicated to front office.
It was the front office, but then he was also coaching. So it's like you're doing two things at once, and that's difficult. That is very difficult.
You cannot do both at this level. You just can't. And the people that had the dual titles that were successful, because I believe Greg Popovich had it at one time.
There are unicorns. There are unicorns.
But
we'll say that.
He had people in the shadows. He had a team around him that was really, really like your team around you has to be perfect because no man can do both of those jobs at a very high level. Like you just can't. One will eat at the other. And
you also, but you have to think of it this way too, Chris. That's one of the Hall of Fame coaches. That's one of the best coaches in NBA history. In basketball history, so
that's what I'm saying.
There is unicorns.
One-on-ones who transcend that, but for the most part, you're right. This has been a league and a sport that has shown it is very difficult to do both, and I think it's because of how much everyone is trying to innovate. At these games, you see how many teams even have scouts in our arena. I'm there, and I'm like, there's just a New York Knicks scout here. We're playing the Bulls, but he's there, and why? Because he's taking note of every play. If they're gonna do a deal, they're going to know everything about it. That means that you have to be on it that much more. So if you're sitting here trying to do 2 and 3 and 4 different things while another team has 3 and 4 and 5 different scouts doing these individual jobs you're trying to handle with all, you're going to get lapped. You're going to get left behind. When you hear some of these front offices say, oh, we had to basically upgrade our front office to get into the modern, like the Commanders just did this. Remember, right before the Jaden Daniels, they went and they overhauled their front office. The Lions did this. They went and they overhauled their front office. Even the the people who were going to help them make the decisions on who to bring in, like Chris Spillman, Rod Disney, and such. So, I don't know. When the Pistons decided we're going to get to a structure, think about this. They even brought in a president of business operations. They're like, hey, Trajan, we don't even want you worrying about that. We want you to be president of basketball operations, and we're going to bring in Melanie Harris, formerly of the Jordan brand. So they went high to get this. And they brought her in to handle those things. So it's like they have gone and augmented and made sure that every little piece is going to get its full attention. And you see it paying dividends quickly.
They cut no expense.
From worst to literally right now first.
Yeah.
Literally, man.
Yeah,
And it's a smart front office, man. Shout out to Mike Blackstone, who actually gave his time to the network. He was a part of Big D Energy. I know he and Neil had a pretty good back and forth here as well in conversation. And then, like, right after that, we saw him go out there and flip that whole Dennis Schroeder thing.
Absolutely. That was a wizard.
Absolutely. Shout out to the crew here, too. Jeff in the TD booth. I know Brendan wanted to be here, but he showed up today. Shout out to him.
Dennis
I know he's going through some things. But shout out to him. I know he had to get back to family. But, Platte, shout out to you, man. And make sure things got started off here appropriately and right, man. We got a nice, solid squad here. People who passionately care about Pistons and dedicate literally their lives to trying to get you every aspect of rumors, news, coverage, content, and I love it.
During, I will say, this is nitpicking because Pistons are up 13 and they look in complete control of this game. But Duran, I'm going to do this. He has been, a couple times he's misread the lob, and Jericho Sims has gotten some easy looks, some dunks, some oops. So that is something I'm looking for. That's something that we've seen Duran struggle with before, and obviously he's been great this year, but this is one where he's been gotten the best of so far. And Duran, just as I say that, shuts me up with a bucket. What a beautiful move. Catches the ball, keeps it high, spins through the double team, and flicks it in for a nice little hook
Chris,
shot.
can you do us a favor? Can you keep talking about Jalen Duran? Because then
Yeah.
he's going to do that, and then it's okay.
Jalen Duran, the worst player in basketball history. Well, he did just actually give up a layup. But come on, man.
All right, now we got to see the other side. We got to see the other side.
It looks intentional. This is scouting report stuff.
Yeah.
Where they're looking to neutralize how much the Pistons actually do pack in the paint.
Yeah.
How much the Pistons are actually going to go and say, you know what, we're going to try and make everything hard on you. And what you see the Bucks doing is trying to counter that aggressiveness, and they're getting further into the paint. And Duran and these guys are going to have to wake up.
Yeah.
Because that lead that was 13, you know what? The Bucks, it's 48-37 right now. 4 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and the Bucks are looking like they're trying to catch the Pistons napping. I believe the Pistons are, and we know this, far more talented than what the Bucks have out there right now. But we've seen what hard work, energy, and playing the right way would do. Another turnover, well, not necessarily turnover, but missed shot, and off of the second chance opportunity, looks like it went off the Pistons, and the Bucks have opportunity now to cut it to single digits.
Oof. Beautiful move by Duran.
Man, I've talked about the pet moves
finishing
for
has been
years.
great.
Can he get pet moves? You see how patient that is compared to, remember, his earlier games during the
Absolutely.
season? We knew he would have been working, but it was just, you know what, just get patient.
Yeah.
Seeing that type of patience.
Big
is
fella
what
smooth
man,
too
it's
now.
And he's confident. Like, to know you can rely on Jalen Duran, like, offensive ISOs. Like, here, Jalen Duran can have this possession. He can have this. Like, that to me is awesome. And I think as you get towards the end of the season and you're talking about needing a bucket or needing to know you're going to get fouled, think about that. So if you know they're going to double team or press Cade, are they going to actually double team Jalen Duran? They can't. Yeah. If they do, who are they leaving open? A cutter?
A shooter?
A shooter?
Yeah.
A Cade? A whole Cade? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the importance if you can get ISO Duran. And not ISO as it relates to even all of this. I mean,
get him
what
on the
we
block.
just saw there. Can you put your back to the basket, be bigger than the other player, and because you have already good instincts when passing the ball, we already know you can make the right play. Like, that's the importance of that. And then his confidence, when you see Duran confident, knowing, all right, I think I can go to the free throw line and knock down these free throws if I get fouled, and I can take my time because I'm the biggest player. There are certain little things I've been wanting him to do better. Mm-hmm. And that's when you do take your one dribble in the paint, when you come up, you have to show strong. Like, I hear my college coach, show strong. On rebounds, on post moves, always show strong. Don't play with it down low. Don't bring it up too high. Play strong, keep those elbows out, and that's what you saw on that. It looks like he's starting to realize, like, he is the biggest and the strongest player out there.
Yeah.
Period. And who's going to stop a guy who now not only understands that, but has put in the work? That's what J.B. Bickerstaff continued to commend about Jalen during that media day. He said, no. He put in the work. Like, look, there's things we try to help them with, but he came here ahead of the curve. And so then we could help him with other things. You know, and that's another testament to this organization. I could go all day long because we sit here and we look at stretch stew is happening before our eyes, but we all chuckled at media day when he said, J.B. Bickerstaff told me to get the three-pointer back out, so I'm going to be getting that thing back out. We were all like, huh? But okay, all right. And now look at it. But, you know, to focus it more back on Jalen Duran, man, it's awesome to see him being able to slow the game down and rely on the fact that he's put in the work. We've seen him put in the work, and now that confidence is starting to mesh with who he is as just the biggest, and I believe one of the best bigs any given night. How many nights is he stepping out there and not realistically the best big on the court? Absolutely. Or the expectation to be?
Not too many.
That's what he has to be, man. That's what he has to be. That's what he's shown us all year. Man, shout out the chat because someone, I'm assuming he's got to be from Milwaukee. Vince is in the chat here, and he is just getting eaten alive. Shout out to Vince for coming in, talking. He said Detroit Lions suck, Pistons suck, all Detroit teams sucks, no hates, just facts. And then the whole city of Woodward Sports jumped in the chat and have been roasting them. So
what's his name?
Shout out, Vince Cinnamon.
Vince, I'll send you a Giannis Pistons jersey after the trade. I got you.
There we go. Shout out.
We love everybody in our chat.
Shout out, man. Thank you for coming out. No, honestly, seriously, if you guys come in and talk trash, I'm here for it.
Hey,
I'm ready for it.
hit us in the inbox. We'll get that jersey to you,
Black
man.
Thor.
Yeah, dude, how do we?
Duran.
We absolutely should. Ooh. Don't worry about that. That was already like that.
Shout out to the chat, though.
Yeah, shout out to the chat, man. Kevin Porter, dude, this is a guy that, man, when he gets his opportunity to show out, like when the stars are out and it's just him, he takes that opportunity, man. He's going to be somebody that gives people buckets for years.
He has to stay out of his own way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think all he is one of those people that, you know, gets buckets on a bad team.
Yeah.
And That's what it is.
He's like a usage eater for teams
Yep.
that just need someone to go. Like
Yep.
Jordan Poole.
Absolutely. Cade up
swinging the
top,
ball.
man. Cade, I'd love to see that three-point shot get going. Dennis catches the ball, almost lost it. Levert for three, no good. Trade
Your
him.
favorite
No,
player.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But here we go. Cade, damn, I thought he would have got that reaching.
Dang.
Rollins gets a bucket.
Rollins is tough, man.
Yeah, man. Him and AJ Green, great finds by Milwaukee. I was saying this earlier. Milwaukee has, throughout their whole Giannis tenure, done a pretty good job of finding players on the margin. Levert can't get it to go. Looks like that is going to be last off of him. Tried to do a reverse layup. Tried to sneak one up there. Could not get it to go.
Bucks
Pistons
are on
up
an 8-0
7.
run in the last 143.
Now, Kool-Aid, I brought this up to Chris. If the Bucks are selling, if they do trade Giannis and they do end up selling, does AJ Green, a player like AJ Green on the Bucks, excite you for maybe he could be potentially a Piston at that point when they're selling?
There are definitely players that excite me all over. It's just a matter of how it all fits to the chemistry, how it all fits to like the continuity and the connectivity. But definitely, like who wouldn't say let's take a flyer there. When you are Trajan Langdon, I think a lot of your moves, some of them have to be more strategic than just the right in your face deals. Because think about this, everyone says, "Oh, there's just a no-brainer. Just pick a Cade Cunningham." But it wasn't a no-brainer to know that Jalen Duren was a guy that you got to go and trade like a protected first-round pick for. Yeah. Or like things like that. So it's like when you see and you identify and you get those other components right, that's then what makes everything else right. And so I do, man. I do. I look at a player like Green. I'm like, you know what? If you can get your hands on that for the right deal, which if Trajan does it, it's probably for the right deal. Then you go ahead and you make it work. Now the Bucks, I don't know how much they're trying to set up the Pistons to be the team of not just the future but the next decade. You look at how they set up right now with Cade Cunningham at the front of this thing and the other young players like Jalen Duren, who, was he just 22 years old? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they have a young team. You set them up the wrong way over these next couple trade deadlines and off seasons, and you're going to be looking up at that team for the next decade. That's how that goes. So I'm sure the Bucks are thinking like, I don't know if I really want the Pistons to get involved.
Then I got to go through them for the next several years. Yeah, I hear you, but look, Milwaukee is so in a tough situation outside of Giannis that they just need to bite the bullet and take whatever the best deal is. At the end of the day, if it is the Pistons, if the Pistons offer the most, they got to take it. I know he wants to go to New York. I know they want to probably do right by him, and they should do right by him for all he's done for the city. But ultimately, I mean, we've seen it before, man. Like, some of these teams are just in such tough situations where you trade a star. They don't have their own picks. So if they do a trade, they need to get back the absolute best haul that they could get, because they can't even just bottom out and hope to get a top prospect. No, their picks are tied up. So it's a very tough situation for Milwaukee, which is why they fought so hard, tooth and nail, to keep Giannis there.
Now, look, if the Knicks got Giannis, I think the individual who has their picks tied up is one of the first individuals you got to look at as going out. That is Mikal Bridges. I don't even understand how he survives a deal like that and stays in New York.
Well, that's what I said about New York is I don't want him to go to New York, obviously.
Heck no.
But
that changes everything in the NBA.
I will say that you are looking at giving up Cat, Mikal, some other stuff, possibly even OG, and you're really thinning out your team. And that team is already thin. So, look, I think a Jalen Brunson and Giannis duo would be a very, very tough duo. But if that's really all they have,
bludgeoned with usage, it'd just be literally like Giannis for 50% of the game and Jalen Brunson for 50%.
They're both 50-50.
And you know what? I think the Pistons can overcome that. I really do. So I don't want it to happen because
04-esque about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, brother. Like, I think this Piston team
Preach,
is built
buddy.
to stop those duos. I think what is tough is teams that are deep, and you saw that in the finals last year. Indy and OKC were two of the deepest teams in the NBA last year. And where were they? They were the finals. They didn't have the top-end talent. Well, I mean, obviously, OKC does with SGA and J-Dub. But
You see what I'm saying, Chris?
Indy.
You see what I'm saying? You see Ron Holland out there putting in that work?
I love Ron Holland. I do, man. He's just
Come on.
Kevin Porter
he's
having
just,
a
he's
show.
everything you want, like in a player, dog. Like especially with like a rotation player that has the potential to become a solid starter.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham dancing at the top of the key. Passes out. Who's that? Is that Toby out there?
Yep.
I'm gonna be fair with you. I dislike Toby floaters.
Yeah.
I feel like he misses every floater, man, for some
No.
reason.
Back down or shoot an open three.
Yeah, the back down floaters, yeah, but his just like pump fake. And
No, I
I'm-
know.
I'm-
Yeah.
I'm
The
driving
drive-in
in.
floater.
Those are just like
Not a fan.
goodness.
Cade.
No, yeah.
He's the ball to Tobias. Tobias.
What I've been looking at these last few minutes is just no turnovers, man.
Yeah, no,
Especially
they've
to
been
close these halves. Oh, they bring the double team.
bring a triple team.
Triple team. Okay. Ron got fouled. They don't give it to him. I guess it was straight up, straight down.
Ron,
Or by the defender.
man, he absolutely did it. Just
Was that considered a turnover or was that considered a shot?
that was definitely a shot.
Yeah.
That was definitely a block. by
You
them.
don't want to see any turnovers in these last, how you close games. I know Braylon talks about that as well in the NFL. Those halves, it's all about those last 2 to 4 minutes. He says the last 4 minutes. And in NBA, I think these halves, it is about those last 2 or 3 minutes, what you're doing, the last 5 minutes, to not turn the ball over and to get good looks at the rim. But the Pistons find themselves right now up 3 or 4 seconds left as the Bucks have opportunity to tie. KPJ takes 3 misses. Cade secures the rebound. The half, the Pistons lead 50-49 the Bucks with a 16-4 run in the last 10 minutes and 18
The
seconds.
Pistons,
And
the Pistons
you
are
remember-
struggling. They're
Well,
struggling
it
to
was
find
what I'm
offense.
saying. Like
Yeah.
something changed with the way their energy was going. Their shots, it looked like it became that much more difficult for them to make shots. And like we said before, even though the Pistons have the more talent and the ability to potentially run this Bucks team off the court, this Bucks team does pose some of those that pedigree. Those players who understand how to play defense. They have the right types of player, those rangy, lengthy. And when you got like the Bobby Portises and the Miles Turners and those types of guys, it could pose issues for the Pistons if their offense stagnates. And that's what you saw happen.
Yeah.
That's what you saw happen.
And you
There were too
see
many
this
times.
team-
We saw the last 3 possessions. Did Cade get a good look at the rim? Any of those? That's what I'm saying. You can't have your star player. I think Dennis, they tried to force one to Dennis at one point. The other one, he tried to come up and they triple teamed him, and Ron Holland took the shot. They're going to have to find ways to, even if it's him coming across the top of a screen or 2 screens, just to try and free him up a little bit so he can just take a wide open or more or less contested mid-range shot. They're going to have to start to scheme those things up for Cade Cunningham a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of this has been Cade deferring and really wanting to just see this as an opportunity tonight, especially because Giannis went down so early and they got a hot start. They were up 15-4. Giannis out. Pistons were obviously vibes high, and I think Cade kind of sensed that as an opportunity to let me pull back. I will come out if I'm needed, and I think now you're going to see that in the second half. I think you're going to see Cade Cunningham step up in the second half. I think you're going to see him increase his usage, shoot more shots, be more involved in actions. A lot of times we saw Asar bringing up the ball. We saw Asar setting actions, taking shots. Those are things that I expect. I expect will be cleaned up in the second half.
I'm almost starting to believe it's just a game plan because I think that they do want a Cade Cunningham who can put as much pressure on the opposing team as possible in those third, especially in those clutch time moments. And what have we seen? Who's the leading scorer in the fourth quarter this year? Cade.
Yep.
Last year we saw there was some stamina issues, especially late in the season, and it bred like careless turnovers, in my opinion. And I thought if those careless turnovers, 1 or 2 of those aren't there, people kept saying, "Oh, how can Cade get the 30 points? Is this going to affect effectively the assist totals and things of that nature?" No. In the clutch time moments is where I want him shooting it, and if he's having 2 and 3 turnovers in clutch time, what if those are shots instead? Now we see them being shots, and we see the Pistons faring better in those closing moments. Cade scoring better in the fourth quarter, and it's not affecting his ability to try and get his guys going. And you know what? Fair is fair. Fair is fair. I let y'all try to get going in the first half. If you didn't, hey, I don't hear nobody say nothing when it's 20 field goal attempts in the second half. And that's how it goes. Because we already know that he can carry that type of weight.
Yep.
And more times than none, it gives these guys the opportunity to go out there and have an opportunity to do something good. We see Dennis Jenkins already a beneficiary of that, knocking out a 3 against the Magic to send it to overtime. You know, you're going to get those types of opportunities as long as I think Cade is kind of doing what he's doing. That's why I think it's more intentional. I used to think it was a cleanup thing, but now I'm realizing I think that they're trying to make sure his usage is lower in the first half so that they can just say 100% in the second half if they wanted to. Like,
take us there. Yep. Because you need that. That's what superstars are for. That's what superstars are for.
That's what I'm saying. All the other big timers and people that try to separate. Well, how can Cade be that? Because how can Cade be a top 3 MVP guy? Because those guys average this. Well, Cade should be averaging that. Well, no, because why can't he be? Those guys do that. Those guys are dependent on. We've seen Giannis and Anthony Davis and all these other big time players and Kyrie's and LeBron's come in and be that guy. The most famous thing about LeBron James versus the Pistons before he broke through was, hey, this is mine. This is my ish. And he took it. He took it from the 06 Pistons. It was just like,
that was unreal.
Like, what is going on right now?
That was still unbelievable.
But I do believe that Cade Cunningham is one of those guys. I 100% do. And that's the thing. I think that we finally have one of those stars. Not that we have to say, well, okay, you know, he's like a star level player. He's one of those guys I actually believe we can compare and hold to the level of a superstar and what those expectations are. And you're exactly right. Those guys get busy in the fourth. Those guys will put in buckets. Those guys make the right decisions. Those guys then, even if they can't even do the defense, they'll still say, I'm defending the number one. There's a lot of times I've seen Giannis go out there and even say, no, this is mine. And he'll still sometimes get sauced. As good of a defender as he is, but it's because he wants it. And that's where I believe Cade Cunningham is. And I think that the Pistons are trying to put him in even greater position to be able to cash in on those moments, man. So in the second halves, we usually see him going ham in those third and those fourth quarters, and hopefully it continues. Like, this is a situation where I do believe Cade Cunningham should be leading poll from beginning of season to end of season as it relates to fourth quarter scoring.
Yep.
Easily, man.
I agree. I think this is really what we're witnessing a superstar be born. And we had all those conversations about the Team World versus Team USA. Well, guess what? We're going to see that this winter in the All-Star game. Like, we're gonna get to see Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren try to take on Team World stacked with Jokic, SGA, Luka, and I think Cade is gonna use that as a mission to show out because he was robbed of his first All-Star game. He really was. It was a terrible, terrible experience. And so for him, man, you'd love to see a better experience. But Cade Cunningham is gonna be absolutely essential for this Piston team to go forward because he is their superstar. He is the one they put all the chips in, and so far the results have been great. This game, second half, I am looking for Cade to obviously be more aggressive. That goes without saying. The offense isn't flowing enough, and I think that will happen. I'm not worried about that. Outside of that, what I am looking for is who can provide those secondary buckets. When Cade draws all of the double teams, when Cade draws all of the attention, is it going to be Duren cleaning up inside with Isaiah Stewart, or is it going to be energy guys like Ron Holland or Asar, or is it going to be a Javonte Green, a Karis LeVert that is hitting from the outside? The Pistons need more production from their other guys. It's just flat out the truth. I mean, nobody on the Pistons team is in double digits right now. You have Tobias and Duren and Ivy leading the team with 8 apiece and Cade with 7, but nobody else outside of that nobody on this team has 10 points yet at half. I expect that to change. I need that to change in order for the Pistons to pull this one out because Milwaukee's playing with house money. Look, they lost their superstar. They lost their superstar. They lost a lot of momentum, and they got nothing to lose. So they're just KPJ and them are using this game as a statement. And if they can knock off one of the hottest teams, that's going to be big for them. So, Jeff, who are you looking to step up in the second half?
Well, I mean, for sure, you got to see Cade step up. You know, that's pretty obvious. You want to see, Cade take over in the second half because you do see this team struggling. And I see this team struggling because I don't see this team, you know, they don't really have that offensive continuity with Duncan Robinson out. It seems like this team is missing Duncan Robinson, and you can see that because it's a lack of three-point shooting, it's a lack of movement, it's a lack of, you know, sometimes spacing, and oftentimes you see with this lineup that the Pistons have without a Duncan Robinson that they have to attack the basket a lot more. They have to be more aggressive at, you know, getting into the paint and scoring in the paint. And right now, the Pistons are getting outscored in the paint right now. So they have to, you know, step that up. And then we talk about a lot about defense. Their defensive,
their calling card.
mindset and their defense leading into their offense. Well, right now, they've forced a total of 11 turnovers. And how many points do we think they have off those?
If it's not at least 15, then it's not part of their identity.
They have 4.
4?
4 points off turnovers so
every
far.
time we do one of these streams, they
That's
get like
just not-
30 points off their
And
turnovers.
it's not good enough, and that's where you see this team kind of struggling
No
right now.
identity tonight.
And that's why you see this game so close because they're not, you know, it's not at that level where you need it to be in terms of, you know, that margin. You want to see if they have 11 turnovers, then they need to have somewhere close to double digits and, you know, their points off turnovers at this point because that's who they are. That's what they do, and especially missing Duncan Robinson, you got to see Cade come out here and go into attack mode.
But that does
truly
matter
take over.
too, you know, to see this team have the recipe now for a few games to be able to overcome not having their sharp shooter. These are character wins because what do we see happen in the postseason? They could not overcome the fact that their sharp shooter wasn't going. So though, yes, you guys are spitting and you want to be able to see somebody else pick up the slack. This has been what we've been saying for a while. Even if Cade don't need a co-star, he still needs people to hit shots. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm hoping that in the second half, especially with, you know, no Duncan Robinson out there, that there are players who not only see the opportunity, but seize the opportunity. These are where I'm looking for guys like, like Asar Thompson, like Ron Holland to go out there and play as special as we know that they can. I know they're both adjusting to roles because you look at last year, I feel like Ron Holland's role was a little bit more concrete and a little bit more consistent, but they also didn't have as much depth. And he was able to go on in there, and his defined role was, I'm changing all the energy. This year we saw the team step up to the fact that when he steps in there, sometimes we can see that Ron Holland is the energy bringer, but for the most part, the whole team has kind of stepped that up this year. I'm looking for Ron to go out there, though, and be that leader in turning defense to offense and find a way to step up in other ways, because it's not like with the Duncan Robinson out there, it's not like we're going to go say, you know what, Asar and Ron Holland and the rest of the team go out there and just start shooting, snipe them threes. That's not what they do. Yeah. But we've seen them have success in other areas. Strap up on the defensive end and try to find ways to get in transition. Try to find ways to do what? If you're getting the 11 turnovers, you would at least think that they're scoring on half of those possessions. That's 11.
You want to get at least 10.
That's 11 extra possessions. You would think, let's at least have 10 points off of that. 4 points off of forcing 11 turnovers. That's not a part of the identity. We've covered this thing over and over and over again, and we know this. When you talk about the points in paint, it's not going to cut it. And this is the double-edged sword. When you don't have your three-point shooter, and even when he's there, it's still tough for you guys to really. He can shoot good, but the whole team ain't really shooting good.
Exactly.
This is why you have to bludgeon everybody at points in the paint.
And that's why your defense has to be at that elite level the whole game. We've seen in the first quarter, they were, especially in that first half of the first quarter, it was locked down. I mean, it was locked down. Milwaukee couldn't get anything going, and they truly struggled. Every single player on the floor struggled for them, especially after Giannis went out. They didn't know where they were going to. It felt like they didn't know where they were going to get their offense, and the Pistons capitalized on it. But now it seems like the defensive, tone has started to slow down a little bit, and that is what has resulted in the Pistons, ultimately letting Milwaukee creep back in after having that 18-point lead.
It's because they're not turning the defense, to offense.
Yeah.
I think when they start to capitalize better on those takeaways And hopefully they find some type of offensive cohesion and rhythm. I mean, it is a team that is winning right now, but obviously we know that a part of what their identity isn't there. So they still have a time with that. And hopefully pushing the issue a little bit more in the second half with Cade Cunningham, which he generally does. Hopefully that helps to spark something.
I think too, you know, this is a weird team because part of their flow comes from those forced turnovers, those points off turnovers that Jeff brought up. And shout out to Jeff for that because you know, it's weird. Usually you talk about like getting into a rhythm in offense, you're talking about running pick and rolls, you're talking about you know, dribble drive, penetration, whatever. This Piston team, I feel like, gets a lot of their flow from their points off of turnovers. It gives them a lot of energy in order to get a rhythm, get a feel for the game. All of that being said, I think it's a great opportunity for the Pistons to really turn that around and try to get some cohesion because right now they're lacking it, and I think they will find some when they are able to start finding points off of turnovers. Oh man, I'm getting nostalgic here. They're playing old highlights of Eldon Campbell, who passed away. Rest in peace. I apologize for not mentioning that at the start. I wanted to, and then when we went live, I completely blanked it out. So my apologies for that. Rest in peace to Eldon Campbell, passed away at the age 57 years old. An integral part of the 2004 Pistons, man. Like, you know, you don't get there without Eldon Campbell. Somebody I never had the pleasure of meeting or interacting with, but you hear a lot of good things, and on the court he gave the Pistons a lot of good things. So, and 57 is always so young. So, you know, prayers to his entire family, man. Hopefully,
and it was epic seeing, like, knowing that they got him because the expectation was that they were going to run into the Lakers. Mm-hmm. That meant that they believed we're getting to the finals. Yeah. That's why he was here. And there were other players who believed we can get to the finals, like when they brought Sheed here. You know, and so it was epic to see him going there and to be able to actually have those productive minutes against Shaq and against the Lakers. You know, it was interesting, too, because they said that they knew we got 6 fouls to give when he's in there. And he gave 6 fouls. And there was no and ones. When Uncle Eldon fouled you, it was a foul. There was no and ones.
It was
yeah. And that was kind of like the grit that he brought to the game, too. You know, the type of guys that win here and the cloth that they got to be cut from. Mm-hmm. That's just what he was, man. So it was sad, man, to see that. Obviously, we remember him as a champion, but a lot of people remember him as just a good human being overall. And that's how I'm hoping that he's remembered even more so than just a champion. So shout out to Uncle Eldon, man. And condolences to everybody who's affected by his loss, his family, his friends, Pistons organization, and the other organizations that he played for.
Tobias, that three rimmed out.
Every part of the rim except for the net.
Yep, every part of the rim, no parts of the net.
And this team has to be better offensively. I mean, if not, they're going to be in trouble because 36% from the floor that's just not good enough.
Hey, look, they shot under 20% from behind the 3-point line. I got to ask this the other day, man.
Right now they're at right now they're ahead of that. They're at 26%. But their field goals. They're at 36% on field goals.
But that's what I'm saying.
So it's a lot of missed layups, a lot of missed, you know.
But they're gonna have to win games like this. They're gonna have to prove that they can win games like this, and that's what I was getting at. The last game, people would say traditionally, "Oh, you can't win games ago." They won it 99-98.
Jeez,
and you have to prove that you can win those games, even if the offense is falling at the bottom. And I think that's why you hear them step to the table, and they state what they state. In that last game, they shot 19% from behind the arc. I got to ask Ron Holland, "Hey, bro, you know, in the press conference, my kids was like, Dad, we heard you." It's like, shout out FanDuel, man. They were like, he answered, how do you guys go out there and still have your head correct? You don't allow the fact that you shot 19% from behind the arc to affect you because we as fans will say, what? You got to have the outside shooting. You know what he told me? Bro, we do not care about our offense or how we're shooting. Like, do we want to make our shots? Yes. But we 100% believe that as long as we go out there and strap up completely on defense and give 100%, we give ourselves a chance to win. And so that's what I'm saying. We want them to definitely get it out the mud offensively. But if they can continue to go out there and try and get stops, We'll see them be able to win some games, like they went out there and won 138, 135. Then the next game, they went out and they won 99-98. I think that's the type of team we're going to see. When the offense is going, they can go out there and score the best of them. But when the offense isn't there, what is the identity of your team? And with the 04 Pistons, we knew even if they're not scoring, bro, there was games where they was winning at like 80, 89 to like 75. Hopefully we're not like in that era no more. But I think this Pistons team, if you want to account for inflation, I think that this Pistons team, they're showing that they have the ability to win those types of games too.
Under 100.
I think last
99-98, they won it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the last game is the inflated example of that.
That's what I mean. And it's like, okay, can y'all do it now? Do we want to see Pistons 0 field goals in the last 321 just to make Jeff that much more mad?
Good. I know we've talked about this before. I know we've talked about this before. The dry spells that the Pistons go through offensively. I see a lot of people in the chat. I've seen people today in the chat talk about it, and how much it's the bane of our existence, as somebody in the chat said. So shout out to them. I wish I could remember. Sorry. But to me, it doesn't really worry me because of how great their defense is. And again, we've kind of gone through this offense and why it has its ebbs and flows. And ultimately, you live with it because the defense is that good and the results are what the results are. But how do you feel about that, about those ebbs and flows of the Pistons? And how can you get them to kind of minimize those?
Oh, I guess he did tap him on the arm. Jalen Duren gets called for the foul, defending out on the perimeter on KPJ. Pistons up 55-51 just with the quick update. But yeah, what is it? 55-51, 10:03 left in the third quarter. But the dry spells, look, basketball is a game of runs. You don't want to see your team go through dry spells. But, when we got the college ball is where I started seeing coaches actually say, but we have to have a contingency for when we do. In high school, it was always, shout out to Summit, Romulus Summit Academy. We did win the public school Academy League championship. Shout out. But it was more or less about how can you be perfect, play to perfection. In college, it was, there are going to be times when you go through lulls, who are you going to be? And so we would slow the ball down. We would take an extra pass. There were things we would do. Mm-hmm. So we would scheme. If we go down here and we miss 3 shots in a row, y'all need to get back to the drawing board, slow it down. And that's what I'm hoping the Pistons can do, because now it's a 20-7 run by the Bucks in the last 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Pistons lead is down to 2, 55-53. And so, this is when it gets concerning. Because the Pistons, they're not even being able to manufacture a bucket. It's as if they can't solve the Bucks' defense. And that's when it becomes a problem. Not that they're just missing shots. They're not getting good looks at the rim.
And, wow, Milwaukee has the lead.
They take the lead. And who did it?
Miles Turner.
Bucks killer, man. Pistons killer. 55-56, it is their first lead tonight. Pistons 0 field goals in the last 4:33. See, if I'm talking about cold streaks, I'm not saying no field goals.
Tobias ends it with a 3.
Yeah, I'm not saying no field goals in 5 minutes. Like, it's so often, maybe you get a couple field goals and the other team went on like a 10-4 run. But when it's a 20-7 run over 6 minutes and 50 seconds, that is unacceptable. Yeah. I see you in there, Jeff. What up, though?
It's unacceptable, but when we cut a shot to Duren going to the bench, I seen somebody over there on that bench that the Pistons might be able to benefit right now from, especially having no Duncan Robinson for the day. Do you think it would be wise to insert Chaz Lanier into this game to provide some of that shooting ability, to provide some of that spacing and some of that movement off ball, especially when Cade is in the game?
I like Chaz. He's a special.
Yeah.
Oh, Cade.
I'm always going to cape for more Chaz minutes. You know this.
What did they do?
They
just turned. They went quickly from the defense to the offense. They pushed it. They didn't wait. And what they do, they get the N1 layup. This is what we want to see.
Old-fashioned
capitalizing off the turnovers. Well, what would you call this? This is a block from Stu, so it's not really a turnover.
But it's a break starter, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a break starter. It'd be like if it was a steal. That's what you want to see.
Yep, absolutely. This Piston team, because of their elite athleticism, they are able to make blocks turn into transition plays. Don't want to see Cade miss any free throws. They're able to make rebounds turn into transition plays.
And how easy of a look was that? That was the best look they've had, other than Tobias hitting those wide open threes effectively, not cashing in on them.
And shout out to Tobias for back-to-back threes. So just like that, the Pistons back up 6. Miles Turner, oh my goodness. Just postered
That's
Stu.
going to happen. Stu is one of your best at
Hey, he ain't bothered by it.
protecting the rim. He ain't bothered.
Look at that. He's not even trying to get his lick back. He's just going there and just doing what he
Stu
does.
battles for the rebound. Just misses it. It is what it is. 64-60, 7:47 left in the third quarter. Miles Turner for a
You
deep
knew he was
three.
going to pull that because he was
checking.
feeling himself after a 3 and then that
My
poster.
man was running back before he even released it, bro. Like, he just knew that was in.
So it's that's why I kind of bring up the Chaz Lanier thing, because get someone out there that is known for shooting, that has an knack for shooting the ball.
Tobias.
There you go. And if
Yep, I'm sorry
don't
to
do the
put back.
floater, Kool-Aid, just drive strong to the rim like that. If
It's
if
like,
you're gonna drive,
you
if
know
you're
what we need
Tobias.
to do for Tobias Harris? You remember when the Water Boy, when he was sitting there behind the line, and the coach was like water sucks, Gatorade. We need to find some way to do
Something
like
takes him
that
off?
to Tobias, but with like Paolo Banchero.
Yeah.
Like Paolo Banchero's face is like, you're old. Because that Tobias went in with two hands and was dunking on people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, but this Tobias is going in and he's like, yay, floaters.
A little soft.
Floaters. Like, we're not blowing bubbles, bro. Like, dunk that. Like, I don't know what happens. And it's like, I don't want to crush him too much because back-to-back threes is brilliant on a night when this team isn't really putting it together. But it's like getting to the rim, make them call the foul for you, bro. You're putting in the work. You old. I know how those knees feel, bro. You want the payoff. Like, go in there, get the payoff. Come away with at least some free throws. And the fact that we've seen him, even in the last game, maybe it's that. In the last game, he drove to the bucket and had a little whoop, dunked on somebody. And maybe he's just still in recovery right now.
Yeah.
So the floaters, he leaving a little
Old
bit.
man didn't ice enough. I know.
He is unk, man. He's
I'm close to that myself. I think Tobias. Yeah, I think Tobias should definitely be abandoning that floater and be looking to either shoot,
Abandon it.
work your game in the post, or on a situation like that where they're rotating heavy, they're rotating strong. You pump fake, you sell them, make them go extra on the closeout, and then just either shoot it or drive. Like, that's it. Like, I think it's that simple. I think, too, like, the thing about the Pistons, like, in their finishing, because their stats aren't necessarily the best when you look at a lot of them, but I do think a lot of that is because of the paint is crowded. That's a very obvious thing.
Yeah.
But also, I think that encourages these guys to just drive and go for it, because if Tobias drives and goes for it, he knows that either one or both of Duran, Asar, Stu, you name it, is there trying to tip that ball in.
Yeah.
Like,
Which
they
you saw
have,
Asar do.
Yeah.
Got to put back layup.
Exactly. So I think if you're Tobias, if you're Cade, if you're Ivy, if you're any of these like perimeter players, I am attacking the basket relentlessly, because I know worst case scenario, I got like a 30% chance that my guy gets the ball and we're back on offense.
Yep.
So I think that's why, again, I would encourage Tobias to not necessarily do floaters and to more so just go ahead and finish strong.
Just finish
Go ahead
strong.
and finish strong.
Hey, here's
and
the
we can
dunk.
live with it.
It's
Oh
interesting
my
that they're
God.
showing that again, actually. I wouldn't even think that they would show it again, but FanDuel Detroit is actually re-showing Stu getting dunked on by
Hey,
Miles Turner.
when it's nasty, it's
Showing it
nasty.
every angle. Jeez.
Just showed, yeah.
It's
Like,
the,
they ain't
it's
giving
the
us
nasty
every angle.
boys.
Can we get the angle from the nosebleeds? Come on, like what are we
Dang,
doing?
they're showing them right now. I feel like Miles Turner was like, that's for Legos everywhere. Goodness.
Oh man.
That was so funny, dog. Like, when it was beefing, and then Stu was just
Play
like,
with Legos.
play with Legos. It's like leave it to Stu to actually be the person to kind of
Crash out like that.
turn a fight into a comedy moment. It's like, oh, goodness gracious, KPJ is on one tonight.
Yeah, he
66,
sees his
62.
opportunity and he goes for it.
I mean, who drafted him?
Cleveland.
No,
Well, we did.
Yeah.
We did, but we traded him to
for a
Cleveland.
second round pick.
Yep.
That's tough. Goodness gracious.
But
I
you know
told
what, the
people
off the
too.
court thing really.
Ivy corner
Yeah, it
three,
was
it's through.
Let's go. So I've seen him hit a couple threes now.
Kool-Aid, since you've been here, Ivy hasn't missed a three.
Am I his good luck charm?
You have to be.
Let me not say that.
You gotta
'cause
show
if he
early.
misses the next two, then they're gonna be like, Kool-Aid, that's on you. If he misses, that's on Jeff, people.
Oh,
Excuse
put that on me.
John Moak says, get Cade star power, please. I think they're betting right now that their star power is internal or they're going to go get it.
I wonder how much of that is what people really feel or if it's starting to intensify because of what the Tigers and the Lions didn't do to capitalize.
I think so. Oh,
I
come
might
on,
say they
Cade.
didn't call it 5. He got to hit that and one.
Yeah, he does got to finish that.
But he getting to the line. Hey, I mean, this is that time in the third quarter. He's going to be pushing it now.
It's the takeover.
It's the Cade time, yeah.
Motorcade.
Yeah. But I wonder, like, when you look at the Lions and the Tigers, they had windows. They didn't do anything. The Red Wings had windows. And Steve Yzerman has continued to say it's just not the right time to do things. But at least the Red Wings window was, can they just make the playoffs? The Tigers and the Lions had opportunities to cash in on teams that look like maybe they can get to that championship level, or at least play for it. And they chose. They said that they were basically good, and they made minor tweaks. Now you're looking at the Pistons, and I wonder how much of fans' angst now to get a star, because it always changes.
Yep.
I wonder how much of that is them looking at the fact that those other teams didn't do what they thought should happen, and look what they've cost themselves.
Yeah. I think that sustained success has become the two most hated words in Detroit sports right now. I really do.
But,
And
you know, and
we
and
talked
part
about
of
that
it
in the
is-
heavyweights today. And I said, look, right or wrong,
Yeah.
you have to give Trajan a chance because the truth is that he hasn't been here long enough to make that move.
Goodness, KPJ is pulling everything, but he misses that one.
So,
Rims out.
I don't think
71-65.
I don't think you can fully judge him on that. Now, if he does that, I really, really hope it works out because otherwise I am going to be mad if this is another situation where you chose sustained success and you didn't quite do it. But I don't think if the Pistons bet on the young guys, I don't think it's a sustained success approach, Kool-Aid, because Tom Gores has shown us again, like we talked about, he's going to go all in.
Thank you.
So-
Dog. Sorry. Offensive foul going back the other way. 71-65 for the Pistons. That's what I'm saying. Bobby Portis. I was like, if they call that on a start time, so I'm going to be so pissed. But Bobby Portis just kind of shoves in a way that just makes me hate him. But I wish he was in a Pistons jersey doing that to other people.
Oh, yeah. That's absolutely. And before I get back to my point here, Timothy Belzy in the chat with a $2 super chat. Can Cade get the double-double to cash my Parleezy? I would love that, too, as somebody that has Cade Cunningham in fantasy. Oh, Ivy missed a 3.
But he got his own rebound. Oh, he got fouled.
He got fouled.
He got fouled, yeah.
All right.
Free
All right,
throws.
Kool-Aid, you're still good. You're still good.
You know what I'm saying?
But no, going back to my point is that Tom Gores is the guy that will make that move. He's shown that he will make that move, and that is something that we haven't seen from the other owners in this sports town.
He's trying to get invited to the parties.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I need to see what goes down. I need to see
Can
what
we
goes
cover
down.
that, please?
But
I'll
no,
write a banging article, bro. We'll have the right content.
We will absolutely cover it to the best.
Didn't
of
they
the
have like
ability.
NBA YoungBoy there?
Oh, dude.
I'm serious. Like, did you guys see the mansion party?
I'll be NBA YoungBoy if I can go. I'll do it. No,
I don't like that guy. Man.
I think that the Pistons are in a position where Tom Gores is just a different owner mentality than the other Detroit sports teams, and so I think that if they don't go for it, that means that Trajan has told Tom Gores, no, what we have in house is enough. Where right now we don't know the story. Like, and that's why I give Brad Holmes and all these other Detroit GMs a little bit of grace, is because we don't know if he's going to management and saying, I want to make this move, and them saying, I don't want that bill, or if he's the one that's not making the move. So we don't know that. With the Pistons, we know if a move isn't made, it's because Trajan doesn't want to make it. Because Gores is gonna
At this
do
juncture,
whatever.
that's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And that's what every sports situation should be. You are hiring somebody to make the sports decisions. So
In
let
the
them make
past,
the sports decisions.
They just didn't like, and that's the nuance that I always tell people about Troy Weaver. Like, I've never seen somebody get more hate for a role that wasn't there. It's like he was hired here. You look at the original Omari St. Kofa article. He was hired in as the assistant general manager and was never given the ability to hire his own coach and never given the title of president of basketball operations because they already had 2 people there. So if we're going to praise Trajan for his work as president of basketball operations, we got to understand how little power Troy actually had in his situation here.
Absolutely.
It makes a difference. But the reason why I bring that up is not to try and prop up Troy in any way, But to show, but to add
What a
even more
pass
what
in the
you're
bread
saying, they
basket.
keep smoking layups, man.
They do.
But just to back up what you're saying, they're now doing things the right way. Whether Troy Weaver was wrong or right, or Arntellen was wrong or right, or whoever, at least they know now the value of one voice, one president of basketball operations, to lead one you in one process. So I see Jeff over there, man. He got to be.
Did
you gotta
not count,
be
but
ahead
Ivy
of
just
us
hit
in
a
the
3.
game.
It didn't count.
You
But.
said what was that?
I said I think Jeff might be ahead of us in the game. He's over there like, man.
No, I'm just. It's just the missed layups for this team. That's
Smoking
just,
him, man. Shout out
That's
John,
it.
man.
It's insane to. We're still harping on this, and it's been 2 weeks, and we're still bringing up the fact that this team is still missing layups.
That's
Has
been
to
my pet
stop.
peeve
It
this year.
has to stop.
That's been my pet peeve. Like, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Like we talk about, if you get the turnovers, go out there and turn them into cash. And I wonder what Stu is so mad at. Stu is pissed. He just got a tech.
John Moak brings up a great question. I like this question because I think it's a very honest question to ask. Just asking, besides Cade, who do y'all trust to go get us a bucket when needed? And my answer is kind of complicated because if you're telling me to give one player, I am saying right now it is Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
But what I trust is that Cade Cunningham being out there on the floor, the system that's in place, the pieces. I'm not picking one guy to get a bucket. I'm picking this Piston team to get a bucket through offensive rebound, pounding the points in the paint. And that's why you see this offense is not the greatest. And that's why, yes, everyone is looking for another star for Detroit. Because
Green,
understandably, you need more shot creation outside of Cade Cunningham. That's flat out, I think, where you're going with it and the truth. But I do think that this Piston team has enough of a system in place and guys understanding their role and thriving in their role that I think that's how you would get a bucket.
Well,
is you're not picking a particular player to go get you an ISO
I got another
bucket.
player, and it is a guy who has 13 points in 14 minutes, 4 of 8 from the floor, 2 of 5 from behind the arc tonight, 3 of 3 free throws. You let this guy get right, and I'm going to continue to preach it, and I'm not going to stop. That is Jaden Ivey, and you got another one of those guys. That's what he showed last year, and I do believe he will be one of those guys too. Now, in terms of who it is right now, Toby, yeah. Is Beef Stew out the game? Or are they just calling a timeout? Because it looks like him and Bobby Porter's got a
Looks like something's going on.
a little tangled up again. An entanglement, as the Smiths would call it.
I don't think it was like that. I think it was a little less
He's still
friendly.
in the game.
I think it was a little less friendly.
A little
than
less
the
friendly.
Smiths.
Their entanglement was less friendly.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
But maybe
Will Smith he almost killed a guy with a slap.
maybe too friendly. I don't know.
Man, dude, Will Smith.
Yo, Stu is still doing this, dog. He is pissed.
Yes, he's
hates to see it.
Porter's
living.
fouled him some type of way, and he said something about it. And
Oh,
Porter walked
right
up
in the
on him
face.
and said, "What you gonna do?" Oh, and he wanted to hit. Stu raised his fist to him, and Portis went and smacked his fist away.
Portis
No, he hit him
stands
in the
on
face.
business.
That's what it is. He hit him in the face. Portis hit Stu in
Look,
the
right
face
there,
on
that
the
smack,
foul.
bow.
That looked like he did it on purpose, dog.
And you know, they
Nah,
were
man,
chirpy
frick
before
that, dog. You saw the little bop on the nose?
Do you think that that's a tech because Stu raised a fist? Do you think that that's because I've never actually seen it. Like I've never seen somebody go like, "Why I oughta?" Like I don't know.
I think there's certain. Wait, let me see right here. Right there.
if
He
it's
just
a-
hits him in the face.
Listen,
Dog.
if
That
it's-
wasn't even
if
a
it-
swipe at the ball.
Exactly. And if it's a tech on Stu,
And he knew it
guess
because
what?
he instantly went over to engage.
Then that needs to be a flagrant 2 on Bobby Portis because that's a hit to the face and it looks intentional. It doesn't look like it was an accident. It looks like it was a hit.
And
to
who's
the
the one
face.
who grabbed Stu? Javante.
He swiped
Who
twice.
we know is listen.
Yeah.
My man looking like, hey, brother.
Yeah,
And
we-
Bobby Portis
we
ain't
need
want to
you.
mess with either. I'm just gonna be for real.
Yep,
Those are
you
two
gotta be
guys
fair.
who,
That's a hell of a
if they
fight.
actually do fight, that's us. The whole game's done. That's
Arena's cleared.
That's
Take my money. Take my money.
That's what I said. Javante was like, "Whoa, we can't have this happen."
That's gonna be a different type of. That's gonna be a different type of malice.
Man, you better pay.
Have you ever
that
seen
fight.
Stu raise his hands at somebody? Like
That
I've
was
seen him
crazy.
from afar. Like he'll do this. Like you want to fight?
We've
us
only
again?
really
Yeah.
seen him,
It was-
really go after one
It was
person.
weird too. It was almost like he was flexing like his wrist because it was just like straight up. Like nobody punches like.
Yeah, I wouldn't. If
Like,
I'm him, I'm gonna say, This was not a
just
punch.
smacked him in the
This was
face,
not a punch.
dog.
I was just saying this is my timing. I was on timing. Okay,
That's
this
what-
is not a punch. I was just showcasing my ice on my wrist.
But you
That's
know
all.
how I know it
That's
made
not
Portis
punch.
mad.
I agree.
No
This is
punch.
why I give this one to Stu. Because it made Portis so mad. Did you see how mad he got?
Yeah.
He grabbed Stu's arm like, no, like get your fist out of my face. And Stu just stood there like, like what? We're arm wrestling now. They brought arm wrestling, bro, to NBA. And I love it. If Stu's gonna be master troll, be master troll.
I mean, he got hit in the face though. He did. He got hit in the face.
And like I said, Bobby Portis is like that. There's not gonna be any part of me that's gonna come up here and act like Stu punked him or Portis punked Stu. Those are two guys that you do not want to see fight.
Those two are definitely.
Or you absolutely want to see them fight, depending on how it goes. Like you absolutely want to, because they're. Dude.
I mean, people are always gonna say, "Man, Portis broke his teammate's jaw." Guys, someone tried to press charges on Stewart.
Yeah.
I don't think so the Phoenix Suns tried to press charges. I think about that. Like, I don't even want to bring it back up, but remember we had to cover this, Platte.
Yeah, that
we were
was-
like, "Oh, Stu, this is bad." Then we realized, oh boy was chirping at Stu, and Stu was like, "Bro, we ain't on the court right now." Blap. And no technicals here. These boys had this, man. Dog, y'all remember that time, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I know.
That's what I'm like. You don't want to see these guys going at it, man. People who be like, "Oh man, Stu, he's just a fake tough guy." Guys, a whole NBA franchise pressed charges on my man. Think about that for bopping one of their players. So it's like, yeah,
And
he's
you see,
about that.
and you remember the Gilbert Arenas story where he, kind of said, he didn't really,
See,
he didn't really know.
Devontae Green
He
still
didn't
in the
really
middle
know,
of it.
and Stu got after him. He was like, "Oh, I don't want no problem with you." Like,
Stu is
it's all
gone?
good. Wow, he's gone.
Did he get a tech
Stu
earlier?
is the one gone. How was
That's-
Porter still in the
that's
game?
insane. That's insane.
I'm not good. Okay, so let's.
Oh, because they gave him a tech.
Let's see if
Second technical. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know he got a first one.
I saw
did,
it earlier.
he did, yeah.
It
Yeah,
just
yeah.
literally just happened. They had
But
tussled the
but
play
in this
before.
but in that sense though, if that's his technical for Stu, then what was it that didn't meet the criteria for an intentional hit?
Because
to the
they
face?
say when a player gets hit in the face that there's a certain amount of emotional response that they allow to have happen. When certain things happen, they say that that's basketball play.
Right.
So it's like he got hit twice. In the second
But at
one,
what
wasn't even
point
a play on the ball? You
Yeah,
just hit him in the
but
face.
yeah, exactly. At what point was it not a play on the ball and more of I'm just gonna smack him in the face, basically?
So that's where I look at it is like why I wouldn't have ejected
Get
Stu.
Portis in a
I get it
Pistons
now
jersey.
because it's a tech rather than like a flagrant or anything.
And then we
But
fight in the locker room.
Shout out Ron Holland getting the
think-
charge.
The thing about that is that with Stu, it's like okay, you slapped me in the face, so like they're looking at it as Bobby Portis was in the right to be able to respond to how Stu responded to him, but Stu was responding to Bobby Portis because Bobby initiated it all. So
Yeah.
to
Smack
me,
him in
I
the
just feel
face.
like a lot more should have been on Bobby.
It should have been a blow to the head and then a double tag, and I get that. It's
Yeah.
not like they threw out Stu because they said, "Oh, he did something flagrant." It was a second technical, which
Yes.
I get. They were going to both receive techs at the least.
Oh,
Which-
Javonte
but I thought
With the three.
Portis.
Woo!
81-71, 128 left in the third quarter. Oh, was that
just-
Rollins? Get him in a Pistons jersey. Get him home.
I
Bring
feel-
him home, bro.
Yeah.
Goodness. I'm sorry. Like, where did he come from? Like, this year, he's just like, yo, I'm a star.
Oh my
man.
God, what a jam from B-Ball Paul.
I've
Stu
been
goes
meaning
down,
to say
B-Ball
this.
Paul goes in.
B-Ball Paul got the
it's
lick back
awesome
for
to
Stu.
know that they got a guy that could just come in and just, hey, you know what? I might
awesome.
not defend the rim like Stu, but I can bring some stuff.
I can bring that energy just
I
like
can bring
you
some
can.
stuff.
Well, you know what we talk about a lot is finishing at the rim, and B-Ball Paul is the Pistons' best finisher at the rim. Like, he has been awesome at that. And so, while he's maybe not getting as many blocks and altering as many shots as Stu and Duran, he is finishing the plays that he gets down low, and that's very, very valuable to this Pistons team, who obviously needs a lot of offense. Oh, Javonte Green almost had the play, and it results in a wide-open Bobby Portis. The corner for three. It's through.
83-78. 22 seconds left in the third quarter. About 2 second differential between The clock and the shot clock.
We are getting a Cade Cunningham fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Like
He got a lot of rest this quarter.
This game has been too close for Cade to not get in.
Dennis Jenkins, boom.
Bucket.
That looked like it was comfortable. That was in his bag.
No,
It was decisive and to the point.
his confidence, man, to do what he's been doing for this Pistons team is not easy. It's really not, Kool-Aid, to be able to come in and be a guy that's fighting for your NBA life. And so if you go 0 for 3 in your first opportunity on the court, like Dennis Jenkins might not ever see a court again. And then that's just it's over. So it's great to see Dennis Jenkins have the confidence he has, because being in that situation, like you're starting from the bottom. You have to build trust. And now you've seen it. You've seen that he's built trust, and that's through his confidence. You're seeing shots like that.
Yep.
Not taking what's given to him. He's playing his own game, and that's why he is going to be a consistent player for the Pistons this season.
mean, look, man, the first summer league, that I really got in depth with in terms of like getting down onto the court, talking to the different coaches and players, it was Dennis Jenkins' rookie season. It was that first year for him. I got to go down and talk to Jamel McMillan, who, if you know him, he is the head coach of the Motor City Cruise, but he's also one of the trainers and just assistant coaches for the Pistons too. Mm-hmm. He has to be, because he coaches two-way players, which Dennis Jenkins is. And he talked about Dennis Jenkins. He talked about Bobby Clinton. And he talked about the fact that these dudes were hoopers. He said they were ballers. He said, Dennis? No. It's like almost as if this was going to be easy. As it relates to what he told me on Bobby, I got the sense, not that he was a project, but he was somebody that they thought, he's going to be something, but when that time comes. But when you saw Dennis go out there and play, the first thing I said was he's an NBA player, period. I was like, he's an NBA player. Now you see Dennis Jenkins going out there and capitalizing on the belief that the organization had. I think that they trusted him from the beginning, but you had to earn more responsibility, which is a little bit different. I'm glad that this organization trusts the players that they bring in, but just saying go out there and earn it. And that might be the Chaz Lanier thing right now. Earn your responsibility. Because J.B. Bickerstaff has to look these guys in the face. And Dennis is somebody who I saw go out there and earn it in practices. I covered the Motor City Cruise games. I saw him earn it there. I covered Summer League. I saw him earn it there. And then early in the season, what did we tell people when he was getting 4 to 8 minutes, 11 minutes here and there, and the stats wasn't popping off the page? Go back and rewind the tapes. We sat here and said, NBA player right there. In his time, the offense moved. I don't care if he scored. The offense was moving. He was going out there and getting like 2 and 3 and 4 assists in that little bit of time, and we were able to look at the intrinsic stuff. He wasn't getting blown off the court defensively, and he was putting pressure on the team, on the opposing team, on the offensive side. That's all you want from a rotation guard. And then he showed actually have a special knack to get to my spots on the court and make my shots. So when you get those opportunities and you actually do pull your Carlton moment, you got to make that shot. And he's making them shots. That's the thing that I think is separating. All the other good things just makes him a good rotation player. But the fact that he's gone out there and proved when you increase my usage, I can go out there and do damage too. The reason why that matters is because we're talking about what are the players that can operate off of Cade Cunningham. And what do we see? Them pairing Dennis Jenkins up a lot with Cade Cunningham minutes. That's what I love. So shout out to Dennis Jenkins for going out there and earning it. Ron Holland, too, another guy who just continues to go out there. And you guys know what I say all the time. When you get the ball on that corner, go. I don't care. One dribble, go. Jeff, you've heard me say this all season. I go back to when they had Jaden Ivey. And Jaden Ivey used to do this, but he didn't have the control that he now has or that he started to show and that Ron Holland came into the league with. Ron Holland he just needed to get stronger. But Ron Holland came into the league with the ability to do that 1 or 2 dribbles right to the rim. They swing it to him, and people say, he can't hit the three. No. What do we say? Either Ron or Asar going to have to step up with Duncan out, and it's going to have to be the pressure they put on the rim. Steal from behind the arc. Caught it from the three-point line, 1 dribble, and that's a bucket. Shout out Ron Holland, man. Pistons are up 88-83 with 11-13 to go. I'm going to continue to tell you guys this. These are some scrappy teams. These are teams with pedigree. Bobby Portis, Miles Turner, Ryan Rollins. These guys are not slouches, and there's guys that I haven't even mentioned. So the Pistons are in for a battle. If they have to stay locked in. They got to, especially defensively, man.
Especially now with Stu out.
Without Cade.
Yes. Let him get his rest.
Yeah, it's both those things because you want Cade to get his rest, but now you just lost your best interior defender. So it plays a huge role. And now Ron Holland, that's now it's his time for him to step up, especially defensively. But you see him make you see him making good plays on offense, and he has showcased and flashed, some of that shooting ability. It's going to continue to get better, I believe, as he continues to work with Fred Vincent, because that's something that for him it was never a question of that he can't shoot at all or he had horrible form. It was everything looked clean. He has to gain confidence and just a couple, minor tweaks to that jump shot that makes it fall. And over time, he'll get better at that. And he's taken those steps this year. So,
no, he has a good looking form and a good looking shot. In practice, you see him getting better and better. So it's just a notion of, in my opinion, live game reps.
Yeah.
And opportunities.
Yeah. It's confidence. Ooh. The more confident you are that you're going to make that shot, you're going to make it.
First time I saw him this game.
Yeah. There was a time you could say he was no slouch, but
his fall.
I just
what a fall off.
Shout out to Rod Beard.
Shout out to Rod.
I'm looking at Rod Beard now, formerly of the Detroit News, and helped me actually start Woodward Pistons. We did that for about 4.5 years, and he's still a special guest contributor to it. But he just posted Pistons Isaiah Stewart and Bucks Bobby Portis. They needed to be separated. Now that could be interesting.
Absolutely. Like I said,
he's all the way down in Atlanta.
You got.
It's must-see television.
Absolutely.
B-Ball Paul with the rebound, limits the second
Stranger
chance
Things.
opportunity. 88-85. You want to see this team, like you said, in these 9K minutes prove that they're not going to get blown off the court.
B-Ball Paul. Okay.
Did he just Dirk Nowitzki that?
Yeah, what was the question? Who is it? Oh, John Moak. Shout out to John Moak when he said, who do you want or who do you trust us out of Cade to get a bucket? Give me B-Ball Paul.
Step
Let's
back,
go.
one leg
B-Ball
from the free
Paul.
throw line. Let's go, B-Ball
We're
Paul.
here.
90-85, 9:47 left in the fourth quarter.
We're good.
Look at
But
Ron
that's what I'm
Holland
saying.
just diving on the floor, getting scrappy. Let's go,
But
Ron.
you see who's out there, right? So when teams say things like, oh, man, what do you think about this team going through these spells? Sometimes they're going to go through that. Sometimes they're going to have success when Cade's not in the game like that. Sometimes they're going to have a couple little lulls when Cade's in there in those first halves because I think he's looking to probe and get those guys going.
Yes.
But you see here now, they got some good minutes. They're finishing well. They're getting easier
Ivy,
buckets.
strong closeout. He may have got a piece of that because it was an air ball.
Dennis reward him. Ooh, he should have hit Ivy.
Would
in
have
the
loved
corner.
to have seen him
He
hit
should have
Ivy there.
He should have rewarded him. Ivy had sprinted all the way up ahead,
Yeah.
and Ivy's having a good game offensively.
Yeah, Ivy is having a great game.
He's looking honestly a little bit more like he did last year.
Yeah,
Steady
he's-
from behind the arc, not forcing the issue offensively, and just letting things come to him.
B-ball Paul.
B-ball Paul.
So, Cade, I
Goodness.
got it. I got this fourth quarter. You can chill, big dog.
93-85, 9:18 left in the fourth quarter.
Oh, my God, B-ball Paul.
This is the
Cleans
B-ball
off the
Paul
glass.
game.
Right. Oh, if he kept that. If he kept that, Kool-Aid, man.
Dog.
Oh.
Dog, Jeff.
Come
Platty.
on. You know
Ron was trying to
We
cause
was about-
damage, bro.
We was about to
Goodness.
see. We was about to see something
Oh, he
crazy,
didn't drop that, dog.
and it was a nice move.
Goodness. I was ready for him to just spin and rise and dunk, bro. We was going to be like, yo, ESPN top 10 tomorrow.
Yeah,
Goodness.
that was crazy.
Porter hits that.
All right,
three.
93-88, 8:44 left in the fourth quarter, man.
Ivy, not right feet-wise. Got to reset.
Free throw line, I don't know if I would have taken that one, but it's okay. It's okay.
You could tell by the arc in it that wasn't his normal shot.
Yeah, that one didn't. Don't give him that.
Oh.
No. Bobby Portis, man, the
8:30.
wily old vet.
8:30, the Bucks have a chance to make it a one-possession game. However, Cade Cunningham,
Lurking.
fourth quarter closer, comes in. I believe he's going to come in for Javonte Green. I think they're going to go Dennis, Ivy, Cade.
8-minute mark. Yep.
I think they are. And then just let Ron and B-Ball Paul. Well, actually, I don't know. Who are they going to take Cade in? Who's Cade coming in for?
It looks like a
Dennis.
Dennis.
Okay.
Dennis. And then
That's
Tobias
interesting.
will probably come in shortly as well.
So does that mean
Yep.
they're giving Dennis the closing minutes?
Perhaps. It's 8:30. Yeah, there's lots of time
Ivy's
left.
been in for some time.
I think so. I think so. But
B-ball Paul gets the
Kool-Aid,
rebound off the missed free throw.
is this a game, though, where I know they've been pretty hard at keeping Ivy at 15 minutes?
Bad turnover.
Is this a game
He
where
wasn't
you
looking.
give him a little bit more?
93, 91, 8-16 left in the fourth.
You give him a little bit more leash.
You saying Jaden Ivey?
Yeah.
Right now, I don't know. The game is too close.
And JB is hot over that
Just
turnover.
as I say that,
He
flips the ball.
Yeah, no, the game is too close right now. And they're double teaming Cade at the top of the key. They're literally running a 3-2 zone against Cade Cunningham.
And B-ball Paul says, I will destroy that zone.
But that's what I say. If they're going to double team, then you're going to have some guys that can make some easy shots.
Yep.
Because that's what you're going to get when Cade is double teamed. And you guys see them running a freaking 3-2. Whichever side Cade takes a pick and roll off of, they're just double teaming him with the other wing defender. That's an interesting defense. Usually you're using a 3-2 because the other team is crushing you from 3-point. They're using a 3-2 to try and stop. Look at that. Double team again. They don't even care about Ron Holland. That's crazy.
Yep.
They don't even – look at it. It's 3 players. 2 on him and a third hedge. And that's where you want to see them be able to slow down a little bit more, get the right shot. You're winning right now, and each possession matters that much more.
Oh, my goodness. What a 3 from
5-point
A.J.
swing.
Green. What a 3 from A.J. Green. It is a 1-point game. It is anybody's game.
I can
Ivy
shoot, man.
Dribbling, loses
Another
the ball.
careless turnover. And they just gave up the lead. No,
Oh,
the
B-ball
Bucks smoked
Paul.
it. AJ Green, 3. 95-97, 6:55 left in the fourth quarter. 12-2 run in the last 2 minutes.
And
bro.
there goes
just like
Asar. There goes Asar and Tobias coming into the game. So they're probably going to take out Ron Holland and most likely Javonte Green.
Would you roll with Ron down the stretch here? Because they might be bringing him out for a breather. Honestly, it's 7 minutes left, 6:55 to be exact. This is still time where you may give Asar a couple minutes, evaluate, and then throw Ron back in.
Ron, I like Ron. I do. 5 points, 2 of 10, and 0 of 3 from behind the arc tonight, though.
Yeah.
Offensively, not a good performance, but defensively he has brought that energy. He is, diving after the loose balls and doing the things necessary for this team to be able to win a close game. So it's tough because you do want to see Asar out there. You do want to see Asar being aggressive. On both ends of the floor, but he
Asar's
has to
had
do
a good game, though. 10 points, 3 of 6 from the floor, 4 of 6 from free throw, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and he's a team-leading plus 20 on the night. That's Asar Thompson. He's been balling, so it's like if I had
missed a few of those layups.
Yeah, I think you're rolling with him then.
But he's 3 of 6. Ron is 2 of 10. Yeah. If I'm going to talk about a layup or two from Ron, from Asar, I got to call out what Ron's doing. It's like Absolutely. Right now, they've played similar minutes, and I do believe that off of the pick and roll is where I do believe Asar can excel. You're talking about the weak side cutter. We saw him benefit from that already. I think it was a pick and roll. Cade dumped it into the middle. Somebody dumped it off to Asar, who hit the short floater in the middle of the paint. Those types of things, I think, in closing minutes or in times when you need buckets, I'm a little bit more sure of that than if they swing it to Ron and he tries to get downhill action. So I do believe within the flow of the offense, Asar presents a little bit more of a target for Cade Cunningham than maybe a Ron Holland would provide. You're talking about lobs, you're talking about cutting, back doors, the ability to actually handle the rock completely as a secondary ball handler, and handle the usage.
Yeah,
those are some of the things. If they roll with an Asar, that I would think that they would be prioritizing. But yeah, obviously, I feel your pain, Jeff. We've been tracking it too. Smoking them layups, ain't it?
Yeah, this is
That's
a game.
Why you have Mad Pack. Why smoke the layups when you got Mad Pack?
Gold Crown.
When you got Mad Pack, when you got Loom, when you got Gold Crown, you got jars.
Gold
you got
Crown,
a lot of
yeah.
options. You got a lot of options to smoke. Smoke anything but a layup, please, children. But I will say
No. Wait. Don't smoke anything.
Did you see it? Oh, I'm sorry, dog.
Drugs aren't cool.
They
Don't
just
do
showed
drugs.
the Bobby Porter Stu incident,
Yeah.
and now I realize why he grabbed his arm. Did y'all see it?
No.
When Stu put his arm up, Porter was like these. The only thing you can do is grab his arm because you think
instincts,
he's
yeah.
about to hit you.
Okay, that's funny.
My man moved back. I was like, hold on, bro. Like, please don't smack me, Stu. I like it. It was funny to me. Another turnover this time. Cade Cunningham just loses it.
All right. So this
Careless
Pistons
turnovers
team,
is what's spurring this run for the Bucks right now. It's the Pistons. That's just too much. That's too much. Ryan Rollins gets the steal on Cade. He's fired up, obviously. 95-97, 6:39 left in the fourth quarter. And Platte, I think this comes down to very, very simple. Take care of the ball, and you got to get easy shots, easy looks. Don't let the Bucks dictate your tempo. Don't let them speed you up. You guys are prepared for this. You already know what's going to happen to Cade Cunningham. So do not look like you don't know.
Yes.
Whoever's your secondary ball handler is going to have to step up. And you got Bobby Portis extending the Bucks lead here, 99-95 with 6:13 left in the fourth quarter. Asar Thompson, all right, Cade got the double team. They give it up. Tobias, top of the key, hits the three. 99-98.
And how about Ivy, man? Still in.
Minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Still in.
I wonder if they're going to go to a Dennis Jenkins. They got, who is it? Is that
They
Karis
definitely will.
LeVert? That's not Karis LeVert at the table, is it?
I didn't see.
I think it's Karis LeVert.
Yeah, it looks like it.
He's probably coming in for Jaden
You're
Ivey.
just trying to upset me.
I really believe it. I think he's coming in for Jaden Ivey. I really do. Look over there. You're going to see that headband over there.
Damn it.
Yep.
You are right. I am not happy about that.
I don't know, man. They're bringing him in for Ivy.
That.
Tobias.
Man, fuck
It's
that
101-98.
Ivy. Show 'em.
5:25 left in the fourth quarter. The Bucks defense is all over the place right now. Ivy, let's go.
Wave him
don't-
off. Call him back.
I said I don't feel comfortable. Don't take Ivy out this game. Not yet.
Ivy, 15.6
Go
rebounds,
ahead.
5 of 10.
Hey, Karras, come on.
Yeah.
Come
Just
sit
wave
down,
him
man.
off. Like,
Come sit
Ivy
down.
act like he don't even see him. When he comes on the court and taps him on the butt, just be like,
Be like,
no, it ain't
No.
me, bro.
no, I'm good. We good here.
No. Ivy, don't take him out.
They are going to take him
Don't
out.
take him
It's for
out.
sure him. They're not taking out Cade.
Look at this, dog. They got to leave him in the game.
Yep.
They
I
got to
agree.
leave him in the game. They cannot do this.
I think they did.
Did they leave him in?
Well, I didn't see LeVert at the booth, but they did already
I think
call
they
a
were
timeout.
going back to the timeout.
Yeah. So
Yeah, LeVert was in actually.
Come on.
He was on the court. He was just walking off.
Yeah.
was he?
Yep.
Oh,
19 minutes for Jaden Ivey tonight is the most off the bench. Obviously, he had been supposedly on minute restrictions. They know what Jaden Ivey made a pretty good defensive play. It looks like the Bucks are going to challenge it, though. But 19 minutes off the bench for him, 15 points, 5 of 10 from the field, 2 of 5 3-point line, 6 rebounds as well for Jaden Ivey. And he got a block tonight, too. So he's been out there hooping. His plus-minus on the night it sits right at a 0. It's not the end-all, be-all, but him to set at a 0 where you see the swings. Some players off the bench, negative 21 for Karis LeVert.
and that's who's coming
That's
in.
Chris-
Minus 17
that's
for
Chris's
Holland,
favorite.
minus 10 for Paul Reed even.
That's Chris's
But
favorite
we've seen
Piston.
these guys give some good efforts, though.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. Like it's cool to see that Jaden Ivey has contributed to moments that actually had some above the negative. So
See, I just would rather, at this point, I would rather have somebody like Javonte Green in than Karis LeVert, only because I'm not trying to pick on Karis LeVert, but bench players are what? They're bench players for a reason, and the reason is they lack consistency. And right now, what you've seen tonight is Karis LeVert is 0 for 6. This is not his night. I'm not trying
behind
to.
the arc.
I'm not trying to slander him like I normally do. I feel like it's just
Oh,
fair.
really?
I feel like
I'm
it's just
just like,
fair.
yeah,
If they're
I'm
0
just
for
like-
6,
Sounds
you want to
like
make
that's
a
what you're
case
trying to
for
do.
someone 0 for 6?
No,
I would
I'm
love to
playing
hear
with
the
you, bro.
0 for 6 case.
There's not enough Kool-Aid in the world.
Yeah.
It's not.
He could be 4 for 10. He could be 4 for 10. He could turn it around. No, I just
What if
I-
he was 0 for 7? Then how would you feel?
even more. Get him out of here.
But
Get
make
him
him
out of
crash
here.
out.
I just would have rather went with a more polished offensive option. Tonight, like Dennis,
Javonte, 3 of
but
6.
Dennis isn't much better. He's too frayed. Like,
But I mean, you said
but I think he
Javonte.
has played.
You say
I
that's
like
what I'm
Javonte
gonna
as well.
back you
Yep.
up with them because you're right. Javonte, 9 points, 3 of 6 from the floor, 2 of 4 3-pointers, 1 of 1 free throws, and you're talking about a rebound and a couple of assists, a couple steals, showing his activity.
Yep.
Like and we've seen him make a difference at really stopping a couple of those runs that the Milwaukee Bucks had gone on. Javonte Green and Tobias Harris have been a couple of those run stoppers on the night. And that's where I would have appreciated it better. But for whatever reason, JB Bickers have spoken very, very highly about who Caris LeVert is and what he means to this team. So it's going to be interesting to see.
I saw Monty Williams love Killian Hayes.
I think it was off of Ivy.
I don't care who the coach likes. I care who is going to win us the game. No offense to the Coach of the Year, JB Bickerstaff. Love you, buddy. Thank you for everything. Dennis Jenkins, though, 2 for 8, not much better. You know, there's an argument that I guess it is Caris LeVert, but I don't think it's going to be LeVert for long. I don't think he's closing this game.
Bucks 16-7 run in the last 4-11.
And Tobias,
smokes another layup. This is incredible. Man, alley-oop on the fast break to Kyle Kuzma. They are now up 103-100 with 4:32 left in the fourth quarter. This has to be the Cade Cunningham time now. Last 5 minutes of the game is clutch scoring, but you see them. They're bringing the high double teams. Cade is trying to effectively probe to see how to best beat it, and they dump it down to Asar. Over to Caris LeVert. He takes a contested 3, and he hits it just to spite Chris.
Spite me all day. Spite me all day. Let's win the fucking game, please.
Let's go. Let's go. Chris wants this, dog. 103 all 4 minutes left in the game.
Absolutely. I want every win.
I liked how they probed. They were patient, and they got a good look at the rim. They didn't over-panic or overreact to the double team that came to Cade. And these are the times where they can get down quicker before the Bucks set their defense. That's what I want to see them do a little bit more. Get that pace going so that you're not sitting here playing.
What the hell is up with the 4?
Yeah, so
sorry, Kool-Aid, but everybody's slipping. Giannis slipped. Asar slipped multiple times. Ivy slipped. Cade slipped.
Well, yeah, and you're not seeing Cade do heavy crossovers either, do you?
Asar corner 3. Don't love that.
Do you see Cade leaning heavy on his crosses? No. Do you see him even doing the reverse spin? Nope. That's a sign they're trying to overcompensate.
Yep, they're not trusting the 4.
But you want to see this team take their time and get the good looks because they are the better team. They are supposed to be the team that is supposed to be in a position to actually advance this year in the playoffs, and it's going to take those moments.
Oh, my God.
A couple bad looks at the rim.
This is all you.
Let's go. Cade Cunningham stayed with it. He got blocked on the first attempt.
He did not get a foul call there.
They should have got a foul call on both of them, but he got blocked on the first one, hit it. 10-4 run for the Pistons in the last 3 minutes.
Did he get fouled on the first?
Yeah, by Green, but they're not going to call it. They're just not going to call that. Yeah. That right there is a foul on Green. Kuzma got a clean block, but Cade stayed with it and put home the layup. That puts the Pistons on the run. So we talk about these streaks. This is what basketball is, games of runs. So now the Pistons 10-4 run in the last 3 minutes of the game. And it has them in a position where they're up 105-103, 2:53 left, and we wanted to see it be Cade Cunningham. In this game, he had 17 points, 5 of 14 from the floor, 1 of 6 from behind the arc. He has hit all 6 of his free throws, 7 rebounds, 7 assists for Cade. Most importantly tonight, just 1 turnover for him. I know in the last game, the 6 turnovers was tough for a lot of people. For me, I didn't weight it as heavily as some just because you look at the overall impact he had and how much he had the ball in that game. But in a night like tonight where these possessions are even that much more, I believe, valued and critical, you don't want to see Cade go out there and have 6 turnovers because one of those turnovers, especially for a player like him, could have also been a bucket because he's our best player or an assist. See, another player might have a turnover, and it might be a player who you don't really expect to go out there and get you a bucket or an assist, so you're not compounding things.
Yes.
But when it's Cade Cunningham minutes, especially in the clutch, we're expecting him to be the difference maker. We're expecting him to actually hit the shot or to make the actual assist. Yes. And so it becomes something where you don't want to double compound it. Keep those turnovers low, especially in the crunch time moments. That's where I'm looking at. Like you asked me the other day about the turnovers where I sit. If he was in the fourth quarter, I would be more upset at Cade getting three fourth quarter turnovers than I would him getting 6 turnovers for the first 3 quarters.
Yes.
So, hey, the Bucks have missed 3 straight shots, and the Pistons have limited them to just 1 attempt. This is part of the identity and got to be part of the recipe. You can't give the other team extra opportunities.
And now you play slow ball with Cade.
Look at him. That's why Caris is out there. Oh, he got the reverse spin. It opens up a look for Caris. It's okay.
I would have really liked him to hit that.
I think that should be Pistons ball.
Yep, that is
Pistons
ball.
Let's go.
All right.
That is. Let's rock.
14 seconds on the shot clock, 2:20 on the game.
I was about to say, that went off like Portis. Like, he
Pistons.
yeah.
Up 2.
105, 103, 220 left.
This is where you start
This
to
is why
feel good.
Karis LeVert's in the game.
Yep.
This is why he's in the game. They're going to try and use his dribble ability.
Yep.
See? There we go. That's why he's in the game. That's why he's in the game.
Bias. Corner 3.
And
Great
he hits
look.
it. That's okay.
Great
That's,
look.
JB Bickerstaff, he got Karis LeVert in here for a reason. That's why I said it. He got some traits. The ball handling and his ability to try and create off of that is something that they're going to do. But you see, I was on the edge of my
AJ
seat the
Green.
entire
Damn
time that he
you.
was handling that. Bring
Yeah,
AJ
I
Green
agree.
here. I said take the flyer, right, Jeff? Are we all taking
No,
that flyer?
absolutely.
I
both,
would immediately. What?
both AJ Green and Karis LeVert showing out for their next teams here. You got to love it.
Oh, Karis LeVert.
What's wrong with
he
you,
gives
Chris?
and he takes.
That's
What
what I'm
is wrong
saying,
with
man.
Goodness,
It's
what a
ups and
bad
downs.
turnover. 108, 106, 137 left in the fourth. How do you
call
have
that.
that turnover?
They
They didn't call
that.
N1, did they?
No, they called the one on the floor.
Turnovers in the fourth quarter, 7 by the Pistons, 0 by the Bucks. Fourth quarter. That is horrible.
The turnovers is what's hurt this team, especially recently.
Bro, they
they've
gave
been
7 extra
committing a
possessions
lot
away.
more turnovers. And now you see, you're not getting that defense
unacceptable.
to offense like you usually do.
Damn, Durr.
And now you're turning the ball over. It's, a recipe for disaster for the Pistons.
How many? Let's get
Oh,
our
they
update.
did call the and one Kool-Aid.
They did? 108, 134 left in
The
the
other
fourth
one
quarter.
was a foul, not the layup.
Look, they telling the Pistons, y'all can go out there. Y'all gave them 7 turnovers.
Yeah.
That's the reality. So I can't even sit here and even cry about
Duran
no
with his
calls.
5th foul too, by the way. So 8 points, 5 fouls for Duran.
Uh-oh.
What they call?
What was that?
That's way too
They're saying
late.
that Cade
They're
just
over
lost
in the
it?
back.
That's way too
No,
late.
that ain't right. How?
This is a horrible collapse, and this team is not.
Oh,
it is off Cade.
It is.
They should have called foul, though. That's my whole thing.
Yeah.
But they should have called it immediately.
Yeah, they should have called foul. Like Ryan Rollins fouled.
Yeah,
Cade.
why did they wait for
Cade
Cade to
didn't
get
just
the ball?
throw it.
to
He
call it.
bopped his whole arm, but because it was off
I don't like
Cade,
that.
They're saying he just threw it backcourt, and they're not going to give him the foul. They're giving the ball to the Milwaukee Bucks, up 109, 108, 120 left in the fourth quarter without Giannis, who went out early in this game due to a calf strain. This
Now
is
the Bucks
tough,
are in
man.
prime position to steal one here.
And it's all because of their lack of execution down the stretch here.
Yes.
This is what they have to figure out. Because it's ironic that they've actually hit a couple shots, but they've also gone and given this other team 7 or 8 extra possessions, man. They didn't call
1.1
foul on that, did
left.
they?
No,
they didn't.
nope, just out of bounds.
It's amazing what they do when they actually tighten up on the defensive end. But let's see what they do here. 1.1
And that was
seconds
Cade.
left. This is I'm so disappointed in how they've played down the stretch here, man.
Good
Yep.
block by Karras.
Great.
I'm still disappointed. Good block. 56 seconds
Great
left.
play.
I gotta
You're like 2 seconds ahead.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
109, 108.
I was like, wait, what?
Overall, Karis LeVert has been a plus, but that one turnover was costly. It gave up the lead.
Yep.
And so even though you protected your ability to try and get the lead back, giving up that lead feels like a mountain
he
because
made
this
3
team
points
just
and
can't
he gave
score.
up 3 points.
Let's see what Cade's going to do
Well, I
here.
guess
I would
he's
love to see
responsible
back
for
to the
6.
basket, Cade, right
Yep.
now. He gets Karis LeVert open for the 3, and he misses. I would rather see
they
back
called
to the
foul.
basket, Karis LeVert.
I would too.
Foul on the floor, so that means it's going to stay with the Pistons. I think that means Jalen Duran probably got fouled. Going
Was
for
it-
the rebound. is
was
what
it
I'm
on the
assuming.
floor? Or was that on the
hoping,
putback
I'm
attempt?
hoping. Come on, Jalen Duran.
That was on the SAR. They fouled the
Oh,
SAR
that's
right
a SAR.
And looks like he was.
AJ Green
No,
pushed
they're
the
going
SAR
to
out
give it to
the
him
air.
on the floor.
So that it should be on the floor.
I
That should
thought
have
it
been
looked like he
free
was
throws.
like going for a putback.
That should have been free throws.
Dennis Jenkins comes.
I knew
into
that.
the game.
Oh, boy.
For a SAR.
For the offensive possession.
Yeah.
Because Dennis will shoot that. And he has no qualms. Watch him get the ball. Yep.
You need as much shot
And
creation
he's going to shoot this.
outside of Cade as possible.
Oh, my gosh. Stop being careless with the ball. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Karis LeVert shoots it. He
Come
misses
on, man.
it.
These are open.
23 seconds left in the game. 109, 108. The
These
Pistons,
are open, man.
They're going to have to foul. There's not a large margin. They're going to have to foul. You got to foul, Dennis. Foul! What are they doing? Cade is pissed. Cade is pissed. Cade is pissed. 13 and a half seconds, 109, 108. Why didn't they foul sooner, y'all?
And do you look at how they are guarding Cade, knowing they are
pissed,
doing
dog.
whatever they
I
can
don't
to
see him
get the
yap
ball
like
out of
this.
his
I
hands.
haven't seen this before, dog. This has to be they haven't played good down the stretch. I know he's pissed
And
off.
that's part of it.
I know he's pissed off, but they haven't played good down the stretch. That's got to be
haven't.
frustrating.
Rollins barely makes the first. Would have loved for him to miss there. So
Is he saying that they? Oh, he said he. What is he?
He's calling for a foul down there.
He said we already fouled him, basically. Like, yeah, that they wasted our time, basically. I mean, it did take an extra, 4 seconds off the clock. Dog. This will be a bad loss. This will be a bad one, man. This is one where they lost because they didn't look like their identity. And those are the bad losses. You can lose good games, but when you're turning the ball over 7, 8, 9 times in the fourth quarter, and you didn't force one Bucks turnover in the fourth quarter, 8-0 run by the Bucks in the last
How many
141, and that
times
gets
have
them
we
a
seen the graphic?
3-point. That's the whole thing, 3 points. And I don't mind the swings. It's when it's happening. What did we say? This had to be the Cade time. This had to be the Pistons' time. This is their closing time.
Yes.
The last 4 games is decided by 1 point. At one possession, and the Pistons have been the ones largely to be on the winning side of that. But this game, they reverted back to some of what we saw them basically get them caught up last year in the playoffs, get them caught up before they really got hot. It's their end-of-game execution. That's what this boiled down to. They weathered the 9 Cade minutes, right?
Yeah.
And they got the lead by 5 or 7 points back into the Cade lineup hands. And I told y'all, look, I know the Karras has done some things. I just didn't think. And you see Cade right now, clutch situations this season. He is second most in the NBA in clutch points at 67. So, this is a situation where I would have.
Maybe Jokic?
Either Jokic or Brunson, probably. Brunson led it last year. So, I can see
Player of the week.
Jokic, Brunson, or even Shea.
And
Not player of the month, player of the week.
and one of the
Gosh.
you miss Duncan Robinson. And it's very clear in this game that you miss Duncan Robinson because the way they're guarding Cade, they're throwing 2 to 3 bodies at him every single time, and they don't respect anyone else on the floor to score.
Well, they do that with Duncan too. And you do.
But at least
some,
it's a threat. It's a bigger threat than it is Karis LeVert.
But they gave up 8
I
turnovers.
love you,
this
chat, but
quarter.
I'm not looking at the chat because I believe you guys are ahead of us. So.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they gave up 8 turnovers. Like, Duncan can help to minimize the turnovers.
Smash the like button, though, chat.
But this team wins easily if they just don't have, 5 of these 8 turnovers in the fourth quarter. They win easily. 12 seconds. Cade dancing at the top. Shoots the 3 to try and tie it.
Oh, my God.
Air ball.
And that's bad. That's a bad look.
7.9 seconds to go.
I'm okay. Listen, I'm okay with my best
I'm
player
okay with
shooting
him
the
taking
shot.
that shot.
Yeah. Oh.
They get the foul instantly, so it only takes off about 0.3 seconds from the clock. But it goes to A.J. Green, who's probably going to knock down a couple of these free throws. So, not giving up on the team just yet, but this looks like an impending very bad loss. You talking about a lead where
Bad shot, too.
Yeah.
We'll call that his Kobe moment.
Yeah. It is what it is. Like on that one, man. They gave this game away earlier in this fourth quarter, man. When they flashed that graphic up that they had 7 turnovers in the fourth quarter to the Bucks.
The turnovers
none.
have been killing this team the past 3 to 4 games. They have been really bad at turning the ball over.
My
And
thing is, it's like when
this
you look
game,
at the turnovers.
it wasn't. But you didn't in this game. You didn't. It wasn't the when you forced the turnovers, you weren't creating that into offense, and that kills you too.
Yeah, but I'm saying in the fourth quarter when you're talking about being the team to go out there and a 10-0 run by the Bucks in the last 147. You can't be goodness gracious, man. You can't be a squad that's going out there when it's already difficult to score and you're giving up 7 possessions, man.
Yeah.
In the final frame. I'm going to continue to harp on that. That is my if there's an MVP of the game, that's my anti-MVP of the game. It's
There's
that
no MVP of the game.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like that's what I'm saying. Like that 7 extra possessions, they win this game easily, man. Now they find themselves down 108, 113, to a squad that is effectively just gonna free throw themselves to a dub because the Pistons let this thing slip. How many difficult and hard possessions did they have in that fourth quarter in the last 6 minutes of the game? They weren't getting the most clean looks at the basket. It seemed like if they were making something, it was what? Contested Tobias Harris or Karis LeVert threes.
I just think
boy,
that
this
this
is a bad
Piston
loss
team,
in
man,
Penny.
look, this is – and I see a lot of the chat talking about, like, oh, now let's make a move.
Yeah,
And you
now
see
it's
how
over.
How quick it flips.
Yeah, now it's
but
over. The
look,
Pistons have 5 losses on the season. Now it's over. It's all going downhill.
no, but
everything's
that's
burning.
That's my thing is, man, like, the Pistons are putting themselves in this position. This is what I said. I didn't have much sympathy when I came on these airwaves talking about the Pistons' loss to the Knicks in the playoffs at home when Tim Hardaway was clearly fouled. You know why? Because Cade had a chance to put that game away before the refs were able to impact the game. And so tonight is a situation we're not saying the refs impacted. There were some suspect calls, but for the most part, it was what it was. The Pistons lost it. So I'm looking at the Pistons. Yeah. Each of their last 4 games were decided by 1 possession. And that is a situation you cannot have because this Piston team is just, Cade, hold on. Hey, B-ball Paul for 3. And it looks like there's going to be a call on the floor. But this Pistons team,
1.9
it's over.
seconds left,
It's-
108,
they don't have enough
113 left in the game. Bucks.
you cannot
lead.
keep putting yourself in this position. You can't do it. You are doing it to yourself. You're playing with fire. You're asking for these nights to happen. This is a night where you are up double digits multiple times. You led the game all the way until, what was it, the late third or the early fourth when the Bucks got their first
They
lead.
gave the lead to Cade in the fourth quarter, but
In
they
the
gave
fourth.
up their first. The Bucks got their first lead about midway through the third quarter.
Midway through the third. So you had a majority of this game. You held control, and you gave it away. And this is why you cannot keep doing that.
And I don't mind if they find themselves in positions where they're winning one possession games, because the one where they hit 138 points and 138, 135, that's a one possession game. But we see everything was clicking on the offensive side, but they couldn't stop a nosebleed, that night. So this is where I'm saying, like, you can't hurt yourself. The Bucks officially win this one 113 to 109, and I'm going to continue to say it, especially when we play teams like this. I'm going to prepare you guys. These are some scrappy A teams with their superstars or not. They have pedigree. And if you don't go out there and play your style and your brand of basketball from the start of the game until the end, then you're out of there. And especially when you compound that with these types of mistakes. If you would have told me that the Pistons have 7 or 8 turnovers in the fourth quarter, I would assume Cade had 3 or 4 of those. But when Cade ends the night with only 2 turnovers and your team still couldn't get things going, like the lead was handed. The lead was in the Pistons' hand at 5-6 minute mark. And then they proceeded to continue to go on dry spells, which that happens in basketball. But when it happens this way, where your team is turning the ball over, where your team is getting bad looks at the rim, where your team is playing a little bit too early in the shot clock, where nothing is coming easy, you can't manufacture anything, and you have the best player on the court, that's when it becomes a problem. You just completely shot yourself in the foot. And we talked about it too, like, even on the other side of the turnovers, the ones that they did to cost themselves when they actually did get turnovers, what's been part of their identity? We talked about it all night and all season, turning those turnovers into points. And tonight, they just didn't do that, man. We've seen them come in here now and put up 30 points off turnovers, but tonight they only get 12 points. So they forced 15 Bucks turnovers. They only get 12 points off of that. But the Bucks forced 16 turnovers. They got 22 points from the Detroit Pistons off of those turnovers. That right there is your game. That's your game.
It is.
You look at the fourth quarter, they dropped the ball. You look at these point totals here, they dropped the ball. And then honestly, they got beaten points in the paint too. Like everything that they set out to win, including the game, they lost tonight.
Yeah.
Look, I see 3-on-3 Kurt in the chat talking about, oh, Chris, keep ignoring the problem. If you want a championship, go get another guy. Brother, I have never said don't get another guy. I've said it on this very stream. So maybe you're just a little hard at hearing. Maybe you just need to clean your ears out a little bit. I've been saying go make a move. But also at the same time, this is one game. And what I said to, I guess, reemphasize, since some people didn't get the message, when it comes to this team, this performance was unacceptable tonight.
Yep.
And this team right now, as constructed, is capable of winning this game. and they didn't. And so they underperformed tonight.
It wasn't even
And
about
that
capable.
is it.
This
And
is
it
they
one
should have
game.
won.
Pistons are still first in the East, right?
Yeah.
Still first in the East. Like, this is one game. You can't keep playing with fire. That's my point. The last 4 games were decided by one possession. You can't do that. You're asking for a night where things go wrong. You're asking for a night where your players are out of sync and can't get in rhythm offensively. You're asking for a night where maybe you have 6 scoring droughts instead of 4. You're asking for a night where you can't get points off turnovers. You're asking for this night if you keep doing this. And the Pistons were the better team, and they should have put the Bucks away, and they didn't. And that's it.
But that's why
And go get Giannis if he's available.
Yeah.
Again, in case you need to hear that again.
I don't mind if it's a one-possession game. I care how it's a one-possession game or why it's a one-possession game. That's what I'm looking at. If the Pistons are in a position where they're playing good and the other team is playing good and it winds up becoming a one-possession game, so be it. That's just what winds up happening.
Yeah.
But if it's a one-possession game because you're playing like trash,
Yes.
well, that's the problem. That's the issue because, no, you're only going to compound that. If you're playing like trash, you're not going to get better. And that's what we saw with the Pistons tonight. And we continued to call that out. And there were certain substitutions that I probably wouldn't have done just because of how stagnant the Pistons offenses looked. And this is what I'm saying. They have to stick to their identity. When you look at the Pistons the other night in their 99-98 victory, they shot 19% from behind the arc. But they actually outshot their opponent from field goal overall, which was ironic, 44% to 43%. I memorized that box score because I thought it was one of the weirdest things. How do you shoot 19% on high volume from behind the arc and you still outshoot your opponent overall in field goal percentage? But they did, and they got the victory. When you look tonight, do you guys realize that the Pistons actually outshot the Bucks in 3 points tonight? The Pistons are the one that got 33% from behind the arc. The Bucks are the ones who shot 30%, right? But when you look at the field goal percentage and you look at what the Pistons say their identity is, some people say you can't beat a team by outscoring them in the paint. You got to get that three-point shooting. No, the Pistons' identity is points in the paint. It's going in there and playing to your strengths. And tonight the Bucks neutralized that. They outshot the Pistons 49% to 40%, bro. They almost outshot them by 10%. That's insane.
Yeah.
A team outshooting you by 10% when you outshot them from behind the arc. This proves this whole notion about what they need to be searching for or seeking for, the three-point. No, their identity has been written in stone. It is the physicality. It is the touching the paint. It is the points in the paint. It is dominating that aspect of it, and they've shown they will win games that way. In a game like tonight, I'm glad that the three fell at least to the tune of 33%, but I am disappointed that you let this Bucks team without Giannis beat you in points in the paint. Those are the things that get me irked. You went out there and you just decided to play hot potato. You know what I didn't see them do in the 99-98 win? They took care of the ball. I didn't see them doing these same things. They didn't go out there to the tune of having almost 10 turnovers in the fourth quarter. They didn't go out there and do those types of things. And it gave them an opportunity on a bad or an off shooting night to still go out there and get a chance to win. But bad shooting nights are going to happen. Like this aspect of, hey, we just going to spot you 7 extra possessions in the fourth quarter, that can never happen. And that's where I'm just a little peeved because these are the things that took them apart in the playoffs. These are the things that have to go away. And I don't care if people say, well, it's not play. These are your pressure moments. That's why we track clutch moments. Even before they tracked clutch moments, we used to all talk about who the best players in the game were. And a lot of times it had everything to do with who those players were when it became winning time. Why was Chauncey Billups as revered as he was here? Because in the closing, it didn't matter that he averaged 16 points a game. In the closing times, you couldn't have told nobody that he wasn't a 40-point scorer. That's the thing. They were like, wait, this guy is only scoring 16 points? Yeah, because he's going to dot your I and cross every T every single time.
Yes.
And that's the thing. It's like, that's where I'm hoping this team can get is understanding the value of these closing moments because it cost them big time. They were supposed to already have hey, we won our first playoff series on their resume already. Stewart or not Stewart, they had the opportunity to go out there and win, and it cost themselves. And that's where I'm hoping that they take games like this against your Central Division opponent against, Giannis went out the game earlier, and you know what? They just out-toughed you. Yep. They just out-physicaled you. They outmanned you. They outsmarted you. They out-trolled you. These are the things that I'm hoping aggravates the Pistons, especially because, look, we can keep saying this early in the season. Bro, they're already through 25% of their season.
Exactly.
Think about that. So it's like, no, these are the times right now that you're supposed to be setting in the good habits and finding an identity that your team is going to win on, and you want that identity to be consistent. The New York Knicks beat us because their identity that they had throughout the season is what they showed up with in the playoffs. And it was Jalen Brunson, flop or no flop, was going to go out there and kill you in the crunch time moments, period. The thing that was the difference between the two teams last year in the playoffs and the thing that was different between tonight, what cost the Pistons the win, because the Pistons cost themselves a couple wins, a couple fourth-quarter collapses. It was the turnovers. Brunson literally had, like, no turnovers in the fourth quarters, even though Asar was hounding him. That was insane. But then when you looked across the bowl, you saw Cade Cunningham and the Pistons with a whole rack of them. Yes. Now you look tonight, and it's the same thing. And I get it. It's one regular season game. We're going to keep it within the proper context. But we get the opportunity to be able to look at the squad and some of the things that we've seen them trip them up a little bit, and even some of their wins. Now, when it's a squad that you're facing every single night for 7 games, just like with the Lions, right? We started a year and a half ago judging everything with the Lions as it relates to their expectation to win in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. We have to do the same thing with the Pistons.
Yes.
These games right here have to build towards the habits that are going to make you a team that doesn't fall back into the same traps. This can't look like the same way it did in the playoffs right now. You got to go out there and prove that you guys have overcome that component. But what up, though, Platte? I saw you pointing something out, too.
The Pistons lost the points in the paint battle tonight.
Yep.
That's the most egregious thing.
That's what I'm saying. It's trash. That's what I called out. It's trash.
That's the most egregious thing. This Pistons team, look, you won from 3, but lost in the paint. Take note. You're not going to win many games that way. Why? Because when you win the 3-point margin, you're never going to win it by a lot. This team is not a good shooting team. This team plays from the inside out, not the outside in. And it was just a bad game. Look, you got outscored by 11 points when you have the clutch player of the year. That's on Cade Cunningham. I know that there wasn't a lot going around him. They were desperate for it. Look, the decision to take out Ivy, I don't know if that was strictly minute-based or not. I'd love to hear from J.B. Bickerstaff, but he was one of the only people giving you something in that fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And
he was on fire.
That's why I complained about it. Like, I wouldn't have done it.
We all said it. I wouldn't have done it. And so sometimes these decisions fall on a multitude of people. You can't just look at one person, or you can't just say, oh, because we lost a game in December, trade everybody. Like, you have to look at the context of everything.
Yeah.
You have to look at the context. For me. Like, this is absolutely a learning experience for this Pistons team, but at the same time, it is absolutely inexcusable. This is a team that you should have put away and buried. We talked about it before you even got here, Kool-Aid. Jeff and I said, hey, man, this might not be a game where Cade does much. This might be a game where Cade gets some rest, because they were up early and they looked like they were going to put this team away. And they should have. They should have put this team away so Cade and Dirk could have just chilled on the bench.
This is a team that they could run into. This team to creep back up. Yeah. When you allow a team to creep back up and, kind of get into a flow, and now they think that they can really, fight with you toe for toe, that's when it gets dangerous. And this team didn't do it itself any justice in the fact that he kept turning the ball over, which was one of the, it's one of the main keys for the game, is for them to make sure that they take care of the ball. They have to take care of the ball. That's been one of their ailments for a long time, is them not being able to take care of the ball. Yep. And then when it comes to defense to offense, we always talk about that being a key part to the game. They didn't do it. For me, this game comes down to there's 3 guys that I want to see more of. Yeah. I needed to see Jalen Duren.
Tonight, of course.
He was out there, but you couldn't sense his presence, and that's concerning to me, because if you're asking for $35 million and we've seen what you could do already this season, then I need you to do it consistently.
He has. Yeah. I'll give him a night off.
You can't have nights off.
I gotta be honest, and I get it. We'll all say that, but I'm sorry. Kobe, LeBron, these guys have had nights off, and so it's like, yeah, I get it. Cade has had nights off, and I fought the good fight for him too when he had nights off. I get it. You want to see him go out there every night and do what he got to do, but still, that still wasn't, like, in my opinion. And what we see here, you give up extra possessions to the other team. That to me is a dead stop. There's we celebrate the 04 Pistons. Do you guys understand how much, like, if you were really there, people complained about what they were. Now, after they won a championship, yeah, there was a whole lot of people who didn't care if they went through droughts or if they didn't score this or if this player, or if Rasheed Wallace wasn't going off, because they understood, okay, these aren't the components that are necessarily going to keep them from winning. There's going to be nights when these players are off. And I think that on certain nights when Jalen Duren might not have it, who's going to step up and pick up the slack? Isaiah Stewart can't be getting tossed out the game on nights like that. Because at that point in time, if Jalen Duren don't got it and it's just B-Ball Paul out there, then what are we doing? And what did we see for most of that fourth? That's what I'm saying. Like, I try to prepare for what if everything doesn't go according to plan. Now, what can you control? Jalen Duren might miss every shot he takes, and it could be good shots. But what can this team control? And they just didn't. They're supposed to control points in the paint. That's what they stated. I got the answers. I got the video.
It's the three things that the Pistons, that's their calling card.
Yeah.
That's their calling card. And today, it didn't look like that was their calling card. It looked like they tried. No. It looked like they tried to be someone else. It looked like they tried to be someone other than who they are in their core. And that's what happened. You lost.
That's it. Since they had the lead with the last 5-6 minutes, and they didn't do anything. The offense looked putrid, and it was because they didn't give themselves the right amount of opportunities to go out there and make something happen. And that's why I think we harp on it a little bit more. And I get it. Fans, I believe, are going to be a whole lot more sensitive right now because, one, the Pistons have been down for a long time. Two, I think the people see the potential that they have, especially with a player like Cade Cunningham, who a lot of people who are fans, especially new fans, they haven't seen a player of this caliber in a Pistons jersey ever. Yeah. Ever. Like, the most they can probably say is, man, we have Blake Griffin. And y'all don't understand how much I chuckle at that, having a perspective of the Grant Hill era. Like, I just found a picture of my grandma having me in my Bad Boys shirt. You know what I'm saying? The 04 era. Even Jerry Stackhouse going out there and just putting buckets on people every single night. Like, it was different. It's like now, I'm looking at this team and honestly, I think that the potential that they possess is going to be what continues to push fans over. I used to think maybe it's a little bit of what we might be feeling from these other teams not getting it done. But what if this Pistons team is the one that can? And so I do think a random December 3rd, you know what I'm saying, game number 22, will aggravate some fans a little bit, will aggravate some media, will aggravate us just a little bit more than it should, because we're not thinking about what this means in the grand scheme of even playoff positioning. But the warts that this team shows that could keep them from being able to advance in the playoffs. And that's, at this point in time, how I'm going to look at the Pistons, who are still first place in the East by 2 games over the Toronto Raptors, 17-5 for these Pistons. And the thing that's interesting about this game is, y'all heard me say this about the Bucks the last time we played them. They're a scrappy team with pedigree who can go out there and beat this Pistons team even without Giannis. Yeah. The reason why that matters is because right now the Bucks sit in the play-in positioning. The Pistons could match up with this team in the first round of a playoff series. Yes. And that, to me, is why you want to make sure when you go out and you match with these teams, you don't give them nothing on tape. Yep. You don't give them no recipes. You don't let them know, you know what, we know how to push them. No, because think about what they just did. They just let them know you can be tougher than us. Whoa. But the Pistons' whole identity is we're tougher than you. We're coming out here to make sure there ain't nobody. That's what they told us. No one's going to be tougher than us even if we lose. But tonight, you just let the Bucks write a different recipe in this season's story that you don't want out there. They went out, and we said it earlier, they schemed Durant out of this game. I told you, as soon as we sat down, I said, look what they're doing. Every single time coming down, they're proving Durant can't guard what we're doing. So you keep them on the floor, we're going to keep doing this. And what they keep doing, you called it out. Yeah. They kept throwing the lob, the right, easy stuff right into the paint. That's what you don't want teams to start to, okay, cool. This early in the season, you can't have, it's with a team that you might match up with who could have a Giannis in there. You don't want that to happen.
So I see a lot of people in the chat talking about the fact that Duncan Robinson wasn't out, or Duncan Robinson was out this game, and that could have been a difference.
I've seen a difference in this team.
It could have, especially down the stretch.
I've seen a difference in this team these 2 games without
Ultimately, Duncan Robinson should not be this important. He should not be this important. He
shouldn't have to overcome 8 fourth-quarter turnovers.
Yes. Like,
he can. He's important. He's important because he is important.
He is important, but that is partially why. But the turnovers is not to just take a straight shot at Karis LeVert, but being consistent. That is why I argued for a Tim Hardaway type.
Give me the scale tonight.
And
the scale tonight.
The other night it was in his favor. What is it tonight?
Was okay. Well, all right. So like down here is where he played.
So now we see there's no consistency. No consistency.
Right about there. Right about there. So look, my thing is that this Piston team, man. This is one game, but this is an inexcusable game, and this is one that they're gonna have to use as a lesson. And I love what you said about that. You gave this Bucks team confidence that, hey, if we play the way that we played before, we can beat this team. And you don't want that, out there. You don't want that tape out there at all. So,
and if you think other teams aren't watching.
Absolutely.
And seeing
everybody's
what
watching.
All Portis wants to know, and Miles
Bucks
Turner,
did.
that's all they want to know. So we out-toughed them. That's all they stewing during, and they walk around like they think they're this and that. You don't want that in their minds because that's literally what they feed off of. And you know what? Some people, even if you discount it, guess what? Don't we say that that's what Stu feeds off of? Isn't that what we say Ron Holland feeds off? The Bucks are made up of nothing but those players. That's why when we play certain teams like that, I'm like, oh, guys, I don't care if the stars out there or not. They got those dudes.
And that's when you got to fundamentally, you have to be sound. And you can't allow silly turnovers to take over the game. And that's what happened today.
Season, dog.
And it's not just this season. It's been the season before that. And even when they were 14 with a win team, that's what it was. That's what it was. Turnovers, especially down the stretch. That's what cost this team games. And now you don't want to see them create these habits for themselves again because they got away from it and they found success when they didn't do it. But now that you see especially these past few games, especially the cup games, you've seen this team really lapse in being able to not turn the ball over
in pressure
down the
moments.
stretch.
These are the cup games
Important
matter.
moments.
We know that they were playing for it to try and win it. We understand that there are players on this team that could probably use that money. Dennis Jenkins.
Yeah.
He was balling like he wanted that money.
Yep.
These are pressure moments, and I get it. People say, but it's not the – I don't care.
Yeah.
The Doc Rivers and that Bucks team went out there and said, we want to take this from you. And anytime you're playing in those types of games, you know what? It's a playoff atmosphere, period. We hear that all. Oh, is this like a play? The Bucks went out there and said, yo, we lost Giannis. We're not just giving up. We're not just laying down. We're not just rolling over. And I want to see the Pistons find themselves in these types of situations early because then it's going to push them to their limits. They're going to figure out exactly what they're made of. And this is a game that I hope they go back and they look and they say, you know what? This is not who we want to be. This is none of our identity. The next time we play the Bucks, we need to make sure they understand what that performance was an aberration. And I get Duncan Robinson being out. I understand that because the one reason where I'll push back on if he was there, maybe he makes a difference or not, even with the turnovers. The one thing I was continued to say all season is that Duncan Robinson is probably one of the few players who can negate high turnover nights by the Pistons because he shoots threes.
Right.
And so if he's in there in the fourth quarter, just one or two of those threes in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game changes the entire complexity.
Yes.
From a Duncan Robinson. That's where I wish they would have left in a Jaden Ivey. Because with the Karis LeVert, the reason why we do the scales, I like a Karis LeVert. I like him a little bit more than Platte. But the thing is this. It's a real thing. Those scales matter, man. Those scales matter. He will give you a 3 and give you a good bucket, and then what did he do? Came right down and had a couple careless turnovers. And that's the component of it there. Not getting back right on defense and such. And so it's like, that's where I would have loved to see a guy like that in there. But a Duncan Robinson. He's not making those types of mistakes. So whereas we could celebrate the fact that Duncan Robinson would have hit a 3 and then also not had any type of mistake. Well, Karis went out there, we celebrated, yay, 3. And then what did he do? Turnover. Then went down and had another good play, like an assist. And then what did he do? Came right back down and had a bad play right after that. So it's like he gives and he takes. There's some positives, but tonight was a night where I do believe Duncan Robinson could have made a difference. And with Jalen Duren, what I'm looking at with Jalen Duren in particular, for you, and this is for you, Jeff, too, is who is he over the next 2 to 5 games? When you have that dip, which you know is going to happen, who are you next? Are you coming out the next game, making sure that everybody knows, bro, I'm Jalen Duren.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. That game Friday night, I'm looking at him going out there and saying, nobody's stopping me from doing whatever I want to do.
And it goes into Saturday because then you'll be facing this team again.
Yeah.
And you know what? I want to see Jalen Duren play a lot.
We'll be at that game.
A
Yes,
lot.
we will.
Yeah, yep. And I want to see Jalen Duren play a lot better defensively because you're letting up those
In the
easy
paint.
buckets around the rim. It's inexcusable. Really,
46
Jericho
points they
Sims?
gave up in
Really,
the paint, bro.
Jericho Sims? Jericho Sims? Really?
good point.
He shouldn't be the one that's killing you
I
down
can't
there.
say nothing.
No,
He shouldn't
Jericho
be.
Sims, bro.
He shouldn't be.
you're preaching.
it just shouldn't be.
You're a preacher, brother.
You know what? I don't even want to go through the box.
But you know what? This whole
I think we have for the most part.
Yeah.
yeah,
and
I'm sad. Like the only thing that matters, it doesn't matter. The only thing that really matters is
There was
what they
one
did in
bright
that
spot.
fourth quarter and then just giving up all of
Yeah.
and then getting punked in the paint. It was just like, come on, guys.
there was only one bright spot, and we seen Jaden Ivey. We see Jaden Ivey in the fourth quarter, where it counted,
We'll do some
making
positive
buckets,
takeaways. Let's do
Okay.
that there.
playing.
I got a
he played good defense too as well. That's something that we've wanted to see from him. He's played good defense as well down the stretch as well.
We'll stay there on Jaden Ivey just for a little bit, and then I know you got a couple points as well, and I got some just positive takeaways. Maybe they'll overlap too, and we'll just run with those conversations. But Jaden Ivey and chat family, if there were any other positive takeaways that you saw tonight, especially if it was about Jaden Ivey, let us know what you think, because he's somebody I'm still very, very bullish on to be able to at least get back to that 17-4-on-4 while he's trying to get his legs and his athleticism underneath him and get that chemistry back. It's different, bro. Playing ball, and then you stop, and now you're trying to get it back while everybody else has their stamina in their lungs. When he gets that back, I believe you're going to see him be able to take that next step. But the Jaden Ivey we saw tonight, that's the one I think we're going to largely see. He has a good shot. It's not like something happened to his arm. He has a good shot. It's just a matter of the strength of his lower core, which is what got damaged, being able to be rebalanced. Not just re-strengthened, but rebalanced. So you got a guy who's working on his leg to get that back. Then all of a sudden, what they have to do to start the season, they had to go into the other knee, and scope some stuff out. So it's like, let him get balanced. What you saw tonight and some of these little spurts that you saw from Jaden Ivey, I do believe are going to become, and this is just word, a whole lot more consistent. I really do. I think you're going to see a Jaden Ivey who, on any given night, you're going to know we're going to get about 15, 4-4 from a Jaden Ivey.
Yeah.
And he's going to shoot pretty decently from behind the arc, too.
Yeah, I think
I'm calling for more. I mean, we can put it at that, but you know what?
Coming off the leg injury, I'm expecting at least 15, 4-4.
I see him once, because he hasn't been fully unlocked yet. And I feel like the minutes that he's played with Cade has still been very restricted. But in the fourth quarter, that's kind of essential because even when you do have, Cade and Ivy on the floor, when you see the way they're guarding Cade Cunningham today, throwing 2-3 bodies at them, that's hard to do when you have someone that is dangerous. Not only can Jaden Ivey shoot, but he can also take you to the rim and put pressure on your defense and in the interior where now you might end up fouling earlier in the fourth quarter, so that leads to more bonus time. It's endless amounts of things that Jaden Ivey can contribute to this team.
Yeah,
just little things that just add up over time.
And his mid-range game, I like the fact that Jaden Ivey can
a little
get
floater,
the floater.
little floater.
Leave the floaters to him, Uncle Tobias.
I think he was watching too much Ivy. I think they were
Too much
rehabbing
Ivy.
together, and I think he was like, "Oh, I can do that."
Tobias played well today too.
Nah. This ain't high
Tobias
school
played
no
well.
more.
Not high school no more. What up, though, Platte?
I think Ivy. What I was encouraged by is that I didn't see defensive lapses.
Yeah.
And that to me is a big thing because I have seen one in literally every game, at least one play that's a defensive lapse. And I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
And this Pistons team, man, like you need Ivy to be good on both the defensive side of the ball and the offensive side of the ball. So for me, it's very encouraging to see Ivy play good defensively because we know that a lot of what he's going through right now is getting his legs back, is getting familiarity. He's got a new role. He's got a new role, new teammates. His teammates that he's been with have taken evolutions. Duren is not the same guy he played with last year. Stu is not the same guy he played with last year. Ron Holland, Asar are not the same players he played with last year. Everything about this team, weirdly enough, is different for Jaden Ivey in his current situation. So there's just a lot of learning that has to go. So I'm impressed with where he's at. I want to see it keep ascending up. I would hate to see it capped at this. If it's capped at this, then then you have to have some different discussions about what his place is and what his role is. But for now, we just talked about it last time we talked, Kool-Aid. I'm giving this guy till January, February. Like, I need to see what he's like after a large sample because we haven't gotten that with Jaden Ivey. So, to me, I think tonight was another positive, encouraging note in a game that didn't have many other positives. I mean, I have a few, but.
Yeah, and I like the fact that his offense, it wasn't just given to him. It was offense he had to go out there and get. That's what I liked about Jaden Ivey tonight. It was like he was making things happen. And why is that important? Because we say, who can go out there and get a bucket? Who can go out there and manufacture? Remember, before we went on this little spurt, someone asked that in the chat, and I said, I'm not sleeping on Jaden Ivey. I'm still bullish on him. I'm going to stake that claim. I think that a large part of what we saw tonight is something he can be very consistently this season, whether it's 15 points a game or Jeff wants to see him get to 35 points a game.
No,
I'm
more like 20. More like 20.
I get it. I get it. If he never got
20,
hurt,
that's
that
nice.
was my expectation.
And he was almost there.
25-5 player.
Almost there.
But
I'd
now
love
he's
that.
gotten hurt,
I
and the
don't know.
usage and opportunities are different.
Yes.
This team is a lot more deep, and they're going to find minutes and opportunities for Dennis Jenkins. So even if he gets the minutes, the opportunities might not necessarily be there with the team so deep. But Jaden Ivey is definitely probably my overall number one positive takeaway on the night. And number
Absolutely.
two is, I look at guys like Tobias Harris. I look at guys like, and you can say easily like, he went out there and he did what he was supposed to do on a night where Duncan Robinson wasn't there. Tobias hit 5 of 8 from behind the arc. But I'm also looking at a guy like the Mr. Stay Ready crew. Paul Reed represents that tonight.
Absolutely. 9
points off the bench, 4 or 5 from behind from the field, 1 or 2 from behind the arc, and he just played big.
Yeah.
Part of me is wondering, did we need him in the game before the Stu ejection? Sometimes Paul Reed is one of those players, so I'm like, I don't quite know if he's the one that should be on the outside of the rotation. If our identity is touch the paint first, play big, he's proven he can at least hit the 3 if he's open. He's proven he'll take that mug, and he's not hitting that like a bad clip. And he's getting on the inside of the paint and doing something that I don't know if a lot of people thought. He's finishing well. We've even seen him dunk a couple
Black
times.
Dirt. And he's Black Dirt.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm just. That's why I'm like, you know what?
One leg.
I can't.
Step back.
Black Dirt. I'm sorry. You know what? Shout out to Paul Reed for that, dog.
shout
That
out,
little step back, one leg, Black Dirk.
Times were simple.
From I would like to see him a little bit more in the game. I think it only further encourages and builds on our identity.
I think he kind of falls into that Ron Holland where you saw like where Ron Holland is just infectious on the team.
Yeah.
I think Paul Reed is that, and that is a positive, right? That you have that. You should always have a good player playing center for the Detroit Pistons this whole season because you have Stu, you have Duren, and you have Paul Reed. And I like all 3 of them. So to me, that is an encouraging takeaway. My encouraging takeaway is, look, I can't think of off top a game this Piston team played worse other than that Cavs game where they got absolutely blown out this entire season. And you lost by 4 points.
It was really because you just collapsed down the stretch.
Yes. So, I think a lot of what happened is very, A, fixable, and B, not likely to repeat. I know people are starting to freak out over the sample size of the last 4 or 5 games where it has been closer. The turnovers have creeped up. Yes, those are things to monitor. But, I mean, we've seen the Pistons escape a lot of those games looking all right and giving themselves a shot. And this Piston team has showed us that pretty much every game, the one thing you can expect is that they have a shot to win the game. And look, that is a good position to be in. Do you want to be better? Absolutely. Is that the end all be all? No. You obviously want to put away bad teams. That's going to be the next step that they're going to have to take. Is they're going to have to start putting away bad teams. Mm-hmm. But I think overall, I think you can be encouraged by the fact that the Pistons played what I think everybody in the chat would say is one of their worst games this season, their 3 worst games this season, and they almost won the game.
Yeah.
They lost this game themselves.
Yeah, and that's where I think, you want to see the team obviously go out there and play well all the time. But one of the things I'm looking at, Jeff, and that's why you'll hear me push back on if it's a bad game. Like if Duren has a bad stretch, like his first 2 or 3 games of the season, you will then hear me say exactly what we said in the beginning. Bro, you got to step up and be better. You got to find ways to stay on the court. You need to be more patient with your post moves. If it's just a bad game after a string of like Black Thor type games, and I'm like, okay, I'll let it rock. And with this one, that's why I'm like, okay, for this season, I'm looking at how the Pistons respond to losses, to uncharacteristic losses especially. Are you going to go out there the next time and prove, no, we can force our will? That was just an aberration. We just had a cold. Sometimes even the strongest dudes get a cold. John Mason had to miss a game because he had a cold. Shout out to the legendary announcer. And it happens. People were like, who's on the mic? I know who's on the mic is my homie. Shout out to you, bro. Aaron, my guy. But it's, it still wasn't John Mason, and people recognize it. And that happens sometimes. Then he gets right back to it. His voice wasn't completely back the next game. But people's like, it's John Mason. And that happens. So sometimes it's going to be those nights off. But who are you when you respond? When you get knocked down, who are you? And that's what I want to see about this team. That's why I'm very intrigued, not just about this game Friday, but you get to match up with this team on Saturday. Mm-hmm. You get to go, and we're going to be in the building, and you get to go out there and prove to them in your own home what the record actually is. And so I'm looking at these next two games very, very closely to see who the Pistons are as it relates to character, as it relates to toughness, as it relates to grit, as it relates to who you're going to be in the fourth quarter. I told you guys the end of these halves have to matter. And what did they do at the end of the first half and the second half? They looked terrible to close the second quarter, and they looked terrible to close the fourth quarter. In the moments where it mattered, the Bucks made a run to close the lead from double digits to 3. And at the end of the second quarter, and then at the end of the fourth quarter, they went and they took the lead from the Pistons while our best player was on the court. They couldn't put anything together. So, I'm looking to see how this team responds, points in the paint. I'm looking to see how this team responds as it relates to the physicality and just the level of nasty out there, whether Stu is in the game or not, man. So those are things I'm looking at over these next two games. And I do believe that this team is going to respond. Absolutely. I do believe that's what we've seen them do. With the Lions, that's how it's been. What are we waiting to see tomorrow, Thursday Night Football? Are they going to finally lose what? Are they going to be the team that's going out there and losing back-to-back games? For 2.5 seasons, they just haven't done that. Now we're looking at the squad, and we're trying to see, are you still the team that can bounce back? Are you still the team that can go out there and learn from your mistakes? I know they were talking about, Amon-Ra was talking about, we're winning a game and we're losing a game, we're winning a game. Look, can you go out there and still stave that off? Because that, to me, matters. That really does. And for these Pistons, especially early in the season, can you prove quickly, nope, we have the ability to get back up and to enforce and impose our will more times than not in this NBA.
And get your lip back.
Get your lick back. That's what I said. It's not just Friday night.
Especially when you're playing this team again on Saturday.
Yeah, it was what, Trailblazers Friday night?
Yeah, it's time to get your lick back.
Absolutely.
You have a back-to-back home game. So you need to dominate both those games.
And the Trailblazers.
And I know it's hard. I know it's hard. Going to a back-to-back. But you know what? You should have energy because this team just spanked you today. And it doesn't show that in the box score. It doesn't show that in the box score, but it shows that in the way you played. And that's what's important.
I wouldn't be surprised if the lineups were ones that catered towards maybe fresher legs Saturday night. So I would assume Friday night, a lot of Ron Holland, maybe a little bit more Jaden Ivey. I'm looking at Dennis Jenkins probably getting a little bit more time. Those guys, Paul Reed getting some more. Yeah, you're going to have to get those guys because I do believe that Saturday night's game is one where they're probably sitting here like, you know what, no, F that.
And hopefully
not that they're overlooking Friday night in the Trailblazers because they do got Holiday. They do have Jeremy Grant, who's been putting up like 35-point games the last 5 games. He will come in here and bust your tail. But I do believe this. You play to make sure your guys are very well rested because, again, do not put another one of these games on the resume with the Bucks. Don't do that. We sit all the time and talk about the fact that the 04 Pistons, they imposed their will and they had it mentally in people. What did people say when they saw those 4 Pistons players walk into the All-Star game? Everybody knew what it was. Oh, shoot, they're going to play defense. The commentators said it. The fans said it. What was of the little bit of social media that was alive then, they said it. It was very new then. Shout out Facebook, but it was there. AOL Instant Messenger. But people all knew, oh, crap, here come the defense in 05 when they entered that. And so it's like every single time we know that people understand that there's a certain cachet that comes to this thing. I want people to be able to understand that about this squad too.
Yeah, I think this Pistons team I think they carry themselves the way they're supposed to, and that's why I have a lot of faith that they are going to respond. I truly think that did today show some problems? Absolutely. Some things to be concerned about long-term, big picture.
Probably
sure.
helps them more that
But
they put this out there now.
It
Fix it.
Also,
Yeah,
just yes,
fix it.
it also just like we have enough tape to show that this Piston team can win a multitude of ways. They can win ugly, they can win pretty, they can win anything in between. But they did not win tonight, and that was because they beat themselves.
Yep.
The Milwaukee Bucks, I don't want to take anything away from them, but I am taking something away from them. You didn't beat Detroit tonight. Detroit beat themselves. And that is where you can kind of have confidence that, okay, this team and how they carry themselves and how serious they are about winning,
So you gotta
how
get your
all
get
the
back.
vets come in, Duncan, Tobias, they all say the same thing. These kids want to win. And so I'm betting on that. I'm betting on that.
Definitely. And those are bars, straight up bars. You know, this is a squad who they have different level of expectation this year. We've heard them all say it, and we've heard Cade say it a couple times now. This team wants to win a championship.
Yes.
They want to at least play for one. I don't know if that's something that they want to do this year. I don't know if that's something they even think is possible this year. But when I heard them speak at Media Day, that's something I walked away with. And I'm telling you, there was a lot of comments that you sit and you hear and you just go, okay. That's the – I mean, you say, okay, that's the Media Day answer.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, they didn't lose Media Day. I've gotten to the point now covering these things where you say no one wins it, but you
Yeah.
could definitely lose it.
Yes.
Like everyone's going to say the right things. But when you realize that someone's won it, it's based on, is this team actually working towards and achieving what they say the goal is? And when you see these Pistons, you realize they are hell-bent on making sure that they can win a playoff series and a whole lot more than that this year. Yes. And you see what they're doing to play it. And that's why I said I think games like tonight are ones where you're just more like less like, yo, I disappointed who we are. I disappointed coach. I disappointed the fans. I disappointed myself because of the standard we set. I remember my pops, man. I told this story before. I was sitting on the bench of a very important game, and my coach was not putting me in the game. I was wondering what's going on. And it's because I got a grade my pops told me not to. And there was bigger things than that. And I felt like, you know what? I never want to be able to have this feeling again. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm hoping, like you said it, Chris. You said it, Jeff. I've said it. I know the chat knows it too. I think this is more or less a learning like a lesson to learn for this Detroit Pistons team, and one in which you get punched right between the eyes and you realize, you know what, I don't want that feeling no more. Whoa, this team has been floating a little bit, and now over the last few games, they had a couple games where they lost in a row. And everyone screamed, put Dennis back in, and now you have this one where you go out there and you get manhandled in the components that you traditionally are able to dictate. This is one that I'm hoping, when you just get popped right there and it makes your eyes just kind of water a little bit. That's what I'm hoping it is for them. When you get back up and you just say, nah, man, what the frick was that? Never again am I getting hit in the face with a ball. I am not Jan Brady. So it's just like, that's what I'm hoping that this Pistons team is feeling, and that they're walking not with false vibrato, because I've seen teams that walk like that. Oh, we're the fake tough guys. And I've even seen our version of the Pistons whittle those types of teams down. This team got to go out there and let squads know that, because Miles Turner was signed for a pretty penny, and we saw him go out there and make a difference. Bobby Portis, we know exactly who he could be out there. Like I said, I'm going to say this again. They got a team full of guys that think and operate like Ron Holland and Isaiah Stewart on the Bucks.
Yes.
They might not be as talented overall a roster from top to bottom, but I don't know, man. You look at Ryan Rollins, and this guy's been tearing up the league, and you pair that with a bunch of physical, tough, bully-type-minded guys, and I think you come away with a recipe that can frazzle the Pistons. I really want to see them get their get back. I feel like they got pushed off their mark tonight.
They did. And I think we also underestimated this. It's my fault for not saying this during stream, but I should have said this, is that we probably did underestimate just how motivated this Bucks team was coming into this matchup with all the news that broke today. I think that was a bit of a rallying cry for this team to be like, all right, F this. F all this outside noise that's happening. And Doc is great at that. Doc is a coach. He's a great motivational
Championship winning coach.
So for me, I feel like this was a situation where the Pistons, man, like, I think they might have underestimated this opponent a bit, and Milwaukee just had a lot to play for tonight. I think this was a big deal to them, and I think they flat out wanted it more, and I think you see that in the way that the Pistons failed to execute, the way the Pistons gave the game away. So
yeah,
I'm not worried about
They couldn't handle KPJ, AJ Green, and Ryan Rollins. Those guys right there, they really carried the offense. And then Bobby Portis.
I knew it was bad when Kuzma got points.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Kuzma only had 4 points, man. But Jericho Sims
Fourth
off
quarter,
the bench, 15 points, 7 of 7 from the field, 14 rebounds off the bench in 30 minutes. That just cannot happen. KPJ, we understand what he is. He's a bucket. He can get going. But when you allow him to go out there, and he had 7 free throw attempts. He made all of those. 3 of 8 from behind the arc. But when you allow A.J. Green to also go out there in 40 minutes, he played 40 minutes, the most of any Buck player. And he got 5 of 11 from behind the arc, 19 points. Those are the types of things that are backbreakers. When you look at what A.J. Green did tonight, and you're looking at what Jericho Sims did off the bench, and we already know what Bobby Portis is going to do. I don't harp on him. If he goes out there and gets you 13 and 9 and 5, which he did, I almost expect that out of a Bobby Portis against the Pistons. I've seen him do this his whole entire career against us. Like, whether it was heralded or not, Bobby Portis is just going to go out there and punch the Pistons in the face. And that's the type of energy he brings to this. And if he's able to inspire that in these Bucks teams, that's why I said, no, Pistons going to have to stand up. And I know that they will. This is us they give us an opportunity now early in the season to actually say, okay, let's talk about this team like a squad that actually says they have championship or long playoff run aspirations, because these are the things that matter. And I'm hoping and I believe that they will clean it up. They are still, like I said, 17-5, and guess what? 8-3 on the road. Up until they're still doing pretty well on the season. So
Absolutely.
Shout out to those Pistons, man.
Shout out to Pistons, man. Shout out to Chat, man, for holding it down.
Yeah.
Question for you guys.
What up,
so this season, this is the first time Jaden Ivey has cracked over 15 minutes in a game. He got 19 today. Do you think moving forward that he's going to be more at that 20-minute mark as they continue to ramp him up, until he, can become that full-time starter and get full-time starter minutes? Do you think now he's at that 20-level mark now?
I don't know, because he has a back-to-back coming up. So they might lower it down again or give him one game and then rest him the other. I don't know how they're going to manage the back-to-back for Ivy. But in general, like assuming they're not back-to-backs, Jeff, I would say that, yes, Ivy's minutes are continuing to ramp up. They're going to trend up, not down. If they trend down, that is a very bad sign that either his conditioning is not getting better, or that he is not fitting with the team, or that the Pistons are not getting the results that they want. But I think ultimately they're going to get him back up to that 28-minute mark probably. He's probably not going to get 30 this year just because his Piston team is so deep, Kool-Aid. So I would say that.
Yeah, there's no need really for him to even get that thing. Cade was the only one to get 30 tonight.
Yeah, I think 28 is like 26, 28 for Ivy regularly, I think is what you're going to see down the line. Do I think it may take the rest of the month of December? I think so. I
think the way they usually split it, I think he'll be sitting at that 23 to 20, 25, 26 mark for Jaden. And a large part of that has to do with where he's going to be with his conditioning and his stamina, the burst, the speed, things of that nature. But overall, I believe in the effectiveness of a guy like a Jaden Ivey. Yeah. I really do. I think that I don't know what his minutes are going to look like, because I know they are very, very keen on trying to follow as close to their rehab and recovery process and protocols as possible. If that does call for 15 to 20 minutes a game, that's what I think you'll see. When he first comes back, it'll be more closer to the 15. Now we see them kind of give him a 19. But some of that also was manufactured. He kind of had a nice stretch, and they left him in that fourth quarter just a little bit longer than we thought they would have. But then they took him out for the rest of the game, basically. And so I think those extra couple minutes, just to see, hey, Jaden Ivey just hit a bucket. Let's just give him a couple extra minutes since we know we're going to take him out. Because remember, we were like, don't take him out. Yeah. Remember when Karras went to – if he would have come out when Karras first went, then his minutes would have been more like 16 or 17. But he got a couple more possessions, and then it was that play that the Cavaliers challenged, and then they wound up making the switch.
Which was a good play by him.
It was
as well in that moment.
It was, and I think that goes back and harkens back to the defense that Platte was talking about with Jaden Ivey. If there's some positives, we're saying this team has to go out there and find that one player. I'm sorry, if we get Jaden Ivey back this year at the tune that he started off last year, that's a way better pickup than Dennis Schroeder at last year's trade deadline. So
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if we do get actually good Jaden Ivey, more of the Jaden Ivey we saw today, and you increase those minutes, and you wind up getting a guy who can get you on any given night 25 and 5, that's a great problem for the Detroit Pistons to have right now. And that's why I am very, very bullish about Jaden Ivey and the performance we saw him have. We obviously he's had some performances that have left a little bit to be desired. But I think that's what happens when you're playing 12 and 13 deep, 10 deep, and things of that nature, and you're trying to integrate people coming back from injury and such. But to me,
They're still
I like
ramping
it,
them
man. Yeah.
Yeah.
And ultimately, like I said, this team has given themselves, I'm going to say this as well, they've given themselves a little bit of a cushion and the ability, honestly, to be cautious as they want to be. So if they want to give a player a rest, if they want to be able to go and say, Jaden Ivey, we want to just give you a few minutes, they can do that right now, and it's not costing them, especially when you have a 2-game lead in the East right now. And obviously, you want to be able to protect that as much as possible. But I think the most important thing to protect is your ability to perform when it matters most, and that's the playoffs. And end of season, when you're jockeying for a position, that's where I'm hoping Jaden Ivey is a guy. That's, you get beyond this 20-game mark, that's where I'm hoping to really see his minutes etch up and get over that 20 minutes a mark for Jaden Ivey. But I think he's I would love to see him get it now, but obviously the process is the process.
And then, after the back-to-back, they'll have six days off until they play the Hawks again at home. So maybe even though it is a back-to-back, because you are getting so much rest, do you think it's, maybe they don't have to be as cautious with, the minutes that they're giving, some of these guys like Jaden Ivey?
They're going to be cautious with I think they're going to be
Cade.
more cautious with Jaden Ivey than not.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You have to.
You have to, just because of the injury. The other players, no, I think that Friday night game, I would assume you're going to see an expansion of some roles that night in some minutes. And if Marcus Sasser can
Chaz
go,
Lanier minutes.
I think you're going to see a little bit more Paul Reed, a little bit more Javonte Green. I think you're going to see maybe some Chaz Lanier run if Duncan Robinson is if Duncan Robinson's there. That does change some things up as it relates to the rotation. But even tonight, you look at this Pistons team in a close game, they still went and played how many players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They played 11 players. The only one who didn't play tonight was Chaz Lanier, and that was he got a coach's DMP CD coach's decision, did not play.
Which I just would have found an opportunity for him.
I felt like there was opportunity.
If there was a minutes restriction on Ivy, I would have. If not, I would have just let Ivy play those minutes. Honestly,
okay. That's a good comment.
You know what Chris is gonna say?
But if not, then yeah.
Chris is gonna say, "I'd rather have him out there than Harrison Burke."
Well,
yeah. I give him.
What I would say is I would honestly
Karras got
give
23
him,
minutes.
Yes,
tonight.
I would have given him
Golly.
some of those minutes.
Is that too much?
But no,
is that
you're
too,
not giving
too
him
much
those
minutes
fourth
for him?
quarter minutes.
23 minutes for
Yeah.
Karras.
Is that too? Is that too?
This is
Is
starting
that
to
too
get
many?
Monty
Is that
Killian
too many
Hayes
minutes?
level. We gotta launch a fucking investigation because I don't understand what 0 for 6 gets you.
He was trying to be positive tonight, dog.
I wish I could go 0 for 6 at my job and get more from my boss. More belief, more faith.
That's where the minutes for Ivy
money.
come from, I think. I don't think that Karras
Yeah.
is necessarily just a
No.
singular placeholder. I think he'll still be in a rotation, but I think
agree.
that's where when you start to turn up Ivy,
He'll be
think
closer to
Yes.
15.
It's those are the minutes that he is taking, and that's no shot at Karras. I think that's what you're looking.
But I do wanna see
especially now
Chaz,
with the
though.
emergence of Dennis.
I do want to see Chaz.
I
He's
do.
a specialist. That's his job.
And I think that specialty is needed, defense and threes.
That's
I think
like,
that is
it's
very
just
needed.
let him get some runs.
It's not just needed, but it's almost like an essential to this point for this team because you have to find someone else that can give you that type of elite shooting other than Duncan Robinson. There has to
100%
be
agree.
somebody else because you have to have some type of plan B in case situations like this where you do give Duncan, a couple of days off. Well, you have to be able to insert somebody into this role. Last year we've seen it was if Tim Hardaway wasn't there, Malik Beasley was inserted into that role. And if Malik Beasley wasn't there, Tim Hardaway
had
took
it
the bulk of
going to your
And
point.
then it was
at the
Jaden
beginning of
Ivey
last
who
season.
took the bulk of it sometimes.
Yep.
It just worked that way.
Yeah, and you know what? And like I was gonna say to your point, That's how they started last season. It was first Tim Hardaway who actually had it going before Malik Beasley.
Yeah.
We noticed that Malik Beasley was a guy that was going to go out there and hustle and dive on the floor and do all that stuff early on, and then he started catching heat. Jaden Ivey kind of, after Tim Hardaway carried a little bit, Jaden Ivey's first 17 games before he got injured, after those first 2 or 3 games, he was just like, yo, I'm here too.
Yeah.
You know, so, yeah, I think that this is a squad that we're going to see continue to blossom as the season goes on. And this is the thing, though. When you're this close to it, you're going to see their warts. You're going to see their pimples. You're going to see their beauty marks. You're going to see all these things. And same way we did with all the other good teams that we've seen come to fruition. And we're going to see that with this squad. And there's going to be times when we are hypercritical about them, but it's because we believe that they have a ceiling that they can reach, no longer of potential, but one of reality, and that they have expectations that should be properly leveled at and levied at their feet. This is no longer a team that we treat with kid gloves, with rookie contract gloves. This is a team that has an All-NBA player on there who added $40 million to his contract last year. Not just an All-Star.
And
it's about to be another
for
one.
35.
Yeah.
And they're saying this year he's definitely going up either 1 or 2 more All-NBA teams. So he ain't making third All-NBA this year.
Yeah,
it's either first or second for him. And right now, you're seeing people say he's going to be on the first team.
Yep.
First player of the month out in the East, it's that guy. So he's already in the lead as it relates to this. And there's only so many more of these awards to go. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, I do believe that this Detroit Pistons team is going to be one, even though it sounds funny, they're going to blossom. I don't know how many people believe that they're really a first-place team and a championship team, even though they're there right now. I believe, though, but by the end of the season, you will believe that they're really a team worthy of a first-place slot.
And you know what, Kool-Aid? If they are not blossoming, then you have to make that decision. And that's just what it is.
It's tough, man. Trade deadline is in a couple months.
I know.
Do you guys realize that?
Yeah.
February.
So for me, I'm looking at it. Look, because apparently part of the chat thinks I've said never trade anybody. Keep all these guys.
I think I remember you saying that, Chris.
If they prove to be worthy of that, let's go that route. They haven't yet. They have the chance to. And that's what's going to come down to. And ultimately, you are going to be near the top of the Eastern Conference come trade deadline, if not at the top of the conference, at the top of the league almost. And so you are doing yourself a disservice if you do not make a move to compete for a title this year.
I see Eric Moore in the chat, and I get it. He
Shout
says
out.
Kool-Aid needs to slow the roll on expectations. Let's see what we look like against the real contenders like OKC, San Antonio, the Lakers, the Knicks, and Toronto. I'm not going to slow my roll. I sit in a press conference and I do a job where these players are telling me this is what we're going out there to do. And they got a player who meets the expectation. That's the whole point. Nobody tells the Orlando Magic to slow their roll. Let's see what they look. No, people say, they got Paolo. Why are we saying this about Toronto? Who do they got that's just so special?
Rookie of the year. They got a rookie of the year.
Oh, you talking about the one who stole it from Cade Cunningham? Yeah, because we know the numbers Cade put up his rookie year, and the only other rookie in the history of the NBA to put up what Cade did was Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
And are you talking about the same rookie who's not even top 5 in his class?
But that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying.
That is the same guy.
That's what I'm saying. So, Eric Moy, trust me, I get what you're saying, but we don't have the opportunity and the time to say, let's slow our roll. This team has gone out there and said what they wanted to do. They said these are our goals. They already made the playoffs. They already pushed the Knicks to 7. They were already supposed to beat the Knicks, and they were shorthanded, and they didn't have the depth that they do this season. What is the next expectation?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because if they are already expected to win one playoff series this year, most expect that, then just one more playoff series win gets them into the conference finals.
Yes.
Their expectations. I heard Cade out of his own mouth sit there at media day and state championship. And then I heard him in a subsequent press conference where people saying, yeah, y'all are playing so good, this winning streak and blah, blah, blah. What's behind it? Bro, we're playing for championship. Then we heard him in the Kevin Durant interview.
Cool.
Bro, I want to win a championship.
Cool.
And I don't think that this is something where he wants to do it somewhere down the road. I think that Cade wants to push this team this year as far as it can go. Do I believe they'll win a championship this year? I can't sit up here and lie to you and say, yes, I think they're going to win a championship this year. But in terms of the expectation that I believe they should be held to, I do believe that this is a big boy team now, and I think it is time to hold them to those standards. Because how many teams in the East do you believe are just head and shoulders, oh, that team is not bad? If they are a top 4 team in the East, I expect this team to go out there and play like a squad that can make a run towards some type of conference finals. I just do, at the very least.
Yeah, I Kool-Aid. All you're doing is holding them to the standard that they set for themselves. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything out of pocket. You're not sitting here and saying things that they didn't say. They said what you said and more.
Yeah.
So all you are doing is holding them to their standard, Kool-Aid, and that is what it is, and that is the standard that the Pistons put themselves to, and I'm glad they put themselves.
He said Orlando Magic needs to slow their roll too.
Yeah,
I agree with that one, Eric.
Yeah, no,
I do. But you're right. It's the standard that they set for themselves, and that's why I said I like it, because this is the first season in which you can see that from the three phases: the front office, the coaching, and the players. They actually have the ability to make that happen. And it's not just because some teams are injured and blah, 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 blah. No, it's because this team is just that good as well. They're a really good team defensively. Now, are they going to have some struggles on the offensive side? I believe that there's going to be cohesion issues. Like I said, you got free agents that you brought in, and now you're also relying on players like Dennis Jenkins, and you didn't start off the season necessarily with the complete rotation that you were hoping. A lot of people believe Jaden Ivey is going to be there to start the season, and then he misses 4 weeks. So those types of things matter. And I think, and these are major components to your lineup. You have Dennis Jenkins playing heavy minutes right now in a role that was supposed to be dedicated for effectively like a Jaden Ivey. Now, if both of those guys are good to go, now this is a team that is, even better.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at, and I get it. Eric Moore says he does want to see them clean up the turnovers and be locked in when it's winning time. They didn't do that today. This is why I'm hesitant to hold them to those words. They have room to grow. And that's what we said. We said that we believe that this is a squad that will blossom throughout this season into one where fans will know, actually, their expectation, we should hold them to a higher standard than just make it to the playoffs and be happy. This year's expectations, bare minimum, before the season even started, before we even knew they were this good, was host a playoff series and win it. Because if you're hosting it, you're the favorite team. You're the one who's gone out there and put yourself in a position to have that. So if they're already starting at, before the season began, at win a playoff series, now they've raced out and proven we can be one of the best defensive teams. We can be one of the most physical teams. We can be the best pick and roll team. We're going to have one of the top 3 to 5 players in all of the NBA. Then why shouldn't they? And Jalen Duren, now you might have 2 All-Stars. Why shouldn't the expectation be, you know what, better than just win one playoff round? That's coming from me. I'm holding them to this. This is no longer, oh, guys, give them time. Oh, guys, it'll come around. This is a situation now where I'm looking at it and what we thought Orlando could have been like the last couple years, what we thought even Houston could have been, the Pistons, I believe, actually are. If Duren is an all-star and about to earn that $30 to $35 million, if Cade is an all-NBA player, now first or second team, now moving up from he was tied for 7th in the MVP race last year. Now they're saying he's definitely going to be top 5 this year. If this is what we're talking about, and who was your first player of the month and coach of the month? Do we believe that they're just going backwards from here? Because if Cade gets another 1 or 2 of these things, that's a lot of player of the months for one season. If JB Bickerstaff gets another 1 or 2 of these, and I can see it happening, that's a lot. What is the new expectation? Because you know what I don't want? I don't want the Cleveland Cavaliers mindset of expectations. I don't want that. And I think that they failed JB Bickerstaff. He got them from nothing to good really quickly, right? And people made excuses the first year that they failed in the playoffs. Oh, then the second year, they got it. They raced out to the number 1 seed and held it from pole to pole, and then what? Flamed out again. Then you go without JB Bickerstaff, and you what? You flame out again. At some point in time, your expectation, head and shoulders, has to be we're out to win, not flame out again. And that's what I love about JB Bickerstaff is he's pushing the pedal too. He said, whoa. Y'all think y'all can win it? Then go the frick out there and do it. And that's what I'm saying. So, Eric, my expectation for this team is to go out there and win a playoff series. That is my that was mine before the season. But based on what I'm seeing right now, I do believe this Pistons team has, like you said, room to grow and blossom into a squad that by the end of the season, we're looking at them up against these other formidable teams and saying, you know what? They can go toe-to-toe. They do have everything they need to earn themselves an opportunity to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and potentially represent the East in the championship game. Otherwise, what are we doing here this year? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this team is proven. They stepped up. They're proven through a quarter of the season of the games. Usually I try and get to 40 games in a season before I make stretches because that's your halfway mark. That's what Rod and I do every year. But this year, it's just like, you know what? What we're seeing right now, I'm going to take a page out of Jeff's book, and I'm glad he said it. Consistency. Be this the whole year. Period. I know there's going to be off nights, but if you're telling me out of 22 games, if we only see this once or twice out of every 22 games, this Pistons team is going to be a 50-win team, and they're going to be a squad at the end of the season that we're all sitting here. Because Eric Moy and others, if this Pistons team wins 50-plus games this year and they earn themselves a top 3 spot, what expectation are you putting on the Pistons at that point in time? And I'll start with you guys. What's the expectation for you with these Pistons?
The expectation for me is to compete for the title of Eastern Conference champion.
There you go.
That is it. I look at you, number one seed, and you have had a lot of injuries, and you have a young team that should improve as the season improves. There's nobody in the East right now that strikes fear in my heart. And that is why your expectation should be to win the East. Will they? That's another story. I expected them to win a home game last year in the playoffs.
Oh,
they did it.
Don't remind us.
They did it.
Oh, my gosh. That sucks.
And I sunk a lot of money to see a home win, and it did not happen.
We were there doing a concert.
Yeah, but I will say that this Piston team should be competing for the Eastern Conference title when this season is in playoff basketball.
What about you, Jeff, before we shut this thing down?
I'm right with you guys. It's Eastern Conference Finals. That's where I want to see them. Okay, this team. When you look at where we wanted to see last season, we wanted to see them win a playoff season a playoff series last season. So this season, of course, I want to see them double that. So getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, that lets you know not only has Cade taken another step, but the rest of these guys have also taken another step. And if you're not seeing that, then you might as well go trade. You might as well go trade for a Lauri Markkanen, or you might as well go trade for a Giannis and just blow it all up, because none of these guys are stepping up. So yes, they do have expectations. Would you rather us not give them any expectations and them just to go out there and just play ball, and if they lose, they lose, and we're just okay and happy with it? No. Why would you be happy with them losing?
But this is what I love about Eric Moore too, though. I love this.
It's expectations. You have in everything that you do. You set a goal, right? If you're not, doing everything to accomplish that goal, then what are you doing? Then you're just wasting time. Hey, so if this team is wasting time, then they wouldn't set these expectations for themselves. So of course I'm going to set the expectations for this team high as well, because they have the ability to do that. And especially this season with the East being as weak as it is. And they should be there. That's the expectation.
I believe that I believe that it's not as top heavy as it could be because of some of the injuries, but I think it created a lot of teams that have a lot of pit bulls on them. So they might not have their star, but there's some teams that you're gonna have to scrap with. Yeah. This isn't a season where I believe the Pistons can just coast through.
Yeah, it's not a coast.
It's going to be a dogfight. Yeah. There's going to be one possession games that they're going to have to win. I really believe that.
And we've seen it. We've seen it already. We've seen it already. I mean, Atlanta looks like a team that is really, really tough, and they're not even at full strength yet.
They're
we don't know what they
look
like at full strength.
Lanky teams, yeah.
So, and the Boston Celtics are going to be the Boston Celtics, and will they get Tatum back eventually? It looks like he's
pushing to get back.
It looks like he's pushing to get back. So it's not a cakewalk. We're not saying it's a cakewalk, but. Mm-hmm. You're at this level now. You've made it to this level. You pushed the Knicks to their limit. Okay. Well, now you're here. It's time to show up. It's time to show out. It's time for you to get to that expectation that you set for yourself and that you can be proud of. You can be proud of. If you're not going out there trying your best, then what are you doing? You're just wasting time.
But I do like Eric Moore. So on one end, he says we got sore roll on championship expectations. And then when I said at least 50 wins, then Eric Moy comes back and says, we need to expect more than 50 wins. We already got 17. That's just 33. No. That's what I'm saying. That's why the expectations have changed for us.
Yeah.
That's why now we're saying it's more than just go out there and win your playoff series. It's now go out there. It's more than just win your first home game. It's more than win the playoff series. It's, bro, you guys can get to these conference finals.
Yes.
That needs to be on the mind, and to be able to represent this team, this conference, in a championship. Just the same way you're saying, bro, they need to update because That's what we're saying now. It's not that, we're trying to put too much on them. Like, I'm not going to kill them. Like, if they go out there, if they go out there and they win that playoff series, I'm going to be at least okay. And if they push and just fall short in that second one, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay, especially if we see them go out there and leave it all up there on the court. But, Eric, I think you get it a little bit more too, bro. It's about what this squad is already showing and doing out there, man. It is what it is, man.
And they've showcased a lot. So now, our expectations have bumped up a little bit. Yeah. And nothing wrong with that. Because the more you show, the more I'm gonna want you to overachieve that. So that's just where we're at. That's just the reality of having a good basketball team.
Yep. And I see the chat has been pretty good, man. Let me see. Mingus said I'm gonna stick beside them for now, but LeVert can go. Yeah, it must be one of Platty's disciples, man. So you got some people out there. But thank you guys for being here. Smash that like button, man.
Smash that like button.
You guys have been really supporting us in these streams and everything, and we got a lot more on the way. Obviously, at least bringing these games, watch downs and such. What'd you say?
Just reading Eric's chat. Get that media cred like Kool-Aid.
Hey, you know what, man? We're trying to make sure we can get the team going. Every outlet has a beat reporter, and the articles are probably one of the more intrusive things that you got to be on top of as it relates to these types of things. But as it relates to our whole squad, that's the push right now. We're hoping to make sure that our Woodward basketball crew, our whole crew, is a crew that can get credentialed, get into these games, have some fun at the concourse, get out to some of these things like Summer League and such, and that's what we're working towards. So every single like, every single comment, every time you guys share, all of the support, all that stuff goes a long way. It really does, and that's why we thank you guys greatly for always supporting us when we do these things and going live. Like I was like, oh snap, man, a certain amount, a lot of people hit that like button tonight. A lot of people stayed through, and we got to at least vent a little bit. And I believe that we are only going to get so many of these types of games. Like not every loss is going to be one where we look at it and say, oh, that's a loss that looked familiar. That's a loss that against a squad that you could be playing against later that could matter. This was one of those ones in particular where I think it allowed us to actually be a little bit more critical. Because even like Chris the other night, he was like, man, I feel bad because they won, but I just have a few criticisms. Yeah. This is one where it was like, all right, they lost, so we can actually be critical now on some things.
And we talked about that.
Flush it out.
And we talked about that. It's okay to be critical, even in wins, because even in the wins, there's still things that you can pick up on that this team can do better. And some of the things that we highlighted in, this team could be doing better in their wins is the reason why they lost, because they didn't take care of those things. Yep. So that's the reason why we're highlighting that, these things are important. Them keeping the ball, them not turning the ball over, them, making sure that their defense is continuously leading to points and transition points. Those are all things important. That's why we talk about them so much, because if this team wants to reach the heights that it wants to, then those are going to be the things that they have to take care of every single night when they play. When they step on the court, those are things they have to take care of every single night.
And one more thing I'll say about this with Eric Moore, because I like the conversation. I really like this. Like, guys, throw your comments in the chat. Like, I love this. The thing that I like to do is be able to open people's eyes up to the actual reality and the possibilities. Sometimes it's not just expectations, but it's also, is there an opportunity there? You know what I mean? Like, we used to play a game where you put the ball in the middle of two people, and the coach blows the whistle. You got to dive on it, get the ball, get up, and make the layup. Now, there would be times where I'm going up against my guy. His name was Raheem. He was 6'7". We called him 6'7". I get it. I know. I get it. We called him 6'7" or Silky Goat because he had this long goatee, right? And one time I'm sitting there like, I'm not winning this against him, but you got to try. And then he dove in for it. It kicked off the wrong way, like off his hands. He should have had it, but it was just sitting there, and I was like, oh, boom, and I got it. I wasn't supposed to get it, but when the opportunity's there and you're going to at least try and give your all, then you're going to give yourself an opportunity. Right. Now, when you add in MVP-level talent and such, that's what the Pistons are finding themselves in. They're good enough to compete, but there's also opportunity there, because this is what Eric originally said. Kool-Aid, he says this, and I like this. He says, I think we can get a lot of wins, but I don't know if we are on the same level as the top contenders I listed, maybe not Toronto. But when you listen to the contenders he listed, we're talking about getting to the championship, not necessarily making it.
Yeah.
Listen to the contenders. OKC, where do they play the West? San Antonio, where do they play the West? LA Lakers, where do they play the West? He says maybe not Toronto, so that only leaves one more contender, and that's the New York Knicks.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And
The Pistons should find themselves playing for an opportunity to get to the championship based off of these other teams. I believe they're a better team than Toronto. I think the Knicks are a different pedigree. I'm not sleeping on the Cavs yet. So if there's two teams that I'm looking at and I'm saying they're probably the standard right now, it's the Cavs and it's the Knicks for me. The team that beat us last in the playoffs.
Yep.
And the team that went out there last and it's been really kind of the class of the East from a regular season perspective the last few years, it's been the Cavs.
Yeah.
Other than those two teams, I'm not looking at another squad and saying, oh, man, I think the Pistons are worse. No, I expect the Pistons to go out there and be, at minimum, the third best team in the East when it's all said and done record-wise.
Yeah, I think this Piston team is a team that shouldn't fear the Cavs or the Knicks. I think they have a great chance at beating both those teams. I think right now I would pick the Pistons to beat both those teams in a series, but I could also see them losing to the Knicks and the Cavs in a series because I do think that is a similar playing field.
Yeah.
But when it comes to finals, man, look, you don't know what happens. Nobody had Indiana in Game 7 with a shot to win, and then their best player got hurt, and they lost, and that was what it was. Who knows? Maybe if he didn't get hurt, maybe Indy won that title. Like I think that there is a lot of teams in the West that I would take over. Eric, one I would add to that list is Denver. I am terrified if I ever have to play Denver in the finals. But,
if you're talking on the West side, but to get there, how many teams do you think are equipped to actually stop them? I'm not scared of a lot of these teams.
I'm not scared of a single team in the Eastern Conference. But when it comes to the West, my point is, if you get to the finals, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Remember that finals where Fred VanVleet just refused to miss a shot?
Yep.
Things like that happen.
That knows just get to the finals and anything can happen. We've won some of the most David and Goliath championships in the NBA.
That's what we're founded on.
Yeah, that's where I'm just like,
So
and
let's
we're not
do
just
it.
a flash in the pan.
History repeats itself. Let's go.
When I saw the Pacers get there, I didn't have the expectation. I didn't see them as a class of even the East. I'm looking at these Pistons as a class of the East, and not just a class of the East, not a prima donna class.
Yes.
They want to go out there and get it out the mud, and that's what to me makes it a little bit different. I really do. I think the expectation is there for them. I believe that they have a higher level of star caliber player than the Pacers do. I appreciate what Tyrese Halliburton brings to the game. I just believe that Cade Cunningham is a different level of player above, and I do believe that these things matter. And now you look at the East this year, some people will say it's a little bit more open. Yeah. At the same time that you see a Pistons team making the right moves, they're not just taking advantage of an open East. They're going out there and they're taking advantage of the fact that I think that they set their identity, they wrote those checks, and they're able to cash it. That's what we're seeing out of the Pistons this year. And Jeff, consistency. That's all we got to see.
It's not a time for the Pistons to relax. It's a time for them to put the foot on the gas, because you want to make sure that you're taking care of what. If you can consistently not turn the ball over and you can consistently play good defense every single game and take care of everything that you need to do, win the rebound battle, win the points in the paint, things that you call, that's your calling card, then when it comes to, you playing these good teams, you can still rely on your calling card, and you don't have to loot. You're not searching for an identity when you're playing these teams. You already know what it is. You can go attack it immediately. Yeah. And it could be a situation where, some of these teams might not be able to handle that. They might not be able to handle you, going into the paint. They might not be able to handle your defense at that level, especially if it's consistent and all night and every single night. Yeah. That's what makes the difference in winning a playoff series, is you not having those lapses, you not having these droughts of where it just disappears.
Those droughts.
It just disappears.
Yeah, how you weather them matters too, because you look at the playoffs. Yeah. This is one thing I always caution people on that. It's how you have them. The Knicks went through droughts. How did the Pistons have the opportunity to drop the game? Because the Knicks weren't scoring for large portions of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
But what the Knicks weren't doing, they were missing shots. they weren't having turnovers. They weren't shooting themselves in the foot. They weren't going out there and just getting completely punked. It was just they were missing shots.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson was out for some games. He was hobbled. Then he comes back in and what? Boom. They just took the lead while we were what? Shooting ourselves in the foot. It wasn't like the Pistons.
And that's what it
when
is.
they lost the lead, it wasn't because they were missing shots. People kept talking about what? Yes, the missed shots from Beasley, but the turnovers.
Yes.
Not getting second chance points, allowing the Knicks to get second chance. How did we lose one of those games? A tap out to Cat, who hit a long A3. I was sitting literally on the court side, and he hit the 3. I got the video of Spike Lee walking behind us, yelling and cussing and all of that. Like that's the whole point.
Hate that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's where
I was there. I was
always
angry.
hearing pushback on the stretches. To me, it's always going to be how they did it. You know, other teams beat us. They went through their stretch. Milwaukee went through long stretches tonight where it was Pistons went on a run. But what happened when it mattered most? The same thing that killed the Pistons tonight was the same thing that hurt them in the playoffs in the stretch, and they crushed themselves. And that has to be the no-no every night.
Yes.
We always talked about, man, if the shot's not there, at least we know the motor has to be there all the time. That was what a lot of people said that they disliked about one of the last rookie. The last player that the Pistons drafted that they gave a max contract to, Andre Drummond. They were like, bro, we at least want to see the motor, no matter what's going out there on the court.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, if
It's in a
if
post
this
move.
team is going out there and
Just
protecting
one.
themselves.
Give us one post move. God, give us just
Hey,
one.
look, I get it, but he did not have the right development. You look at Jalen Duren now with the right development around him, and all of a sudden it's like night and day.
Yeah.
And I do believe this organization, they had to have learned from those times where they failed top-end talent that you were drafting. Now all of a sudden it seems like they're cherishing the opportunity to be able to have the talent and to develop them. They even went out there and hired Fred Vincent before they hired the head coach.
Yeah.
And so
they knew
think
that
about what
that
development
was
did they have before
a
this?
need.
Monty did not care. He just did not care. Dwayne wanted to, but they brought him in here to win. He made the playoffs his first year. Then they told him, hey, we're literally going to tear this whole thing down to the studs. So it wasn't like he was in here like, oh, sweet. Yeah. No. So this team finally has a staff and a front office that's literally working hand in hand to make sure this team can get everything they need to work. Even you look at Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren, they both work with multiple legends this offseason.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that type of stuff matters. Luke Walton and Kevin Burleson, these guys are really, really good. I didn't say Nate. Kevin Burleson, Nate's brother. Mm-hmm. These guys are really, really good as it relates to one guy on the defensive side and the other guy with the offensive side, scheming up things for these young players to be able to get their best opportunities. So now all of a sudden we see these young players taking these strides and these leaps forward. Jaden Ivey's leap at the beginning of last season.
Yeah.
You think about these things. Like, they're just now getting into it's like, I do believe J.B. Bickerstaff now is the coach that's allowing these players to have confidence on where to be in the court, as well as this. When you have that type of confidence, now you better understand how to value each one of those possessions. And more times than not, we've seen the Pistons come out on the winning side of these in-game moments. So I know that tonight stings for them.
Yes.
They don't have too many of these moments this year where they went out there, controlled the game, a little late run, and then they dropped it due to you weren't physical enough, you let someone else bully you around, and you turned the ball over. They don't got many losses like that this year.
They don't, man. And they're not going to allow many like this.
No.
So this is something that, look, there's 82 games. These things happen. This isn't the NFL where it's one game a week and everything has such drastic stakes. This is a game that, things are going to happen. The ball is not going to bounce your way. You're going to get yourself in foul trouble or just not be in sync or whatever the case is, not value the ball. Those things happen. And so, it doesn't excuse it, but it explains it. And so I think this Pistons team will bounce back strong. I'm not worried about this one bit, Kool-Aid. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
not worried. It's effectively as we go along. It's almost
But
like
it-
a mile
it will
marker.
be,
It's
yes.
almost like,
It will be a
okay,
marker,
my
yes.
oil change light came on, my gas light came on. But we know that
Quick
Chris
fix.
got the gas. He got
Yep.
5 on it. I know Jeff got 5 on it.
Yeah.
Thank y'all, because I don't got 5 on it. Nah. But that's where it's at. It's like, it's like we know where we're headed. We know they're going to get
Yes.
there. We know we got enough money to get there. The mission
Yes.
is still in their hands to seize. And I think that's what's going to make this year that much more fun, because with the 04 Pistons, you didn't know that it was coming together to be that special until it happened. So now it gives you better eyes. Like Terry said, he knew the 04 Pistons was going to be because he saw the Bad Boys.
Yeah.
And now he's saying, seeing this one and having covered both those two, he said, Kool-Aid, strap in. This is it. And so it's like, yeah, so now I'm looking at this with a different eye. This is Terry Foster, the legend, who says, no, this is a real team. They finally got their recipe. Whether it's them playing for a championship this year or not, or going to these conferences, he says they finally have that recipe. This is what they have here and what they're going to build here, what they have in the front office. They finally are doing it the right way. And so now my whole aspect of expectation for this team and me as a media member, I'm sorry, there's an expectation there. And I'm going to, when they said it, then that authorizes me to be able to represent that to them. That authorizes us to come up here on these platforms, on these shows, and to be able to talk about it.
Hold them to that.
And hold them to that. And it's not because they just said it, but because, look, man, there's a lot of basketball watching. There's a lot of basketball playing over the years. There's coaching over the years from all of our people that do this stuff. We're not just coming up here just as fans or people who have watched it, which that's fine. We do that. But there's also a different level of it where we're looking at trends. We're looking at the history of the game. We're looking at the context. These things matter. And when you look at this specific Pistons team with a coach like J.B. Bickerstaff, players like Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and even Uncle Tobias, then you realize, nope, this team has the recipe. Go out there and punch it. And so it allows us to be able to go to the table and see, no, these guys are freaking pissed off and disappointed with nights like tonight because they realize they're not moving in the right direction. This wasn't as it relates to their identity and their foundation. And J.B. Bickerstaff steps to the podium and says stuff like that all the time, like all the time, man. But shout out to the people here. I like this here from Eric Moy a lot. Eric has been really holding it down, man, and I appreciate him. And I see you, Dante151 in the chat. But Eric, I agree 100% with this, man. You're preaching here. We need to make the leap where we aren't committing turnovers and defensive lapses to win multiple playoff series. This just happened tonight, and honestly, it happened last game too. And you're right. That is the key. Those defensive lapses and compounded with the fact that you're turning the ball over.
Yes.
That is going to be, to me, the key to them taking that next leap. And I think Eric is spot on with that one. Spot on.
Absolutely.
That's why we criticize tonight. We got the opportunity tonight to say, you know what? Let's do, because they could go on a whole nother 10-game run when you look at the schedule. It's like,
we got to criticize more because now they lost, and now it's okay. It's right in our face that these are the reasons why they lost.
Yes,
and that's why the criticism it comes a little bit more easier because they did lose, and now you get to criticize because now those things actually cost you a loss instead of you pulled out the win last time, but this time it cost you a loss, and that's the difference.
And we've seen Cade after wins look and sound just like this too.
Yep.
Like we've heard him like, nah, bro, because we won tonight, but we didn't play the way we know. Those are going to be losses in the future. That's what he said. And so that's what I'm saying. Their minds are already on it. I'm so glad. They don't have to worry about learning the game. They don't have to worry about can we get to the play-in or the playoffs. They don't have to worry about do we have that guy? Is Cade that guy? Do we have some help around him? Now they can worry about going out there and just imposing their will. Now they can go out there and just worry about their identity. Now they can go out there and worry about bouncing back. They can actually walk around now and say, we didn't play like ourselves. If they would have said that last year, it's like, what you mean? Y'all won 14 games last year. You know what I'm saying? But now they go out there and they say, no, we're a playoff team. No, we have expectations. And that's what I like. And if the media for a long time, even with those previous playoff teams, they didn't give them much hype. Why? Because there wasn't anything to give them hype about. This squad, though, has the opportunity to punch back-to-back playoff appearances for the first time since 2007-08 and 2008-09. That's a long time. And this team is supposed to do it. That's the expectation. And if they're going to do anything better, they're going to have to do what Eric Moore said. Clean up those defensive lapses, clean up those turnovers. And I think that alone will get the Pistons a couple playoff series this year.
I think so.
Wins. Those are wins, not just.
But it's game 22.
Those are wins.
So, yeah, it's game 22. So let's relax. We got 60 more of these Kool-Aid.
Woo!
60 more.
60 more. But that's through the first 25% of the season. I guess just before we wrap it up, we can just kind of quickly give like our quarter poll feelings about this Pistons, and that's where I think the expectations, if we reset them, I am looking at them winning that first. I am looking at this team going into the trade deadline as a squad that has everything in front of them, because what they have in-house is working, and that means that it also makes them that much more valuable if they want to be able to do something out of house as it relates to bringing another player. I think this team has set their identity, and they've shown us that they are for real. Whether they're going to finish as the number one team, I'm not necessarily looking at the standings. I'm looking at this. Stay a top 5 team in defensive rating, period.
Yes.
That's something I'm looking at all season. Stay a top 5 team. Stay one of the best teams at paint protection. Yes. Stay one of the best teams at points in the paint. And what is our thing we're going to be looking at? Them turnovers. So points off turnovers. Yeah. These are the things that I'm looking at.
Well, it's turnovers 2 ways. It's how many turnovers are the Pistons themselves? Yep. How many turnovers do they have a game compared to the turnovers that they force and the points that they get off of those.
They only got 12 points. The Bucks got 22 free points off the Pistons, 16 Pistons, 15 turnovers.
And that's the true difference in the game. That's why you see that loss in that column. Because
and that's saying I'm looking at the defensive rating to me is going to be a big one. Man. I'm looking at that. They were 4 in the league, and tonight they still did pretty well at 113 points given up to the Bucks, but you lost. So that's not the way you want it to go. So those are some things I'm looking at the quarter poll. I'm ecstatic that this team finds themselves top 5 in a lot of metrics that usually you find your top teams in the league at. Pick and roll efficiency, points in the paint, controlling the rebounding battle, defensive rating. These are things that the Pistons are at the tops at. Dunks per game, lob connections per game. These are things that the Pistons are controlling right now, and I absolutely love it. But what about you, man? Your quarter poll remarks on the Pistons.
I mean, you guys nailed it. The 2 biggest things are the turnovers and the defense, and I think it's defense first. I think they have to be a top 5 defense, no discussion. I think they can't be a bottom 5 team in turnovers. They can't be a high turnover team. They have to take care of the ball better than average. They have to be better than 15th because ultimately this is not the most efficient offense as we've seen. So to give something different, I'll talk about what I've been talking about the last couple of days, finishing at the rim. This team has to. If you are going to be a point at the if you are going to be a team that battles points in the paint, then you have to finish your layups. I'm looking at Asar. I'm looking at everybody on this team. I'm looking at Cade a lot, too. Like, there's a lot of guys on this team that are not great finishers. And part of that is because of the spacing. Obviously, we don't need to get into that. Everybody that watches the game knows. But it's something that they should be finishing better at, and they're going to need to, because if they are not going to be efficient from 3, then they need to be winning those points in the paint, whether it be finishing that first opportunity or getting that offensive rebound and finishing again. So to me, it would be that would be the one thing that I need, because I'm expecting that this 3-point shooting is what it is. I'm not expecting it to get that much better. It could go up a bit because of Ivy, but ultimately I don't expect it to be much better than what it is right now.
I'm glad you said that, because I see you in the chat, Roscoe Pico. Let's have a conversation. He said Bucks play zone on us to make us shoot threes. They did not do that. Did you notice that they did not run the same zone looks when the ball was not in Cade's hand?
Yeah.
They ran zone with man, just straight up double to triple team man principles on Cade. That's what they did. So anytime he ran the pick and roll, the second defender would pop up and the third defender on the other wing would hedge around just to make sure that it was not going to be a quick turn back for Cade. They did that to him a lot tonight. And Doc Rivers, it was brilliant. There was several things I told you guys. What did he scheme to do? Make it tough on Cade, and you look at that and you see the stats, 17 points of 5 of 15 and 1 of 7 from behind the arc. And what else did they do? They tried to scheme Duran out of being an effective paint protector. We saw them back on 3 straight plays. They went down and they scored right in the paint. And how was it? Because they did plays that got Duran out of position. So those are things I'm looking at, and it is a good scheme by him. But he's on these threes. He says we can't shoot threes. And I saw another one where he says this team only has 1 shooter. Teams are going to start playing zone on us. Look, the Bucks shot 30% from behind the arc. Why are they allowed to shoot poorly from behind the arc and win a game? The Pistons outshot the Bucks from behind the arc. What was the difference between this game in which they lost and the game before? The game before, guess what? They shot 19% from behind the arc, and their opponent actually shot over 35% from behind the arc. But because the Pistons beat them with a frozen steak in the face in the paint, they won the game. And that's how the Pistons win a lot of their games. It's ironic that you see them win these 3-point battles and they wind up having close games, tight games or games where they're losing. Then all of a sudden you see them go out there and win the points in the paint battle and shoot horribly from behind the arc. and it actually looked like a formidable team. And I'll be honest with you, it's one of the most crazy phenomena in today's NBA, that this team is finding a way to play double bigs. You know, you're not really running shooters out there because we told it's about the three-point shooters, but this team is still finding ways. Now, do I want them to have more shooters? Do I want them to have more reliability? I definitely do, but at least we know this. They have found a way with their identity, and they know the makeup of their team, how to make it happen. That was a theme of a lot of my questions to JB Bicker's staff last year. It was about the fact that they don't have like all of these just knockdown shooters that the league recognizes. So how are you going to be able to manufacture offense? Do you see it a plus that your guys can operate from the three-point line and still get buckets? Like Ron Holland, Asar Thompson, Jalen Duren, and Isaiah Stewart can all do that. And that's where they've continued to make themselves more effective. If Asar Thompson can get his one dribble for the three and make it, if Asar Thompson can get his 1-2 dribbles and dunk it or get to the foul line, if Jalen Duren can operate from the three-point line against a big and have effectiveness, sometimes that's just as good as a big who's going to take 3 threes and make maybe one of them. And so that's where I'm hoping this team, who they're not just going to get better overnight from a three-point shot, continues to show their growth in being able to be effective offensively, even if the three's not there.
Yeah. And another thing, he brought up, teams would just, go into a zone to, try to highlight the Pistons' inefficiency at the three-point line. Well, not every team can play a zone. Not every team has the players or has the ability to play a zone the right way, where that is what it's capable of doing.
Play a zone,
there's only a
few apart with lobs.
Yeah, there's only a few teams that would be able to play that zone to, that efficient of a level to where it would actually, really hurt the Pistons over a long time period. The Thunder, the Hawks are capable of it because of their length.
Dyson Daniels,
But because at some point it's going to be a situation where, yes, you can't just leave. There are NBA players, and you can't just leave them open at three. Now, Asar Thompson, he might miss those threes, but not everyone else. Like Javonte Green, he's a capable three-point shooter. He's hit it quite a bit. Stu has been proven to hit those corner threes. So if you're leaving the corner open, you're going to leave him open for three. Ron Holland has been proven that he's capable of hitting them at least at a low, like a low 20% to mid 30% some games from corner, Chris, from corner.
It's and still then, very ambitious.
But it's just the zone won't, it won't hold up because of the fact that you have to have the players that are capable to do that, and they have to be really disciplined.
And
they have to be really disciplined in that zone in order for that zone to work the way it needs to be. And some of these teams are just defensively, they're not there at that point where they will be able to lock in on a zone and, completely just take away the Pistons offense. And because then you can always find ways to get Duren more touches, in that, around the high elbow area.
Because when we needed a bucket, they didn't go to Duren literally one freaking time.
At all.
We talked about how patient he looked and how, this is something that they should be rely on. And what did we not see? No Cade Cunningham back to the baskets, no Jalen Duren back to the baskets. And I think that those are mistakes. In the end of games, I would love to be able to see it. And shout out to Roscoe. Roscoe, we all agree with you on this one.
We all love Chaz.
We have to start playing Chaz in there for a three-point threat off the bench. Listen, brother.
Chaz.
We all want Chaz, man.
To you, bro. That's something we definitely all want. He's a specialist.
We called it during the game.
We're going to see he ain't on.
We called it
during the game. Give him 3 buckets, and he'll get it off quick. Yep. We will know. And if it ain't on, just, hey, Chaz.
I'll play him again.
Yeah. Go
on the butt. Hey, go grab some bench.
Hey, matter of fact, go to that zone. Chaz, come on in. Go stand right here.
Yeah,
we'll see how that zone works.
And it makes a difference. If you have Duncan Robinson tonight, who would have hit maybe 2 of 5 or 3 of 7, honestly, you pair that with good shooting night from Javonte Green, good shooting night from Jaden Ivey from beyond the arc, good shooting night from Tobias Harris. They had 3 players who shot really good from beyond the arc.
And Kool-Aid, when Duncan Robinson, because more often than not, when Duncan Robinson is having a really good game and he's knocking down those shots, it's not just 1 3. It's not just 2 threes. It's 4. It's 5. It's not just when he's on. It's 4 to 5 threes. So it's a huge difference. And I mean, eventually, hopefully he'll be back, come Friday and Saturday, but we don't know that yet. But yeah,
Eric Moy
Chaz,
is preaching too again.
we are all for seeing Chaz more in the game. We would love to see that.
All right, this is my last comment, bro. Oh, man, I'm going to stop looking at the comment because I could talk this all day. He's right, and this is what I was talking about in the beginning of the game. This is why when I see teams like the Hawks and the Bucks, obviously with the SGA, with OKC, yes. But some teams will look at the record of the Bucks or the Hawks and think, oh, this was supposed to be a win. Yeah. No, what Eric Moy is telling you is exactly the truth. Yes. Yep. The Bucks had good length even without Giannis, with Turner, Portis, and Sims to clog up the paint. Yeah. And when I see those teams, those are the teams that are going to make the Pistons look pedestrian every single time.
Atlanta.
Understand that. Atlanta, that's what I'm saying.
And
those are the squads.
Let's not forget, Miles Turner is one of the
Piston killer,
he is one of the better shot blockers in the NBA over the past decade.
He leads this decade in blocks.
Come on.
He loves playing the Pistons, bro.
Yeah.
But we still, even though they do have length, I still want to see them.
They didn't attack.
Give it to Jalen Duren.
Yes.
Give it to him in the low post.
Give
it to him on the block.
No T-Rex.
Allow him to maybe work. Even if it doesn't work, just allow him to do it. Showcase it a little bit, because then it gets them thinking, okay, all right, maybe, because Jalen Duren, I get it. Miles Turner is, one of the elite, rim protectors in the league. But man, when Jalen Duren can really use his body to get to his spot, there's not too many NBA players or big men out there that can stop him from getting to that spot.
Yeah. I want Duren to at least touch the ball more times than Karis LeVert shoots in crunch time.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
You're absolutely
Did he touch the ball more times than Karis LeVert touched the ball and shot the ball?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. If Duren's gonna be a $30-35 million man, I need that.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just being for real.
No, you don't need it. You don't need it. You want it. You have to have it. It's absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
I think this Piston team, man,
Get those
look,
last
at the end of the day, look, this zone defense, Cade and Duren are good enough, smart enough, skilled enough to beat a zone in the interior. They are smart enough, strong enough to go into the heart of that interior and impose their will. And tonight, they did not impose their will, like you said. No. This was a game where they got punked. So you could talk about the outside shooting.
Stinky, bro.
You could talk about the holes in the zone. But even the strengths in the zone, this Piston team should be able to exploit. And tonight they didn't. Milwaukee, a good defensive team. But this was one you absolutely could have won. But it's a lesson learned. And this team will be back. And I'm curious to see what they're going to do the next game. Yep.
He has to be better, Saturday. Eric Moore, I see you. But, hey, chat, y'all been excellent. Whether we agree, whether we disagree, the banter, the going back and forth, it's been awesome. The crew here has been awesome. It's good when people have their thoughts and they're able to just let their thoughts be. And the crew is able to say, you know what? I see it or I don't see it, but you know what? I rock with it.
Yeah.
And that's what I like, man. I think that this is good conversation. And I know we got some ball knowers in our chat. That's what I love about this type of conversation. I've come to realize that Detroit got some of the most intelligent fans. We can be crazy sometimes.
The city's all about ball, man.
Take that from y'all. We crazy.
The city all about ball, man.
But they know ball, man. This has been fun, and it's cool that we're able to come in here and, you know what, talk about these Detroit Pistons in a little bit more critical manner because of the expectations we have. If this was last year, we're probably not sitting here like, wow, this team is first place in the East. But this year, we're like, stinking first place in the East. You're going to lose to the Bucks. I like that. I want that. I want to feel like, Cade was pissed at the end of that game.
Yeah,
he was. And you should be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You should be.
I'm glad. Instead of him being pissed at the podium at the press conference saying, we're bad. Like, we're just really bad, and we have to be for real about that. I don't need nobody like this. Like, no, now we have a Cade that's going out there, and he's pissed because he knows we just got punked at our own game. Ain't happening again. I know we got a game Friday night, but Platte, I can't wait till Saturday night. I can't.
We'll be there Saturday.
We will be there. Meet at Portal 5. We're going to meet with the people, man. I'm going to just call it. We'll
Portal
meet
5.
With the people out. We'll have the camera and everything. We're going to get some content.
Pull up on your boys.
Have some giveaways. We're going to do some stuff.
Let's do it.
Any last words from what's up with Jeff? Any last words, brother?
Man, just, you know what? Moving forward, I want to see this team. We talk about responding. It's time for this team to respond against the Blazers, but establish that in a way of, okay, now we need to get back to what we were doing when we went on that 13-game win streak. Get back to playing our ball. Don't let teams get us out of playing our ball. We're going to play defense. We're going to create turnovers. We're going to create havoc. We're going to score off of those turnovers. And then we're going to take care of the ball ourselves. And then, Cade Cunningham. We have to find ways in order to, if that's, him not bringing the ball up, if it's, isolating him and letting him work on, a short corner or something, you have to find ways to be able to get him the ball when teams are absolutely smothering him.
Yes.
It's absolutely necessary for this team's sake for the rest of the season, especially going into playoffs, because you're going to need him to be able to end games with his abilities, and that's important.
Yeah. What up, though, Platte?
For me, I think, look, you're facing a team that's Portland, a 10 seed in the West, 3-7 in their last 10. Milwaukee, a team that you should have beat tonight, but you didn't. You need to win those games, but you need to establish dominance in those games. Yep. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for his team to respond, because the chat is right. It isn't just this game. It's been the last several games that they've hit a little bit of a funk ever since their winning streak was snapped, and I think part of that is just the ebbs and flows of a season. I think there isn't that much to read into it. However, it's been enough games, and these are two teams that are clearly inferior. And how about, instead of being close and still winning against those inferior teams, how about you put them away? How about you put them in the dirt? How about Cade Cunningham doesn't have to score in the fourth? How about that? That's what I would like to see, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. And I'm confident that they will have a double-digit victory in at least one of these two games, if not both. It should be both.
They're just trying to make sure our guy can win Key Clutch Player of the Year. That's all. The game has to be a certain closeness within the last 5 minutes.
Well, he had a chance tonight.
I know. I even wore my Cade Crusader shirt, man.
Leave that when you play against the Thunder and the Celtics and stuff. Games that you expect to be close in.
Yeah.
But you know what, man? This was it's all a learning lesson for I think everybody involved. We're all learning about this team. I know the expectations they have for themselves, but now they're gonna learn a lot about themselves over these next couple games. Are you able to bounce back? What is the pedigree of this team? Can you look a little bit more like yourself when you looked your best this season, or are you just one of those flash in the pants? You know what everyone's asking? Everyone's saying, oh, they look good. Oh, it'd be nice if the Pistons win. The Pistons are good. They're good for basketball, but are they for real? That's what people are saying right now about our Detroit Pistons. And I'm hoping more than anything that the Pistons aren't asking that question of themselves, and instead that they're operating like, yo, we were supposed to beat that team. Yo, we dropped one tonight. Yo, we were supposed to run them off the court. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. That's how I'm hoping they carry themselves, so that when they're sitting down and they're going through film, it's with a championship level mindset.
Yes.
Because that one looks at it differently. That one accepts their wrongs a whole lot differently than, oh, we played tough and just let one slip. No, that's why I'm glad that they're already this early in the season after wins saying we didn't play Pistons basketball and that's going to cost us. And guess what? Tonight it cost them. And that's my biggest takeaway is have that championship mindset with everything you do. That's why I said the defensive rating has to stay at top 5 or better, and your turnovers can't be 7 or 8 in the fourth quarter. I don't care who you play. Never, bro.
I agree.
Never. That just can't be, man. So don't hurt yourself. I think the Pistons are in prime position to grow throughout the season. I'm not going to expect them to be perfect today, but you cannot be somebody that's going to go out there in your imperfection and say, you know what, let's make it worse. You can't do that. While you're growing, while we're saying we'll give you the season to prove that you're this, that, and the other, you have to make sure you're giving yourself your best possible chance to get there. And just seeing them, we called it, man. We said all they have to do is just take care of the ball. We said, yo, they're giving the lead back to Cade. All we need is just good possessions, even if it's a miss. But you cannot turn the ball over. You can't put yourself in a position where you're not even getting opportunity. And so that's just what sucks. Everything's set up right. You lost Stu. You were already shorthanded without Duncan Robinson. You set everything up right. The bench played well right before they gave the ball back to Cade. The last 6 minutes of the game. And then it just, everything looked tough from that standpoint. So you just want to see it look a whole lot different. I do believe they will get their get back, as our guy Jeff has already predicted. So
you got to get that lick back.
Hey, man, well, you know what? Let's get to that 2-shot as we close it out. I'm seeing our guys in the chat, man. Appreciate you guys for being here. This was epic. And we're going to continue to do this all season long, man.
Yes, sir.
For our guy, Brendan, I know we got a full roster as well. I talked to KG. I know Anson's going to be in on some of these things. I know Spinny's saying that the boys are going to be, even more in when the Lions season ends and we get the watch parties going.
Let's go.
It's going to be epic. But for Jeff, for my guy Platte, Ball Knower Platte, man, and for Kool-Aid, this has been epic, man. We appreciate you guys. If you haven't got the opportunity to, smash that like button before you leave.
Smash.
And Pistons, go out there and win the next couple. That's right.
Peace.
Detroit has the best sports fans in the world. That's why they deserve the best sports coverage in the world. We are the Woodward Sports Network.